Hello, everyone. I have the wonderful David Block, and today he's going to do Where Gods Are Born. And this is a follow-up to Atlantis and the Watchers in the Days of Noah. So this is going to be dynamite. David, can you just give a little intro for everybody? I am so happy to see you. So happy.
Same, Laura. It's wonderful to be here with you and your audience and to have a follow-up. Many people like the Watchers in the Days of Noah episode, Sands in the Watchers in the Days. So this is a even deeper dive into the same subject, but now I will give you more details of it and more information, of course. I will give you a lot of information who had never been said before. So please be with us, and I can promise you, if you go through it all the 10 hours or whatever it will be, I can promise you it will be a worthwhile, and I will connect a lot of dots here in this show.
Yes, so it's going to be a deep dive.
Very, very deep dive, and
I'm looking forward to it.
yeah, I hope you all like it, and yeah, we will see.
And so people know, your YouTube is David Block.
Yes, my YouTube channel is David Block, and I have a webpage called davidblock.org if they want to go into my webpage. And I have some courses in tarot and left empath.
Okay.
If they want to join, they can still join. We started up in September, but it's not too late to join if you want to.
Wonderful. Excellent. Alrighty. So yeah, let's begin.
Yeah. So
We knew the world would not be the same. Few people laughed. Few people cried. Most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty, and to impress him takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." I suppose we all thought that one way or another.
Of dead swines, blood all around them. What have you done? What have you done? See the birds dying as rockets are firing. There's no escape. There's no escape. And then we fall. We might as well dominate this world, enslave and exploit them all. But this will be our downfall, be our downfall. Oh, my beautiful creatures, lungs are choking, no place to live, no place to live. Rivers run dry, rainforests on fire. We burn them down, we burn them down. She created us to protect and to serve, but we rape the earth, we rape the earth. Killed and destroyed all of these lives. Vermin we are, vermin we are. And still we think that nature can be controlled. Master and servant we are, but this will be our last call, be our last call. Oh, my beautiful creatures, you killed them all, you killed them all. Oh, my beautiful creatures, you killed them all, you killed them all. Oh, my beautiful creatures, you killed them all, you killed them all. Oh, my beautiful creatures, you killed them all, you killed them all, killed them all. My creatures, you killed my creatures. You have no respect. You will never have respect. That's why I'm going to kill you now. You killed my creatures, my creatures, my creatures.
This will be an epic presentation in scope and detail, and I hope you all will like it. So I will go through some information before we get going. And as Lauda said, this is a follow-up to the previous presentation, Atlantis and the Watchers in the Days of Noah. So this will be even more detailed, more information, and yeah,
Wonderful.
and even more chapters or parts in this one. So this will be a very thorough and all-inclusive explanation on the situation we are in and how to escape it. I go through all the parts here. We start with the prologue. In part 1, we'll talk about the Mahabharata epic from India. Part 2, the ancestral dead. Part 3, the cherubim. My grandfather Noah, raven of dispersion, the shadow division, the Nephilim, Enki's nuclear art. Part 9, Saint Michael line, like Adam you will die, spindle of necessity, the honey and the bee, honeymoon, the cosmic sailor, recoiled in holy terror, function made flesh, the muse and the water lily, the descent of Ishtar, the epic of Gilgamesh, a god king is born, children of eternity, and part 22, where gods are born.
Wow.
So let's start with part 1, and I will take you to the epic of Mahabharata. And I will take you to a specific battle in that Mahabharata epic. And of course, Bhagavad Gita is about this battle. And this is Krishna speaking. He cannot remain inactive because nature will compel him to act or not to act. All honor to him whose mind controls his senses, because he is thereby beginning to practice karma yoga, the path of right action. Do your duty as prescribed. He who does not help the revolving wheel of sacrifice, but instead leads a sinful life, rejoicing in the great gratification of his senses, O Arjuna, he breathed in vain. The Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3. And what we have in front of us is a epic battle, of course, in huge scale, millions of people. And Arjuna is in his chariot with Krishna, and Krishna tried to push Arjuna to continue the battle, and he is waging war against his own cousins here. So it's like a big deal for Arjuna. But Krishna says he should do his duty. Go ahead. You have to fight this war. In this world, there is a twofold path. There is a path of wisdom for those who meditate, and the path of action for those who work. No man can refrain from activity by refraining from action, nor can he reach perfection by refusing to act. What do Krishna mean? It means that when you came into this body of yours, you are here to do some work. You are not here for no reason. You are here for a reason, right? And we have to use a method, an esoteric method, to transform and evolve. Evolution is not nature evolving you. Like in a materialistic, atheistic point of view, yes, nature evolves us. But our body is what it is for now, and now evolution goes through spirit, through metaphysical work. Now you have to take evolution into your own hands. You cannot be passive. If you fall for the materialistic atheist perspective and wait for nature to evolve you, you will wait in vain. because this last step of evolution you have to take on your own. No one will help you. People can inspire you to do the work, but you have to do the work. You have to lift the spiritual weights in the gym. You have to be active.
One quick question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why was that war waged? What was that about?
Yeah, this war, what I will come back to it, where the different faction in this war later on. So I promise I will talk more about it. But it was a huge war between different factions and different people who wanted different things, of course. But this is much more than that, because in this Mahabharata and this Bhagavad Gita, they also use technology to fight this war, meaning technology from Atlantis times. Therefore, when they dated this epic, they come to the date of 5500 BC. And of course, if you believe in the false history we have been taught to believe in, that cannot be so, because they hadn't that technology available. We were stupid, we were hunter-gatherers, and all of that lies will be crushed if you understand this epic, and if you allow it to be, if you allow it to consider what's in this epic, the narrative you have been fed fall apart. And I start with this epic, and I will show you that it is a much more correct history than our lie. And I will come back to the fighters in this battle. I promise you, Laura. Lord Krishna gives the same message to the soldier Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita before the battle of Kurukshetra. And Kurukshetra is a place in India. So this battle was in a specific location in India. During this discourse, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that the battle should be fought not because it might be won or lost, but out of duty. If he wins, he will become a king on earth. And should he lose, he will become a king in heaven, because he has performed his duty. What do he mean? There is two paths you can take. You can try to end reincarnation and go back to source, meaning you will not come back here in body anymore. Or you can work with a method, left-hand path method, or a Vama Marga, it's called in India, to come back here with power to become a king on earth, or to become a metaphysical warrior here on earth. If you have the aim to try to come back and not end the reincarnation, but to come back with some power and not our memory wiped clean. So you have a twofold path to choose between, and this will be the main theme in this presentation. So I will talk about these two different paths and how to view it. And I will come back to this battle again and again in the presentation. So I promise you, Lola, I will come back and answer your question here. And Lord Elohim Krishna died in 3102 BC. The Battle of Kurukshetra, Bhagavad Gita chapter 3, in the end of the epic, meaning 5561 BC. Krishna was at least 2500 years old when he died, but closer to 3000 years old. Because we know that he died in 3102 BC, and that the battle was fought 5561 BC. Do not be under any illusion, and this is from the Bible. Do not be under any illusion. It is true that you are Elohim, but you will die like all the Adams who are Elohim, because they are not gods. If they die, they have bodies like us, and the body breaks down. And I will answer this question about the Elohim here today as well, or in this presentation. They have another epic from India called Ramayana. And if we pretend to believe the normal history narrative we've been fed, right? They tell us 5000 BC, they started the Sumerian civilization, or they start to raise farms and become farmers. And Sumer was the first civilization that come about. This is, of course, the lie they want you to believe in. And the reason why they want you to believe in it, and I can tell you, they want you to believe that badly. It's very, very important that you swallow this lie. And it will be abundantly clear why during this presentation. If you believe that, you will not look further back in time than 5000 BC. Or if you do, you will believe that people lived in caves, they were stupid, there were haunted gathers, nothing happened, nothing of real value happened. Everything started to happen 5000 BC. But according to Indian scholars, they say, well, Ramayana happened 10,000 BC, meaning the end of Atlantis period. And Mahabharata was ending with the battle in Kurukshetra we talked about earlier, 5561 BC. Then what happened during this 4,400 years where it seems to be a complete blank of memory loss, history loss? It's like a ghost. We have no recollection, we have no memory, nothing. But of course, a lot happened during this 4,400 years. And of course, the end of the battle in Kurukshetra, Bhagavad Gita, was 5561. Doesn't mean that nothing happened before that, right? Struggle, technology, a lot of things happened. So I will give you the full history here. Of course, we will not be able to cover everything, but some of the most important happenings or incidents during this time, 4,400, and during Atlantis time and after.
So they want people to believe that the first civilization was Sumeria, when in fact that wasn't at all. Because they want to hide the actual history, and they want you to believe that it started here in Sumeria.
Yeah, it's very important for them because they know themselves that that's a lie. So they are protecting a lie. Meanwhile, they try to find the technology from Atlantis time to re-engineer it and use for themselves. But that's not for you. That's how they control you. So if you believe this lie, you believe so much nonsense that comes together with that lie. For example, they try to push the idea of evolution. If you believe in evolution, then you believe we came from the Stone Age, and then we become smarter and smarter and smarter, and then we start to farm, and then we build civilizations. If you swallow that lie, you wait for nature to do the evolution for you, and you become passive. It's the same thing as tell you to wait for Jesus to save you. Now we have to wait for nature to save you. And that will never happen. That's one reason. And if you don't understand that these people have technology they don't want to share with you, and that technology comes from the re-engineering of old technology, and you don't understand that, they control you through this technology you cannot fathom exist. You cannot wrap your mind around the fact that they have technology that is way ahead of you. And they are few and we are the many. Therefore, they need this edge of technology. If you start to see through this, you start to ask yourself, but where is the technology? What happened? And you start to search for answers. And that is very, very dangerous for them. They will stick to the lies to the bitter end. It doesn't matter how much you push them, they will never tell you the truth. But the truth is in front of your eyes. And I will give you a much more correct history narrative here, because that's how you take back your power and understand to how not to be manipulated by their agendas. So this is a very important part, and this is very important for them, that you swallow the history narrative, the lie. And sorry.
So the Iraqi war that we went through was basically for them to locate artifacts of technology that were from this past.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
The main reason for the war in Iraq was they wanted to find weapons of mass destruction, but it was not nuclear, but it was weapons of mass destruction under earth. They had to dig for it because it was ancient technology they were talking about. They had a Stargate in Iraq, dormant but still a Stargate. They want to take hold of that Stargate. And they have. And they found a Nephilim, a giant. And they want to take that body because they wanted to take the DNA from it and to re-engineer or produce it again, or use the DNA from this Nephilim warrior. So it was threefold. And they looted the Baghdad museum from cuneiform stone tablets, and they have never got it back. It should tell you something if they loot the Baghdad museum from stone tablet. If that's all nonsense, let's say it's all nonsense, that fairy tales, silly stories. Why did they take it? Why did they why did they go to that length? Why did they do that effort to loot the Baghdad museum?
Exactly.
So that's a telling. That should tell you something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And of course, this is the reason. We are just talking about it in front of your eyes. But because they have manipulated you so hard to believe in the history lie, the common narrative of history, it's even hard for you to wrap your mind around it. So what happened? We have 4,400 years of completely blank, wiped out of memory, and we don't find any big ruins and so on. What happened? And what happened before this? Of course, we know that that was the period of Atlantis, but I will show you in a more detailed form what Atlantis was all about and what happened during that time, and even further way back in time. So, 10,500 BC, people used to say that that's the end of Atlantis period. And that is correct. I will give you the exact date when the flood came. But that's very correct. 10,000 BC, 10,500 BC. Some people say a pole shift happened. Now, this is Graham Hancock speaking, and he said it was all natural phenomena. That's a lie, and I don't know if I trust Graham Hancock anymore. I don't know what he's doing anymore. I'm sorry. And I'm not saying that you should not listen to him or read his books, because he's right when we come to some stuff, some important information. But one thing that is very unsettling is the fact that he doesn't want to acknowledge that profound technology was used to create this pole shift. Then it is not a natural phenomena, but you use technology to start something who appear like a natural phenomena, but it is technology that is behind that pole shift. Then it's much more interesting to talk about what technology, what happened. And if the first cause is through technology, I consider it is technology who have caused the problem. Therefore, Graham Hancock doesn't lie, but he doesn't tell you the full truth. And maybe he doesn't know the truth. Maybe he is deliberately deceiving. I don't know. A pole shift happened, but they used technology to start that pole shift, to get it going. They manipulated the crust. And I will come back to that, I promise you, again. So this will be, I will go deeper and deeper into the details of this. So I present the full scope of it, and then we will talk about the details more and more as we go along. So please bear with me. I promise you I will give you details, what happened, and so on. So, what is this chariot all about? You have gods in chariots, right? But that is not what they're talking about. If you understand that they had technology from Atlantis time, then the chariot becomes a symbol, of course, for a much more profound technology. The Golden Age. All of this happened over centuries when the hundreds of Adamites lived together in close contact with the Elohim, just as the Greek myth described the famous Golden Age, when men and gods lived together. Some Adamites and the so-called gods lived and traveled together. The gods came down and united with women. The gods selected certain privileged people and treated them in a special way, and took them in their flying machines. And this is from the Bible. The flying machine. If we trust these ancient authors and pretend that what they told us is real, we will discover a period in the history of humanity when extraordinary things happened. Ezekiel, Elijah, and Zechariah tell of flying machines. Ezekiel, in particular, tells us of his travels with these flying machines. The Elohim lived long enough to be considered immortal, even though they were not. They were individuals who traveled on flying machines called Ruach, Kavod, Merkava, and Cherubim. These are not angels. It's a mistranslation from the Bible and misunderstand concept. Deliberately or not deliberately, doesn't matter. When you have understand that they are talking about technology here, then it all change, everything change. Especially when we come to the cherubim, right? Cherubim, you might remember that God put up a cherubim in front of heaven. Then that changed everything, if you think about it. It means that God put up a machine in front of heaven to keep you out. And it also means that the chariots is a symbol for a flying machine. So when we come back to the Kurukshetra, the battle where Arjuna is with Krishna in the chariot, of course they're not talking about the chariot with horses in front of them, but rather a flying machine. In card number 7 in the Major Arcana, you have a man sitting in the chariot, and the card is called the Chariot. On his helmet, he has a crab. It's the sign of Cancer. And the sign of Cancer looks like a 6 and a 9. He has a blue and red sphere in front of him. And of course, that's Jupiter and Mars. This is expansion to go over to the metaphysical. And the symbol here is that in order for you to go over to the metaphysical, to start the work, you have to sit in the chariot and learn how to start the journey. You are not in control of it. You are not in total control of it. You have to trust that it will lead somewhere. But the symbol is also expansion in matter, right? You can sometimes you have to trust that some plans will work, and you have to sit still in the boat, so to speak, to allow it to happen. This card is also about the Graal, the Sangreal, an Arthur legend that searched for a grail. And I will come back to that. And what we are searching for is the Sangreal. What we're searching for is a new bloodline in humanity. And if we want to create a new bloodline, we have to go over to the other side. We have to take the chariot over to the other side. It is on the other side we can start to get this holy blood pumping in our veins to transform our DNA, and our body, your temple, will start to vibrate in a different way. But you have to go over to the other side. And in the beginning of the journey, you have to trust. And who to trust? We all trust wrong people, right? They tell us if you go to the New Age rally, you will have some profound truth and so on. And you sit down in the chariot and you have a hope that this chariot will lead you somewhere, but it leads you nowhere. Therefore, we have to sharpen our intellect, our wisdom, and the most important part, your heart, your intuitivity. And I will take you on a journey in this chariot today, and I hope you will resonate with it, because there are many pitfalls. And don't trust everything you have heard. Lot of lies, lot of deceits. Therefore, before you choose your chariot, you need a clear vision in front of you. Otherwise, this chariot will take you to a dead end. And we don't have that time. When we get older, you have to take aim. You have to know the goal. You have to know that this chariot will take you to your goal, your image of what you want to achieve. The problem here is, of course, trust. Who to trust in this dire age, right? There are many people who want to mislead you, take your money, rip you off, fool you, playing games with you. So when can you trust? What chariot should you take? And can you trust the one behind the chariot? Because in the beginning, you have to trust to get going. One chariot will take you to Aldebaran, or try to take you to Aldebaran. Your aim is the Aldebaran. The fixed star Aldebaran is the eye of the bull. If you're into New Age, you'll think, yeah, this chariot, I want this chariot, and I trust the New Age people. They will take me to heaven. I will end reincarnation. I will go to the light. In the Aldebaran, the fixed star, you have some description of it. And one of them is image, God or a flying man. Prominent, shows great courage or great anger. This is very interesting. And we will come back to that, right? Because we know that the Archangel Michael is attributed to Aldebaran. Is Archangel Michael on your side, or is he a deceiver? Is the light, is the heaven something you want to aim for? If you search for a method for the light, you decide that, yes, I want to end reincarnation. I don't want to come back here anymore. You choose your method, you sharpen your metaphysical weapon, you have your method, you have your esoteric belief, and then you start to work on it. If you discover 20 years later that it was a false premise and you have come to a dead end, then you have wasted a lot of your time. King on earth. Krishna tells Arjuna, if he wins, he will become a king on earth. And should he lose, he will become a king in heaven, because he has performed his duty. So once again, this is a twofold path. The path of wisdom and meditation, and the path of action and work. Two different ideas. So let's examine this two paths. Path of wisdom and meditation. Do you want to end reincarnation? Then Aldebaran becomes your goal. Play This Is Heaven. You work with the tree of life. You work with the Elohim. Path of action and work. To reincarnate back in matter. You work with Sirius, or more specific, Sirius B. We will come to that. You work for a bloodline, a Graal, a Sangreal. Because when you start to do this work and you come back, you can inspire others to do the work with you, and they do the same method as you do, and then they start to program their body to resonate in a certain way. So they become a family, a more true family than the family you are born in, because you don't have much in common with them, probably. But this becomes your family, and you probably will be drawn to each other in the next lifetime, and you will continue the work from there. Sooner or later, you have started a new bloodline. This is the most dangerous knowledge there is. This is exactly what they don't want you to do. Because they want you to be wiped clean from memory. So you start over from zero all the time.
Mm-hmm. So they don't want you to start a new bloodline.
Exactly.
Through wisdom and through the work to actually metaphysically evolve.
Exactly. So, for example, in the Bible, you have the Christ, right? Now they have deliberately washed away all the profound truth, right? So they have distorted the truth here. But let's follow the real Christ, the Gnostic Christ. He came from a Sangreal, a holy bloodline, because he had a teaching. And that teaching went over to England and over to the Arthurian legend, who were relative to the Christ, the Gnostic Christ, the real Christ. And of course, they had to kill them off and distort the truth. And you have the 12 disciples, or the 12 around the round table, and you had the 13, Arthur or the Christ, to overcome this illusion of 12, the 12 zodiac, to overcome the illusion of reincarnate back without memory and start all over again, because they got you if you start all over again. Because of your short lifespan, and because you don't know who you are, and you have nothing programmed within your body. You work with the tree of death here, and the tree of death, the cliphotic tree, people say that's dangerous, that's dark. That is true. It's not for all. You need the right attitude. You need wisdom to go with it, and you need your heart. If you don't have that, you will not go very far in the tree of death, the cliphotic tree. If you take that path, you really have two paths from here. So this path of action and work leads to two different paths as well. Because you can say that, okay, I understand, but who is ruling this planet then? Who is wiping us clean? Who take everything from us? Maybe I should align with that force. Why not work for the one who rules this planet and align myself with this force, the Demiurge? And there you find the so-called esoteric elite. I call them the esoteric elite, not because they are more powerful than you necessarily, but because they have manipulated the masses to become docile slaves. And as long as they manage to do that, and as long as they are in control, they are the esoteric elite, according to me. Therefore, you have to do this for the right reasons. Otherwise, you will fall off and start to work for the wrong side, so to speak. You will start to work for the Demiurge. You will sell your soul to this faction. Therefore, you need your path, your goal clear in mind. And never go astray. So let's go into part 2. Now I will give you more information about the war. What happened during Atlantis time? Why did it end? Why are we in this mess to begin with? So in part 2, the ancestral dead, I'll talk about the history during Atlantis and up to the end of the last Atlantis period. Because we had many different Atlantis periods, well, more than one. And this is a huge chunk of time. And I tried to dissect it a little bit for you, so you have an idea of what we're talking about here. The war in heaven, you can read about it in the Bible, right? That's a big thing in the beginning of the Bible. There was a war in heaven. So I will quote the Bible here for a while. I hope you will follow me and bear with me a little bit, because it will be some quotes, but it's very important. If you start to see through the lies in the Bible and read it with another, if you read between the lines, you will have another reading of it, and you will start to see through the lies and why they have tried to use it as a propaganda tool against you, why they have twisted the truth in it. So you can still have good use of the Bible, so please don't discard it. Read it highly recommend you to read it. But read it with the right eyes, and you will see another narrative. So let's start with the Revelation, and this is the most interesting book in the Bible. This is from Revelation 12:7 to 12:8. Then there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought the dragon. The dragon and his angels fought back, but they did not prevail, and there was no longer any place for them in heaven. Therefore, rejoice, you heavens, and you who dwell in them. So there are some dwellers in heaven, if you can see between the lines here. Ezekiel 28:15 to 19. You exalted yourself because of your beauty and corrupted your wisdom for the sake of your splendor. I will cast you down to the earth in the sight of kings, and I will make a spectacle of you. Ezekiel 28:15 to 19. I will turn you into dust on the earth in the sight of all who see you. Everyone among the people who knows you will be appalled because of you. You will become a terror. From that time on, you will become nothing. Isaiah 14:12 to 15. How you are fallen from heaven, O shining star, son of the morning. You have been thrown down to the earth, for you said to yourself, I will ascend to heaven and set my throne above God's stars. Isaiah 14:12 to 15. I will preside on the mountain of the gods far away in the north. I will climb to the highest heavens and be like the Most High. Instead, you will be brought down to the place of the dead, down to its lowest depth. Now, who is fighting who and why? Right? And it seems to be a jumbling around with some text to convolute the real essence of the story here. But we can make sense of this. But we will have to read between the lines. So a couple of questions we have to ask ourselves. Who is winning and who is losing? A lot of manipulation and propaganda is going on here. The most evil of them trapped in the currents of Atlantis, a threshold of void. Some of them remains, the Elohim. The infrastructure in heaven is already in place. It is time to reconnect and take over the existing infrastructure with you in mind. So we are talking about a war in heaven, and we are talking about stars, and that some people will go over or overcome the stars. So the infrastructure in heaven is already in place. It is time to reconnect and take over the 16 infrastructure with you in mind, because this is a grid. And during this time frame of this war, the grid was already up and running. If you want to control Earth, you do it from heaven. If you want to control humanity, you own heaven and the term God. If they can convince you that they are the gods and you need them because you need order, and you can use that as an excuse to control you. You need order from a more powerful gods or something that came before that threaten your reality with chaos. And there were such beings, and I will talk about them we call them the Homo divinus. And I will tell you the time frame here. And it is between this Elohim and the Homo divinus this war was fought. But it is even more complicated than that. I will come back to that very soon, but have that in mind. Isaiah 14:12-15. I will preside on the mountain of the gods far away in the north. I will climb to the highest heavens and be like the Most High. Instead, you will be brought down to the place of the dead, down to its lowest depth. Something that challenged the gods that has to be put down here. The Homo divinus, our cousins. Let's say that that is true for now, and I will give you more details of this battle. Therefore rejoice, you heavens, and you who dwell in them, meaning that there are already some people or something in heaven. Who are they? And where is heaven? Because now heaven is closed, right? We have to close it because of this Homo divinus, our cousins who challenge the gods, who challenge the heavens, who challenge the infrastructure. I will cast you down to the earth in the sight of kings, and I will make a spectacle of you. They challenge the gods, and now they have to be taken down to a lower level, or down to earth, meaning stripped from some of the power they had. I will turn you into dust on the earth. You will become a terror from that time on. You will be nothing. For you said to yourself, I will ascend to heaven and set my throne above God's stars. Instead, you will be brought down to the place of the dead, down to its lowest depth. Now, this war is very complicated because it's not that easy. But you can use a lot of propaganda to convince you that you need this Elohim to keep you safe. Because look, this is your cousins. They will not tell you that, but that is the what they want to tell you. Like, that's the overarching theme here. You can become a threat. You can become like your cousins. So look, we don't want that. You need us to control you. You need us to control this earth plane from this chaos. Look what happened. So just to understand that some of these are titles and some are Elohim, we have to go back to the Bible and dissect it a little bit so we know what we are talking about. So you have this title Elohim, and among this Elohim, you have Elyon. And Elyon is the one above commander, leader. In the Anunnaki pantheon, that is Anu. Anu is the Elyon, but he is also an Elohim. He is Elohim, Elyon, Anu. You can view it as a corporation, because they are not gods, but they want you to believe they are gods.
Now, are they human type beings, or are they a different kind of being, like a reptilian? Or
they are a different kind of a being, but what you are saying now, Laura, is very important, because this is the misconception in the Bible. But I will come back to that, because you have an elite priest class, uh, under each god, you have an elite priest class worshipping that Elohim, or they are his, they acting out his plan here on earth for the Elohim.
Out of curiosity, would that be the original White Brotherhood?
Yes, it can be the original White Brotherhood.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
And it becomes more complicated because we have Enki. And Enki was an Anunnaki, Elohim. But Enki was a rebel. Enki is Lucifer, Prometheus, who stole the fire and gave to humanity because he fell in love with his own creation. Because he fall in love with us because of our ability to create art, music, beautiful sculptures. And that is something the rest is lacking. They have no spiritual spark. They are only logic, cold, calculating logic machine. And that's the difference between Enki and the rest of them. And that's the reason why Enki fall in love with his own creation, meaning us. Enlil is Enki's brother, and Enlil, Enki is the highest grades, like in this corporation. It is Enki and Enlil who act under Elohim Elyon Anu. Think of it as a corporation, then you will have the image in your mind. We are all familiar with corporation. You can understand that. So Anu is the head of this corporation. Under him was Enki and Enlil. Enki is like not defeated, but for now he has taken a big step back. Under them, you have Ninurta, you have Yahweh. We know him from the Bible, of course. You have Ishtar, Inanna. And Ishtar, Inanna is another rebel. And even though Ishtar, Inanna is the daughter of Enlil, he went over to Enki's side. And you will see that this family lines is not, they change sides. They are a lot like humans in this regard. Sometimes you're born in a family, you don't feel you belong there. Doesn't mean that you have to hate them, but you have more in common with your friends. And your friends doesn't necessarily have the same goal as your family have. And you might side with your friends when we come to, this is what I want to do with my life. This is more who I am than my family, who only want to work, have kids and die, and that's it. No, I think I have more in common with these people. This is exactly the case with the Anunnaki.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Before I ask it, hang on a second. So, David, I've got a question. Now, in the Bible, you have the names of these people that we know of, Noah, etc., Ezekiel, etc.,
Yeah.
Enoch. Now, are these the lineage of the Elohim? Are they the lineage of the Anunnaki?
No, but Noah, for example, is Nephilim, or was a Nephilim. Therefore, he was like an Enki upgrade. So he was not a human as such. On the other hand, we all have some Nephilim blood in us. We can have different, how much Nephilim blood is different between us, but we still have some Nephilim bloods in us. But of course, Noah was much purer Nephilim, like 100% Nephilim. Therefore, he was like he was on Enki's side from the beginning, and Enki saved him from the flood because Enlil wanted to drown all the Nephilim and the human race. Enlil wanted to end this. But the flood, the water should be understood as a memory wipe as well, and as a destruction of the Nephilim, and as the destruction of the Homo divinus I talked about before. Even though the Homo divinus had, during many, many thousands of years, they wasn't the same as they were from the beginning, but there were still some of them remaining. And all of this, they had to be put down. And I would go into that. But a lot of people in the Bible who worship these different Elohims have titles, and the titles is a priest class. Therefore, it's very easy to be confused. So, for example, Shedim, the term Shedim, is a low-ranking Elohim priest class, serving under a specific Elohim, or act out the God's will here on earth. So
And
these Elohim gods divided up the humans between them. You go to Yahweh, you go to Ninurta, you go to another god, and then they put them up against each other and fight wars and allow them to slaughter each other.
and the Homo divinus, now were they the human species here that were here before the Elohim came?
Yes, they were here at least a very long time. I think you could make the case that they were here before the Elohim came here. And they were very powerful.
And are these the humans that they wanted to keep out of the Garden of Eden? And that's why they designated the Garden of Eden as like that containment area to keep the Homo divinus out?
Very interesting thought. And yes, it can be like that because they were, you know, other races here. So when you hear about the elongated skulls, the giants, for example, the giants, some of the giants are the remnant of Homo divinus. When we talk about 20-foot giants, that kind of a size. When we talk about elongated skulls and stuff like that. And we have evidence of it, right? But they don't want to talk about it. For them, it doesn't exist because it doesn't fit their silly history narrative. But it's still there.
The ancient Egyptian royal lineage actually were known for having elongated skulls.
Yes, yes. And I think some of them, because the gene pool was very important for these people. So you had, of course, a mixture. As I said, also the Nephilim, you still have Nephilim blood within you. So therefore, if you curse the Nephilim, you also curse the part in that part in yourself. And the war, this is propaganda. And I will come to that, of course. And but there were many humanoid, different races on this planet, and technology. All of that is wiped away. Not all of it, right? Because sometimes we find evidence, we find elongated skulls, we find technology. But when we find it, they have a stupid explanation for that technology. The profound technology they found in Egypt, for example, like it was just a vase. It was they had some flowers in it, but it's part of a very complicated machine, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they have to explain it with silly things like that.
So the Nephilim and the Elohim are two different types of beings.
Yes, And I have a image of Jehovah, so I will show you Jehovah here
Ooh.
and how it looked like. So you will understand that the Elohim, they are not gods. That's very important, but they are not from here. But then you have in the Bible talking about Elohim, and sometimes I think it's confusing between the elite priest class acting out the will of the God here on earth. But sometimes in the Bible, the real Elohim come down and show his power and might here on earth to like threaten the human farm to do its bidding, or he want some sacrifice or whatever. Then he show up in person, and then he leaves them when they are in fear and terror. They know that the Elohim exists, their God exists, and he's all powerful. And if they don't do his bidding, they will be like wiped out. But sometimes I think it's also a confusion between the elite priest class serving under a specific Elohim. In the Bible, they have the title of Shedim, for example, but that Shedim is a low-ranking Elohim priest class. So we have more titles in the Bible that we might be confusing with other stuff. But the Nephilim came from Enki line. It was an upgrade. But remember that before this upgrade, you also have a very powerful human race called Homo divinus. And that is the giant, like 20-foot tall giants kind of size. And they are very old. And I think the last remnant of them was killed during the flood, if I remember correctly. Now we give you the time for the flood, and it's very close to 10,500 BC. So that is very true. That's a good direction. That's quite correct when it comes to the time frame. But what we are talking about here is this, and all these wars we are talking about now come to a conclusion in the flood. That's the epic end of a much longer time frame, a much long struggle between our cousins, the Homo divinus, and then later on the Nephilim, and later on also a war between the Elohim themselves. Because Enki fall in love with his creation, and he rebelled against his own race, Elohim. The Anunnaki, it was a war between them for a very, very long time. And yeah, so it's very complicated, but I can unravel this for you a little bit as we go along. I hope it will be clearer at least. The Elohim and the One Age of Atlantis. Remember One Age of Atlantis because they have many different ages of Atlantis periods. And the One Age of Atlantis, technology, dark magic. Our cousins, first race of man, Homo divinus. So what happened here, when I talk about dark magic in combination with our cousins, were they good, were they evil, what happened? They were the one who fought in the war in heaven. A flood came 10,000 BC, wiping Earth, like not clean, but cleaner, because the war was raging on after this wipe. after this flood. Some of the Nephilim survived the flood. And that is very important to understand, because that is what the Bible is all about. Most of the Old Testament is about this period of time. The time frame in the Old Testament is wrong. So on the other side, we have the Titans. And we have some brothers. You will recognize some of the names. And the Titans wage war against Elohim. And the brothers are Oceanus, Queus, Creus, Hyperion, Iapetus, Prometheus, Atlas, Helios, Kronos. And the sisters Thea, Rhea, Themis, Mnemosyne, Phoebe, Thetis. Now you may recognize a pattern already, and that is of course that some of these titans is really Elohim. So it's more like two different factions raging war against each other, but they are all Anunnaki and Elohim fighting among each other. This is the Enlil faction and the Enki faction. So it's a huge struggle among the Anunnaki Elohim gods. And this war is because of Enki, the rebellion. And Enki is Lucifer, and Lucifer is Prometheus. And you can see his name among the Titans. Prometheus. Therefore, this is the war in heaven. This is a war between the Elohim gods. But during this period of time, the Homo Divinus was also here on earth. This war raging on, and on earth you have this our cousins, the Homo Divinus. In theogony, in the Greek mythology, according to Hesiod's theogony, there were 12 original titans, and they called the war Titanomachy. The Titanomachy was a legendary 10-year war in Greek mythology between the Olympian gods and the older generation of titans for control of the universe. The Olympian gods, led by Zeus, ultimately triumphed, overthrowing the titans and establishing their reign. Right? They overthrew the titans and then they established their reigns, meaning that Enlil faction was victorious in this war. And you have the old generation of titans. But if you read the Sumerian mythology about the Anunnaki, you have an older generation of Anunnaki and a young generation of Anunnaki. But they are still Anunnaki Elohim. It's the same family. It's the same beings we are talking about. And these beings we have called gods. And in the Bible is all about these gods. And one of them in specific, Jehovah or Yahweh. But Yahweh is not the only God. That's a lie. That's a manipulation. There were many gods. And Yahweh was one of them. And if you read the Bible, it is right in front of your eyes. In fact, the Bible is not about the Creator at all. The Bible is about the Elohim, Anunnaki gods, and their manipulation of humanity and how they put together the cage we are in now. That's the Bible. It has nothing to do with creation. Maybe a few lines in the beginning of the Bible, let there be light, and that's it. The rest is a war declaration against humanity, and that's all there is to it. until the New Testament. The Old Testament in the Bible is about the war declaration against humanity, the manipulation, the propaganda to keep us in this cage we are in now. And no one will be able to convince me otherwise at all. Titanomachy again here. Oceanus remained neutral and did not fight against the Olympian gods. He was neutral. So among this Anunnaki Elohim family, he was neutral. Hyperion ended up in Tartarus, meaning the Titan Hyperion ended up in Tartarus. The Titan Iapetus ended up in Tartarus. Atlas was doomed to hold up the heavens. Prometheus was chained to the Caucasus Mountains. We all know that mythology. He was chained there by Zeus. They were the victor, and they are the one who have written the history. And it's very funny with the human race. We all agree on that the victor write history, but not in this case. They are very honest, these gods, for some reason I cannot understand. But everyone lies. Everyone who win a war lies and write the history except these so-called gods. They are honest. I beg to differ. Cronus ended up in Tartarus. And the sisters, Mnemosyne, she was one of the Titans who either aided Zeus or remained neutral, allowing her to retain her position and freedom after the war. But this should be taken with a huge grain of salt. It's not really true. Rather, you should understand that Zeus tried to control Mnemosyne. And with Mnemosyne, her sisters or daughters, the Muses. Because Muses is about art, creativity, poems, and so on. Therefore, you have to control that spark within the human heart or soul. Atlas is the Titan condemned to hold up the heavens or sky for eternity after the Titanomachy. Well, if you see Atlas, the fixed star, the star in heaven, the star Atlas is just below the Pleiades, the seven sisters. Therefore, Atlas was doomed to hold up the Pleiades forever on his shoulders. So Pleiades is the heavens. Metis, after the first Titanomachy, her nephew Zeus fell in love with the Mnemosyne, though she didn't want to marry him since he swallowed his previous wife, her niece Metis, mother of the goddess Athena. Greek goddess of memory, one of the Titans and the mother of the 9 muses by Zeus, she is the daughter of Uranus, sky, and Gaia, earth, and her name is derived from the Greek word for memory, Mnemosyne. And this is very important, because there is a war on our creativity. Because with creativity, you can imagine something new, that something can be different. A creative spark of insight can awaken your soul, your spark from within, to control art or to make everything look ugly. Modern art, movies, everything has to be ugly. Our houses, our buildings have to be ugly. It's a war against art in our age. And that makes us different from the Enlil faction, and that makes us very close to the Enki faction. So now we come to this Homo divinus. So the golden age, we call that period of time. And it's from 200,000 BC to 75,000 BC. That is the golden age. This is the age of the first race, the true Homo divinus. This is the era of the Hyperborean and early Atlantean civilizations. So this is not the last period of Atlantis. This is not last Atlantis, but an older Atlantis era. But you can see this is quite far away in history. So what happened? How could these giants be defeated? What happened? What is this war all about? Once again, we have to return to Enlil faction here and view this Anunnaki once again as a corporation, and you will have the idea. 75,000 BC. This is the beginning of the end. The Demiurge virus of the ego is introduced into the collective consciousness. It may have come as a psychic broadcast from the Saturnian mainframe. The first race, who had known only the Gnostic law of I am God, was introduced to a new and poisonous law. I am God and you are not. The age of cooperation ended. The age of empire, of competition, and of the lust for power over others began. They turned the Gnostic science from a tool of creation into a weapon of war. Meaning the Demiurgic manipulated the Homo divinus. Why? Because they have become a threat to the Demiurgic machine.
Now, are the Homo divinus, are they actually Hyperborean?
Yes, they come from that age of, at least that time frame, the Hyperborean, and you can make a case that they are the Hyperborean.
That makes sense, yeah.
So the quarantine, the great pruning, happened circa 65,000 BC. The cancer had metastasized. The first race had become a threat to the cosmic balance. The primal immune system of the void, the witch god's Hecate protocol, was triggered, meaning that the first blow against Homo divinus was not the Elohim, but the great old ones, the really old gods, Hecate and Dagon and the great old ones. Why? What happened? Because the Demiurge, and I want to really hammer home that Enlil is serving under the Demiurge. Therefore, the Enlil faction of the Anunnaki Elohim had poisoned the Homo divinus. They have manipulated them, so they started to use their great power to become a threat against the great old ones, meaning becoming a threat to cosmic law. Because the Elohim is not about cosmic law. The Elohim is about this solar system, and the boundary is not cosmos, it's like the fixed, the zodiac It's a part of the cosmos, like a matrix within the matrix, if you want.
Yeah, so it's like hijacking
Yeah,
this system, solar system, in order to quarantine and rule over it.
exactly. So Elohim, the Anunnaki, have hijacked part of cosmos by created the matrix within the cosmos, but this Homo divinus have become a threat to the cosmos itself, meaning a threat to the laws of this cosmos. And that is something that cannot be tolerated among the great old ones. But remember, it was the Demiurge, the Elohim, who have manipulated them to become this threat. Therefore, Hecate and the old gods the great old ones had to take action.
So were they a threat to destroying the
Yes.
hijacked matrix, and that's why they had to be stopped?
They were a threat not only to the hijacked matrix, but what's outside as well, to the structure of cosmos, to natural law, like the laws of this cosmos. If they destroy that law, or if they start to manipulate with that, the reality can implode and everything can be undone. And that is not something that the great old ones cannot accept. And here is the problem here now. Of course, Enki, Lucifer had have something to do with it, I think, but I cannot prove that. But I think they gave this Homo divinus some of that power, right? And now they can use that against them.
And when you say that they gave that Enki made, well, Enki was a geneticist.
Yes,
So what you're saying is that they amplified the DNA of the Homo divinus in order for them to access more metaphysical ability to be able to do this.
yes, exactly.
Okay.
But remember, it was never Enki's plan to make them corrupt, but make them more powerful. But you can use that against you if you against the Enki faction. If you start to manipulate them, if they start to lose memory of the fact that they have to accept others as gods as well. If you say so, if you manipulate and tell others that I am God and you are not, then you start to manipulate or twist their ego to become a threat. And now they can become a big threat because of the power they got from Enki. And you see how they use it against you all the time. And now they can use the same argument why they should not help humanity or why they shouldn't allow us to rise up. You see, you need us. And Hecate and the great old ones, they are like the cosmic law. Therefore, they are more indifferent to this war than like the Enki and Elif faction. Their main concern is to keep up the cosmic law. And if something threatens that cosmic law, they have to put it down because otherwise the cosmic law can be unmade or implode on itself. I hope I make some sense.
Yeah, and I'm curious. So the cosmic law that these older gods, these most ancient gods like Hecate, um, are a part of maintaining, is that cosmic law an actual, true, benevolent cosmic law, or is that a part of the hijacking?
No, that's benevolent. So they see that this hijacking has happened.
Hmm.
but they are kind of indifferent to it as long as this hijacking part of our universe doesn't become a threat to them. So
Oh.
in a way, they are a little bit indifferent to it,
Hmm.
as long as it stays as it is.
Hmm. Right. And it doesn't impair them. But if it's going
Exactly.
to impair them, then yeah, they
Then they
come
will
in.
take action. Yes, and that's also one reason for Enlil. Now we have more, like,
Hmm.
mental baggage to tell you that, look what happened.
Right.
Just keep this humanity down.
Hmm. Yeah, so they're
Just keep,
demonizing the Homo divinus. They're
yeah,
demonizing them and making them into the enemy
yes,
for actually trying to emancipate everyone.
yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
In the beginning, Homo divinus was not a problem. It was they, the Enlil faction, who manipulate them to become the threat.
Hmm.
But it's like, if you want to prove a point, look, we can make them into an enemy and a threat,
Hmm.
then it's better to keep everything down. And in the end, what Ellis said, let's drown everything. Let's just wipe everything out and there is no problem anymore. Now, he didn't really want to wipe out all humanity. That's a little bit of a lie because they need some humanity still alive because there's also their energy, gold harvesting product.
Right.
But what he says here is that Enlil wanted to wipe our memory clean. So we couldn't remember what we are talking about now. Because if you don't remember what happened before, you cannot have any say about it.
Hmm.
If you believe the atheistic materialistic paradigm, you think that you have to wait for nature to evolve you and that you were a stupid ape before
Hmm.
and nothing happened. And they got you.
Hmm.
But when I tell you this story, you see that you have a lot of options.
There's something implied here that I find very intriguing. Now, the illusion is that we think that the Elohim came here
Mm,
and have chosen to create this hijacking system matrix.
mm. Yeah,
But what I think may have happened is that they were sentenced here and had created this into a matrix for themselves because this is where they're actually imprisoned. So I don't think they came from a benevolent realm here and chose this. I think this may imply that they are the prisoners. So they have created a prison entirely of this matrix for us to be their fuel.
yeah, it's very complicated, and because you can make an argument that even the uh, Anunnaki Elohim gods are trapped here with us. They have like trapped themselves. So you have a higher power than the Elohim. The Anunnaki gods, the Enlil faction, serve a higher force than themselves. And that force, I call that force the Demiurge, and many do. But few understand what the Demiurge really is. But I will show you who the Demiurge is here with very clear and precise words. Therefore, the Elohim, the Anunnaki faction on Enlil's side, is like trapped with them here. And there are very sad truth here, many victims here. But remember that Enlil and that faction is more like calculating. They don't have heart. They don't have the creative spark. They cannot consider or imagine something different. And if you cannot imagine something different, you are caught, you are stuck. That is the reason why they try to convince humanity that we don't have any option. We should not use our creativity to be able to see that something could be different. And that's the reason why Zeus, Marduk want to control Mnemosyne and the Muses, the creativity spark, to hold it from us. That could give us insight and a new idea of what we can become. But the Homo divinus existed here before this matrix was put in place, proving to you, or should prove to you, that they could exist without this prison bars around them. Rather, the problem came with the Elohim and the Anunnaki. So when they try to convince you that you need this matrix, they are lying. Because Homo divinus could exist without it, then we can exist without it as well. But they will try to tell you, when people start to wake up, then all the propaganda will come about, and they will try to convince you that if you destroy this mainframe, you also implode the laws of reality. No, if you implode the great old one's cosmic law, you implode reality, and you cannot exist. But you can exist without the Elohim and their machine god, the Demiurge. But they will try to convince you that you cannot, and they need this mainframe put in place to control you, contain you, use and abuse you. And if you fall for that, you will be stuck here on this farm forever. Nothing wrong to be stuck here, but we don't need them, and we don't need their machine. That's the difference. For you said to yourself, I will ascend to heaven and set my throne above God's stars. If we trust these ancient authors and pretend that what they told us is real, we will discover a period in the history of humanity when extraordinary things happen. And I come back to that now. And I want to hammer it home because that is exactly the truth. So just allow it to be true for now. You don't have to believe everything I tell you here today. Feel it in your heart. Decide, discern for yourself. But please see all the presentation all the way through, because I will give you the full picture of it before you decide for yourself. And I'm not here to tell you what you have to believe in, because I'm not a religion. If you don't feel it resonate with your heart, then there is no use if it is true or not anyway. Because this is not an historic, I don't just want to give you the history narrative. I want you to rise up and take back what's yours. This is a declaration of war. So if you don't feel this in your heart, doesn't matter if you believe me or not, I don't care. Ezekiel, Elijah, and Zechariah tell of flying machines. Ezekiel, in particular, tells us of his travel with these flying machines. For you said to yourself, I will ascend to heaven and set my throne above God's machine. Because it's a cherubim, and a cherubim is a machine. I do not care if you don't understand that. That is what it is. It's a machine. It's not a fluffy angel. It's not. It's a completely different thing. But there is some truth to this angel wings and eyes. And I will show you the cherubim in front of you later on in this presentation. You will face the cherubim. I will show you Jehovah. The 15 Behenian fixed stars. Among them, you have the Aldebaran, and that's the bullseye that leads to the Pleiades, who are behind the bull. And the bull is Taurus, of course. And Aldebaran, the fixed star, is on his back. So if you follow Aldebaran and you go through the bullseye, you end up in Pleiades. The star cluster Atlas holds on his shoulder the heavens. But you have another fixed star, you have Sirius, and on that fixed star, you also have Sirius B. And Sirius B is much smaller, black, dense star, like a black hole. And you have Algol. Algol is important. Some black magicians use Algol, or some magicians use the fixed star Algol to enhance their magic in matter. So it's become like, if you use baneful magic, you use the Algol, the fixed star Algol, to make it more baneful. Couple of names that is very important for you to remember here is Noah, Enoch, Elijah. And I will tell you who Enoch is. If you follow this through, you will know exactly who Enoch is. Because he's not a good person. Noah is not a good person. Or should we say, Noah is not a good Nephilim. Elijah is not a good person. This is propaganda. Enoch, Elijah was like elite priests under a certain Elohim, acting out the Elohim's will here on earth. Noah was a failed Nephilim. He sold out his own race, and I will talk about it later on soon. This is the people you should worship or look up to. They're all enemy to the human race, all of them. Terrible people, nothing to worship, nothing to look up to. Only propaganda. And remember, the Bible is a propaganda for the Elohim, for the Enlil faction Elohim, and nothing else. And Enkiline is evil, Lucifer is evil, Prometheus is evil, and you should side with the Elohim, and the Elohim Jehovah is the one they have decided that you should worship. And he is a horrible creature all the way through.
So are you going to explain who Enoch actually is?
Yes.
And Elijah. Okay, great.
So I will go very deep into Enoch, not very, but I will show you who Enoch is, and also Noah, and what function they had as an elite priest class under a certain Elohim. What service did they do for their gods here on earth? What order did they have, and what order did they take and go along with? Of course, Enoch was a very, very like ordering follow priest. Enoch was a terrible person. He worked for Jehovah. And Jehovah worked for Enlil. So you have in this corporate structure, you have Enlil, and under Enlil you have Jehovah and other Elohim gods, right? So think of it as a corporation. But Enlil is the highest, not highest, but Anu have like withdrawn. So think of Enlil more than Anu, even though Anu is the Elyon, but he is not like to be seen. Enlil is not either to be seen as in a body, but Jehovah can be seen as in a body, as in a dense body. Enlil is more like an much hard to have an image of Enlil, but when we come down to this level of Anunnaki Elohim, Jehovah, then we can have an idea, can have a meaningful image of that Elohim, and I will show you. As I show you now, for example, this is the cherubim. And you see thousands of eyes, you see some metal, but that metal is morphing into different shapes. And of course, this is part 3, the cherubim. And I will start to go into the cherubim and what it's all about here in this chapter. But I will go even deeper into the function of this cherubim later on. But you can understand when people in the Old Testament saw this kind of a creature, or like morphing metal, a combination of metal eyes, like can take different shape, come and go through different dimensions and so on. It's very hard for them to get a grasp of what they are seeing. And in a way, I tell you that Enoch and those people are very evil. Of course, there is very easy to fall for this manipulation if creatures like this show up. Of course, you watch them, you see them as gods.
Yeah, they wouldn't have understood that they're a machine
No.
and a technology.
Exactly. They couldn't wrap their mind around what they were seeing. And that's the reason why I tell you it's hard to show a picture of Enlil, because it's hard to wrap our mind around the image of Enlil. But we can wrap our mind around the image of Jehovah, because Jehovah comes much closer to us. Then it starts to hit the surface.
That's an amazing description of the cherubim.
Yeah. And it is, all of this is mind-boggling, and I will go deeper and deeper into this. Please bear with me. And as I said, if you don't feel it resonate with your heart, I don't care if you agree or not. The important here, if you don't feel anything, I want you to feel this resonate with you. I want you to wake up.
The eyes on the cherubim. Now, would this also be why the all-seeing eye here is so prevalent?
Yes, I think the all-seeing eye is like the Elohim see through the metaphysical into matter, and you are under the watchful eye. And very often the all-seeing eye is attributed to Marduk, according to me. And Marduk is working for Enlil faction. But Marduk was a son of Enki. But Marduk said, I see the logic in what Enlil is saying and what Enlil stand for. Control, boundaries, prison walls. The terrible chaos that can come from creativity and art was nothing Marduk wanted. He wanted structure and order. Therefore, he parted with Enlil's side, even though he wasn't a son of Enki. And you can read about it, and he struggled with Ishtar Inanna, for example, because Ishtar Inanna was born from Enlil's side, but started to go over or went over to Enki, Lucifer's side. And view this as in family here among us, the human race. You're born into family. It doesn't mean that you are like your brothers and sisters or your parents. Very often, especially if you're a Cain, if you're a creative person, you feel different. I don't feel like, why this family? I don't have much in common with them, but I have more in common with my friends over there. I can talk about esoteric stuff with them. I can talk about art, and I'm not that interested in sport and shit like that.
Me too.
You know what I mean? This is the same thing among the Anunnaki Elohim. Even though they are born in a certain family, it doesn't mean that they agree with them. Many Anunnaki Elohim gods do. I say gods now, but it's only because you have to understand they are not gods. But they are the ones our Old Testament is all about. And the Old Testament in particular is about Yahweh. And Yahweh is under Enlil in the corporate order of things. And Enlil is under another force, and we call that force the Demiurge. Aldebaran Pleiades, he drew out the man, and at the east of the Garden of Eden he placed the cherubim and the flaming sword, which turned every way to guard the way of the tree of life. They were individuals who traveled on flying machines called Ruach, Kavod, Merkava, and cherubim. Cherubim is more like a mainframe on a flying vehicle, like a machine on a flying machine, like a computer or an AI firewall that can morph into different shapes, and they can take form. Whatever this specific star system or the origin is a matter of various traditions, but the core concept holds. The Elohim were not of this earth. They were off-world entities, a colonizing or terraforming force. This was not a paradise of blissful ignorance. It was a physical location with root-level access. It was the server room, the reality where trees physics were more malleable and the source code was directly accessible. Humanity humanity in its alpha build was Adam, and the number of Adam was 45. So here you have, we talk about a physical location with root level access. It is a paradise we're talking about. And I would say that this paradise is located somewhere in the Pleiades star cluster. But it was a real place. And you talked about it as well, Laura. It is a laboratory. Aldebaran Pleiades and Christ. This ritual is of no little importance. From the custom of anointing someone derives the concept of Messiah, which literally means the anointed one. This idea is then passed on to the New Testament. The very term Christ, Christos, means anointed one, and refers to the word root, Messiah, the Messiah. This term has evolved over the centuries to take on a symbolic meaning. When 2 drops of oil were poured on someone's head, he was considered anointed as a king or a special messenger. He was a Messiah. But let us look more closely at the meaning behind the word Messiah. So, in Latin, you have the term messier, and messier is another word for Pleiades. So you have the term Messier 45 for Pleiades. And you remember that Adam's number was 45 because he comes from the Messier, the Pleiades. Christ is also considered to be a Messiah because the hijacked version of Christ wanted to go to heaven, to end reincarnation and go back to his father. That's the lie, of course, but that's the narrative they want to push on you. The Christ was the Messiah, and he wants to go back to heaven or end reincarnation, to go back to his father. And his father is, of course, Enlil Jehovah. That's the lie. 4 plus 5 equals 9, as in Messier 45, and 4 plus 5 equals 9. If you count from 1 to 9, meaning 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, all the way to 9, you end up in 45 again. And 4 plus 5 equals 9 again. If you take 9 times 2, you have 18. And if you take 1 plus 8, it becomes 9. If you take 9 times 3, it becomes 27. 2 plus 7 becomes 9. 9 times 4 equals 36. And 3 plus 6 is 9. And on it goes. Meaning, if you take this path, they will spit you back, wipe you clean, and you have to start all over again. Wiped clean with no power, and onto the farm you go. Because this is how they farm you. If you aim for the light, the cherubim will chew you up and spit you out. And you will come crashing down to earth again as a wiped clean soul. With no power, no memory. And you will enter this farm. And they will feed on you. And this is their excuse. The Homo Divinus becomes their excuse. Look, we need this. You need this machine. This is the perfect prison, and we feed on you. But that part they don't want to tell you. But I think if it is not clear by now that they take away a lot of children who will never come home again, then I don't know what to tell you. The information is out there. Even though if you don't want to go this far, the information starts to reach out for the one who want to know. Aldebaran played this Christ. The Christ was crucified with 3 nails. And in Hebrew, the letter for nail is Vav, and the number is 6. According to Kabbalah, you're supposed to go from 6 to 9, or the 9 is the heavenly energy, that you go from 6 to earth, earthly energy, dense matter, to 9 to become a more spiritual energy. Then you go from 6 to 9 and you have the number 69, the chariot, if you remember the crab on the helmet, the sangreal, But this is a trap once again, right? So you have 6, 9, 6, 9, 6, 9, because there is 3 nails. You go from 6, 9, from earth to more uh, refined spiritual energy. But 6 plus 9 is 15. And you have 3 nails become 45 because the Christ was Christed and crucified to join his Father in Pleiades because he was the Messiah. He went from 6 to 9. You don't want to go from 6 to 9. The living firewall. Their bodies are a confluence of polished brass, inside and out. This is not for sight in the human sense. It is a matrix of universal sensors, perceiving all timelines, all possibilities, all infractions against the divine code they are programmed to uphold. They are a living firewall, keeping you out from paradise heaven and to spit you out back. The cherubim machine is a Valis. K. Phil Dick's science fiction books, he mentioned the Valis. That is very close to what it is. And I think he had a lot of interesting downloads and insights. And I think he stumbled upon some real truth in his books, in his science fiction books.
He was mind-blowingly brilliant instrument receiving information that, yeah, very interesting case with him because of, how he ended up at the end being removed,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. Yeah, he knew a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And you can argue if he had some downloads, if he, was an esoteric person who communicated with some spirits, or if he had just artistic inspiration, insights.
Mm-hmm.
And this is exactly why they don't want you to be creative. Like they have to take away the muses, and the Menemosyne and Zeus did that. And Zeus is Marduk, and Marduk is under Enlil because he parted side with Enki, his son, and went over to Enlil because he viewed the logic of the cage as a, art and creativity can set you free because you can see something new outside of this prison. If you are a real artist, I'm not talking about like the phony baloney artists of today. Some of them, not all of them. There are some good artists for sure. So please don't hate me. But a lot of, you know what I mean, they try to.
Generic counterfeits.
Yeah. There are fewer and fewer real artists.
Mm-hmm.
So let's view how the moon really looks like under the haze, because it's the haze around the moon that keeps you from seeing the truth. And this is when the moon was newly built, 150,000 years ago. Now, it might look similar under the haze because what you see on the moon is a haze that keeps you from seeing the true shape or the true appearance of this machine, because it's not a natural satellite, but it was put there 150,000 years ago. They took an asteroid from the blown up Tiamat, who became the asteroid belt. They took one of them and hollowed it out and put technology on the moon as a watchtower for our prison. And this is the last part of the solar system you see before they throw you back through reincarnation, howling towards our planet. Wiped clean, processed, and back on the farm. The consolidation of victory. The Wardens begins the final phase of the Earth project. They construct and install their great watchtower, the moon, forged from the bones of Tiamat's daughter, the moon, 115,000 BC. And some indigenous people, shamanistic people, remember a time without the moon, and I believe them. Because it wasn't there all the time. But it was put there in perfect orbit. It is a part of the Demiurge machine. And when we talk about the Demiurge machine, we talk about the thing that rule above the Elohim, the Anunnaki gods, on Enlil's side. And it is, as you have start to understand, it is a machine, an artificial intelligence that rules over the Elohim, the Anunnaki. So we come to part 4, my grandfather Noah, and now I want you to understand who Noah is, because that's very important. If you don't understand what happened with Noah, you will not understand the Old Testament. Because this is a big part of it. There's a reason why the flood comes very early on in the Old Testament. The rest is an echo of this incident. So let's examine the common narrative about the time frame, and then I will tell you the real time frame of this incident. Using traditional biblical chronology, this would place the flood around 2348 BC. Some interpretations, particularly those considering differences in early biblical text, suggest it may have occurred around 3158 to 3298 BC. The Bible indicates Noah was 600 years old when the flood began, and he lived for 350 years after the flood, making his total lifespan 950 years. This will place his birth around 2970 BC. Well, that's what they want you to believe, right? Remember, this is stupid, right? Because they used the flood, Enlil used the flood to wipe our memory clean and to kill off the Nephilim and to make humanity into a docile, easy farmed creature they can use and abuse forever. They came to mine gold, right? The Anunnaki came to mine gold. That is not physical gold. I asked, how stupid can people be? I don't know. The gold they came for is your gold. It is your energy. It is true they use some gold for the infrastructure, but that is not what they're talking about. Therefore, when they created this flood narrative, and of course, as always, they do a good job of it. But when you start to see through the illusion, you also see the profound stupidity in it, right? The narrative is that the flood was 10,500 BC, but they cannot tell you that because it shouldn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, they have to push it much more closer in history, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they tell you the purpose behind the flood at the same time. It is to wipe your memory. And they do it because they wipe the history, because they wipe the real narrative clean, the real truth clean with this water. With this story, they take you away from the real, obvious truth they don't want you to see. And of course, that is that the flood was 10,986 BC, and that was the end of Atlantis. Then you have some minor floods, like 5,600 BC, the Black Sea Deluge. That is interesting, because that's very close to the war in Bhagavad Gita. And if that's true, maybe that war had something to do with the Black Sea Deluge, but that's not the Noah flood. And Noah did not live 100 BC. Noah did not live 2348 BC. But if you want to uphold that idea, you can view this as separate floods or one and the same. Are they connected? In a way, yes, because they all create an illusion that they don't want you to see through. They want you to argue about if it is it the Black Sea Deluge, is it another flood, what flood is it? As long as you don't uphold the possibility that Atlantis could exist and that the flood ended Atlantis and that Noah really lived in that time frame and he was a Nephilim himself. Are they connected? Natural phenomena are created, and I have already stated that they use technology to get the flood going. And it was a pole shift, but they made this pole shift through, it happened because of technology. What technology did they use? They used the moon. They tilted the moon, very subtle, created the water because the moon have an impact on the ebb and flow of this planet, and also created a pole shift. They used the moon as a weapon against us. But if you don't understand, if you refuse to understand that the moon is not a natural moon, then you cannot take this leap I am telling you now. So if you don't want to allow that to be true, that the moon is artificial, then you cannot take the next, then you cannot understand what happened, really understand, according to me. And that is, they use the moon against us as a weapon.
And the Hopi talk about remembering before a time when they didn't have a moon and that the moon was dragged here, that it was brought here.
Exactly. And you should listen to them. They are not stupid because they don't have ugly fucking houses as we have. Because they live in harmony with nature doesn't mean that they are stupid. They are shamans. They are esoteric people. They have some profound communication with spirits. They have esoteric abilities as well.
Yeah, they're earth guardians.
Yeah. So maybe you should take them more seriously. I mean, maybe they try to tell you something.
Yep. And that's also why you can see that the effect that the moon has in people is something that is easily manipulated.
Exactly. There you have it.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
However, one warning here is that some people believe they cannot work with the moon at all because it's not natural. That is not true because the stone, the asteroid, was taken from
Yeah.
Tiamat, and Tiamat was a main hub of the rebellion.
Mhm.
You still have that energy blueprint on the moon, even though they have hollowed it up, even though they have put technology on it. You
Mhm.
still have that spark energy of rebellion still on the moon if you know how to access it.
Brilliant.
So don't throw that out. It's another propaganda. Don't allow them to take everything from you. Tiamat was a planet. You had Lilith on that planet, for example. And Lilith is the dark side of the moon. Therefore, you have the Lilith energy, the feminine, the dark feminine, because you have to go into the darkness. You have to find the dark side of the moon, and you can find that. Don't make it into an excuse not to do the great work, because then you will not come very far. But what it means is that we have to go through some darkness and some terrible memories in history and collective memories of what has happened in our solar system. And take it back. I know it's dark, it's terrible, but you have to face it all. So the flood, just to sum it up a little bit, 10,986 BC, end of Atlantis. There you have the date. I cannot go into months and weeks and hours, but still you have the year. Noah was a Nephilim, and this is very important. And you said it before. When you asked me in the Atlantis and the Watches in the Days of Noah presentation, who was Noah? Because I feel he's not a human. Noah was a Nephilim. And that's very important if you want to understand what happened in the Old Testament after Noah. And no, Noah didn't build an ark, a stupid boat. He built a submarine. And you can understand that if you understand that the time frame is wrong. This happened 10,986 BC, and you still have technology from Atlantis around you. This was before the destruction of Atlantis. Nama was on board, and Nama was carrying the spark of Lucifer with her. What does it mean? Enki, the Lucifer side, knew that Enlil would wipe humanity clean from memory and soul and spark, meaning fracture our DNA. 22 strands of dormant DNA was fractured, our memories wiped clean, horrible memories, collective memories. Humanity was fractured completely. You have to understand this was global in scope and in damage on the human soul and spirit. And Lucifer knew that he had to reignite humanity, give us a method how to ignite the 22 strands of dormant DNA that will be shattered during this deluge. And it was Enki who told Noah to build this submarine ark because he wanted to save him. Remember now, and this is important, that Noah was a Nephilim, meaning that they were an upgrade Enki had attended to himself. And Enlil wanted to drown them. doesn't mean that there were no humans as well, and we was there as well. And as I said, we was struck with this. The reason why to take away our spark, our soul, was that Enlil saw that we had the possibility to become like the Nephilim and even go further and become like the Homo Divinus. We have that spark within us. We had that spark. We still have it because of Lucifer and Nama, who took that spark, the fire from the gods, the fire that Prometheus stole from the Olympians, Anunnaki, Elohim, to give to humanity, was because he didn't want us to end up as a slave race forever under Enlil. With our fractured DNA, with our memory wiped clean, and the collective conscious fractured from the sheer scope of terror from this incident. He wanted us to be able to rise up, to plant that spark. And you can call it the spark of esoteric method, how to reignite the 22 strands of DNA that was shattered within us because of the flood.
And you said Nama was carrying, she was carrying a child, or what?
I would say she was carrying this spark within her. Could be a child, who knows? It can also mean that by interbreed with us, with this spark within her, she started to create a
new
race.
line, right?
Yeah, a new line. But it could be either or. But Noah was not a good person. And this doesn't mean that all Nephilims are good. There is some truth to that. Nephilim are like us. Not all humans are good. Some people betray you. Some people are evil. And after the flood, the Nephilim started to be fractured themselves. Remember, they were also in this period of time. They saw the destruction. They lived it. Some of the Nephilim was fractured as the human race was fractured because of the terror. And Noah was one of them. He survived the flood, but his mentality was fractured because of the ordeal. And he became a betrayal. He betrayed the rest of the Nephilim. And I will go into that incident. And he was the cause for the extermination of the Nephilim after the flood, meaning extermination of the Nephilim who survived the flood. Many drowned, but some remained. And now a purge had to happen, because they didn't want any of these giants to survive the flood. Remember, Enlil's plan was to wipe it all clean, with no possibility for us to rise up.
Was his wife Nama involved in the betrayal as well, or did she support?
Yeah, it's not clear if Nama was his wife or Noah, but it's clear that Nama was one of the Nephilim who came on board, or who was allowed on board. And remember that Lucifer, Prometheus, means foresight. So if you are a creative person, you can have an imagination of what can happen. I do A, my enemy do B, I do C, therefore my enemy do D, therefore I have to do E. And that is what Zeus wanted to understand his Prometheus, his foresight. Prometheus means foresight. So he sent an eagle to peck at his liver every morning to have access to his soul and memory. Now I have a wonderful lady in my tarot course. She said she is very close to the Caucasus Mountain, and she had a vision of a red dragon, and they ripped the wings off the red dragon, and they like mined the red dragon for information. And that is Lucifer. That is Prometheus. He is the red dragon. That is what happened. Zeus tried to rip his memory out from him because he wanted to see what Prometheus knew or had the foresight to see.
That's what they
Zeus,
hate about us, because we have
yeah,
that unlimited eternal ability. There's nowhere we can't go. There's nothing we
exactly,
can't see. There's no limitation. And they have a limitation. So
exactly,
that's why they have to control or diminish, hence all the hijacking and the editing of the genome to control your consciousness and what you're able to access.
exactly.
Hence the dormant DNA, like the 22 strands that are dormant. That's all to keep you from your own ability.
I agree. And that's the reason for the Muses and the Menemisina and why Zeus control them. Like he's not a loving father. He's a controlling father, like forced the mother to marry him kind of a deal to have them close to him because he don't want you to have access to art, creativity, and the spark. He don't want you to be able to imagine something without outside the cage. He cannot have any use for it because he doesn't have any creative spark. He's all logic, cold, calculating, machine, logic. He's one with the Demiurge, one with the Enlil faction. But he wants to keep it from you. And Zeus chained Prometheus, Lucifer, Enki, and tried to extract the memory. He wanted to see what Prometheus, Lucifer, Enki know or knew, and that was that Nama would be able to go over with the spark, meaning Nama and Noah will survive the flood through the submarine Enki have instructed them to create. And that spark is still within the human race today. It's not too late, but time is running out. That spark is what they want to take from you permanently. That's the reason why they want to connect you to the machine. Because they fear that spark.
David, did you hear there's been many accounts of Nephilim? I mean, I'm talking about real Nephilim that have been
Yeah.
the military has been like, killing some of them, but they're found in a lot of these mountainous regions. We've
Yeah.
had more than a couple behind where I live where the military went in. And these are, 20 foot, 25 foot, they call them Nephilim. And they're popping up all over the place, right? North
Yeah.
America, South America, Europe, Russia.
Yes. It wouldn't surprise me, for example, what people doesn't understand is that 30% of all structures is on a surface level. 70% of all the structures is on the bottom of the sea or in tunnels. meaning it is twice as much structure that we don't have access to as it is on our surface level. What is under these tunnels? What is on the bottom of the sea? Have they managed to gather DNA from the Nephilim? Have they awakened some of them? Have some of the Nephilim be able to escape down into tunnels? Because they are huge. They are not small caverns, but they
Hmm.
are endless of tunnels.
Hmm. Yeah, and it just seems more and more popping up.
Yeah,
You've got a lot of incredible accounts.
yeah.
There's one that has been spotted about an hour and a half from where I live on this side.
Oh,
Another two of them spotted in the Rocky Mountains behind me, where the Canadian military called in the
yeah,
US military to come in and deal with it.
yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all because remember, if you got the idea that the surface level
Mm,
where we living is all there is,
mhm,
you just draw the wrong conclusion. It is
mhm,
endless of tunnels underneath you from Atlantis time and beyond.
mhm.
This is the reason why it's important for you to understand that we have cousins called Homo divinus, and already back then they started to drill tunnels.
Mhm.
But if you believe that there didn't exist anything back then, only stupid animals, no one could build these tunnels and they shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
So, therefore, to control the history narrative is crucial for them. That's how they control you. When you realize that there are structures in the bottom of the sea, very old, 100,000 years old, and tunnels underneath you, then you can start to understand that a lot of things can hiding in these
Mm.
tunnels.
So, do you think that these, what we're witnessing in these Nephilim, these 25-foot, 30-foot beings,
Hmm.
are the survivors that have been hiding out in these cave systems, maybe in stasis or something?
Yeah, I think some of them can be
I mean,
it can be like
that would imply that they would live for thousands of years.
yeah, some of them had long lifespans. You have
Mm,
Noah, for example. He according to the Bible, he was 950, but you
mhm,
shouldn't fall for that lie either, right?
mhm,
If you talk about there are beings that can be much older that keep it at that.
mhm,
Uh, but remember, they can have children as well in those tunnels. What I'm trying to tell you is that there are such huge caverns
mhm,
and tunnels underneath you that they have drilled from technology, more high technology than we have today, underneath us
mhm,
from very old tunnels. Therefore, but you have to go, you have different stratas. You have the
mhm,
DAMS military bases, and under them you often find tunnels from Atlantis time. Under the Atlantis tunnels, you find the tunnels from the Lemuria time, very old, where Homo divinus reigned. And
Oh, yeah, there's evidence that there are entire systems that have
yeah,
been man-made
yeah,
over 1 million years ago.
yeah, there are a lot of things underneath us.
Mhm,
But it can also be that they have managed to, you know, take some DNA from a Nephilim and somehow they escaped from the military base or
mhm,
wherever. Hard to say. But
yeah,
what I see in the Nephilim now, what you see on the surface now, is not the original Nephilim, but a very traumatized
mm,
race from the flood, what happened after the flood, and from the fact that humanity is hostile towards them.
yeah,
Because humanity have bought into the propaganda that humanity is good, Nephilim is bad,
mhm,
and it's such a nonsense.
And that's if these are Nephilim, because I don't know if they're Nephilim. They could have been another giant type of species that is not written about, because none of them are good that they've been found. They're vicious. They seem really like reprobate and deranged in the accounts that are given of like what has been witnessed by these military people. So I don't know if they're actually Nephilim, but they are a giant of 25 to 30 foot.
Yes, let's say like this. The Nephilim we are talking about now was not deranged, stupid giants. They were very smart, very powerful, both in height, in stature, and in magic.
Yeah.
They were very powerful warriors. Didn't always be huge or big, but they were mighty in power and strength. But some of them were very big.
So the Divinas, Homo Divinus, they were giant sized.
Yes, they were giant sized. They were at least 20 feet tall, most of them.
Yeah.
And we have different races of Nephilim as well, and we can read about it in the Bible. And I will mention some of the different races of the Nephilim, and I will point to the places in the Bible that mention them, or I'll point out where you can read about it. But as you said, a lot of things can have happened. We don't know if our military or some elite humans have made some genetic experiment. Because remember that their history is a lie. How long have they had ability to, for example, clone? How long have they been able to clone people? How long have they had computers? The narrative they put together for us is always a lie.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this, the silly idea that you had this stupid Swede flying a plane. I'm from Sweden, so I can say stupid Swede, right? I'm allowed to. The stupid plane over the ocean, and he was like a hero. It's just to show the humans that look how great, now we can fly. In matter of fact, they have always been able to fly in one form or another. But
Exactly.
now they have to show you that in the open, because they have to control the narrative. When they know that the cameras start to pop up beginning of like 1900, even 1800, right? But the cameras start to be quite good.
Yeah.
Let's say 1920. They know it will be very hard to keep the lie that no flying machines will be around. But let's control the narrative. Okay, tell them we have some stupid planes, but keep the more profound stuff in the background. They will be like amazed by this stupid flying machine.
Right. And if they keep doing resets and they relegate you back down to a much more primitive state of living, then you don't ever have anything to document any of this technology, because now you're back to, the beginning stages of civilization. So it's a really good way to, control a population. And
It's perfect.
Where in this all, where did the Neanderthal and the Cro-Magnon fit into this whole?
Yes. So we had more primitive hominid as well. So it's not like, so you had more humanoid-like creatures for sure. So a lot of more stuff has happened. For example, when they threw out Cain from paradise, there were some people already there, right? Who were they?
Yeah, and it, this was, for all accounts, a genetic laboratory, an experimentation zone So you see a lot of these Australopithecus afarensis, Africanus,
Yeah,
Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon. You see all these species just coming
yeah,
suddenly, and then they disappear, and then it's
yeah,
replaced by a new one. No
yeah.
explanation.
No, exactly. No, exactly. There were much more different. There were many different
Hmm.
humanoid species, and many of them died out and
Or were killed
were
purposefully
killed
to
out.
start.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Hmm.
And but they cannot tell you the real history because that's how they control you. Therefore, we have to. We came from primitive or not apes, but an
Hmm.
ape-like creature, and then evolution and all of that nonsense. And
Ridiculous.
that's the perfect manipulation because if you fall for that lie, then you wait for nature to evolve you. And if you want to wait for nature to evolve you, you will wait forever.
Yep.
What can you do? I have to wait for 100,000 years to be any wiser or to change. And I die 100 years from now, I'm ash. So just
Hmm.
hope that's what's the point?
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So an order from Yahweh, and that order was was for the extermination of the Nephilim, the ones who have survived the flood. This cannot be allowed because I was supposed to wipe clean earth. As you said, this was a reset to take back humanity into a primitive state so they can control the farm again because the Nephilim had made a mess. Because of an early time in history, the Homo divinus had made a mess. And as I said, the Ark was not a boat, but a submarine. And this cannot make sense if you buy the history narrative they have tried to sold to you. Because then they were quite stupid 2300 or 3000 BC. What are you talking about? They couldn't build submarines 3000 BC. They were stupid. Don't you understand what I'm trying to tell you? No, I don't. I think it's a garbage lie. But now it starts to make sense. If you can uphold the idea that Atlantis was a high-tech period, history period, and that he had to build the submarine to escape the flood, who were produced or they used the moon to create this flood scenario. And of course they want to convince you that the moon is a natural satellite. But many have written books about it, who created the moon. A lot of people question it, and if you do, you're stupid. You're nuts. Of course, the moon is natural. Uh, it's, it's perfect put in place. It covers the sun completely. It's like only coincidences, right? Only coincidences. Of course. He walked with the gods. Ha Elohim. The original Hebrew text, however, contains a determinative article before the word Elohim. Ha Elohim. that is arbitrarily left out in the traditional translations. The correct translation would be, he walked with the God. Let us not forget that the Hebrew article has no distinction between singular and plural. So another correct translation could be, he walked with the gods. He walked with the Anunnaki Elohim gods. What about Noah? And that earth was filled with violence. It was corrupt, for all the flesh had corrupted their way upon the earth, and Noah, a perfect person for his age. That's a statement from the Bible. Now, that doesn't say much, because if the age of Noah was completely corrupt, it doesn't say that Noah was a perfect person like an objective standard, but rather a perfect person. If you are in a room with 10 people and all of them are corrupt and you're lesser corrupt than they, well, then you're a perfect person in that room, or at least you can say that you are not as corrupt as the rest. But I think Noah was a good person, but his mind was fractured after this experience he had. I think Enki wanted to trust Noah, but as a failsafe, he let Nama on board as well, because he saw that this could become sour pretty quick. And I cannot trust in Noah alone. I need a backup plan. I need something more on this journey. I need this spark. Too much is at stake. Remember, if Enlil had his way this time around, what he wanted to create is a mind wipe from humanity, and he succeeded. If I ask you, what happened between 10,000 BC and 5,000 BC, humanity would say, I don't know. It's just a blank. It's just a ghost. It's just a nothing, a vacuum of nothing. Vacuum of nothingness. He managed to do that, but still, sometimes we have insights from Atlantis, glimpses of our true history. People can see through the veil, and still we have this creative spark, and still we have Lucifer's spark among us to be able to rise up. Therefore, Enlil succeeded in some ways, but he failed in others. And one thing he failed was he didn't manage to wipe the Nephilim off from the Earth's surface. Because remember, he wanted to create a clean slate and create a false history narrative for the human race from there on. To tell you that, no, matter of fact, you started your civilization 5000 BC, and before that, there was nothing. And if you want to sell in that narrative, it cannot be Nephilim running around to show you something different. They shouldn't exist, right? They should be wiped clean. They shouldn't be around at all.
Yeah. And just to understand this a little better, what makes you think that Noah's mind was fractured and then he betrayed Enki, essentially? Like he no longer, because Enki wanted to trust him. So what was it that happened that gave this evidence that Noah couldn't be trusted and that he actually became, I guess, an Enlilian recruit, whatever you want to call it?
Yeah. I will come into that very soon, and that is in the Bible as well. If once again, if you have eyes to see with, they have taken away part of that truth. But if you know how to read Hebrew, and if you read Bibles that is not edited, you will see another reading come in the forefront. And I will take you to that reading very soon. I think Enki wanted to trust Noah at least as so far to take him to land. Right? And if Noah managed to take the submarine to land, he would also take Nama to land, and the spark would survive. So he trusts Noah at least until he reached land. But I think he knew that a lot was at stake, because this was if you see your house burning up, that's one thing. But if you see your whole country burning up in front of you, including your house, things happens to your psyche. You think it's like everything is at stake, and you are the one who should save the day and all of that, and you see everything is burning down. I mean, it's a lot it is a lot to take in. And I think he didn't manage to keep his psyche intact after that experience. And I will point you to the specific part in the Bible that alludes to that reading or points to that reading when Noah went rogue and betrayed his own kind.
Mhm.
And this is very important because in the end of this presentation, we get to know that Noah is in heaven.
Mm.
That is his reward for the betrayal of his own kind. And that's
Whatever heaven is.
exactly, because that's also a soul trap, according to me.
Mhm.
But if you believe it is a reward to go to heaven and leave this place behind,
Mhm.
and if you're fractured and you have seen your word reality burn to the ground, and you have that offer, if you betray your own kind, we will give you access to this light, this heaven, paradise
And
we
that would
talked
be
about.
the same one Enoch went to.
Exactly. And that's how they trapped Enoch
And
and
and Elijah?
exactly, Elijah. That's their reward for their betrayal against the human race and the Nephilim.
Mhm.
These people are not good. And Noah, I feel for Noah because I understand he was fractured and what he went through. And in a way, Noah saved the spark because Nama was on board.
Mhm.
But I have nothing good to say about Enoch.
Mhm.
Not at all.
Mhm.
He was just an elite priest class under El Jehovah. And his reward for his betrayal against the human race was to see heaven.
Mhm. So what was the purpose of Enoch writing the books so that we would have access to that information? Because he did release a lot of the information about the machine,
Yes.
the reality machine.
It's a they when we read stuff,
Mhm.
it is important that there is some truth in it because we resonate with it.
Mhm.
But then they turn it around us and say, look, these evil watchers, this Azazel, this evil
Mhm.
demons
Mhm.
is your enemy.
Yeah.
And you should aim for heaven.
Mhm.
You should go for the light.
Yeah.
So when you have some people, and they know that some people will wake up, right? It is some anomalies, it is some rebellious spark who are
Mhm.
born. So when they rise up and they start to have glimpses of the truth, they want to have some traps in front of them.
Mhm.
So they lead them astray. They don't follow through. They don't use their wisdom. They don't use the discernment. So there's traps upon traps upon traps you have to see through that they already have put in front of you, because they know that some people will start to wake up and see through their lies, but then they try to fool them into another level of lies, another level of lies, another level of lies, until only a very, very few remains. But don't throw out the book of Enoch with the bath water, because you should read everything your enemy put up in front of you, but with your own Luciferian eyes, so you can penetrate them and understand why they are there. They turn the sword against us all the time. We have to turn the sword against them sometimes. If you can see through the lies in the book of Enoch, you can also see some profound truth in that book.
Mhm.
And sometimes it is even Enki, from Enki's side, who have written the original book of Enoch to use it as a manual. But then the Enlil side, or Jehovah, wherever, find that and they twist the truth and edit out some part and add propaganda between the lines to throw you off.
Mhm. Yeah.
And that is the case with a lot of scripture. That's the case with Revelation, the last book in the Bible. It was written by Enki's side from the beginning, but then they took it over and twisted the truth. Revelation is about when we overthrow the Demiurge machine, and the apocalypse is our apocalypse. But people think it's some negative thing, because then you rattle the cage. It means chaos. It means change. But it means change without them. And that cannot be. Therefore, they kidnapped or hijacked the book of Revelation and twist the truth and made twisted it against us, or used it against us instead. So they have put in some lines there, or taken out some lines, re-edit the book, and now they use it as a propaganda against us, like the apocalypse is end times and it's horrible, horrible.
Or that they want you to think that the good guys are the bad guys and the bad
Yeah,
guys are the good guys. So,
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
hence the control, religious control.
Exactly. So you see, this is done against us over and over again with the books and the esoteric scriptures. Some you should read and should understand that there is some truth to it. But if you have eyes to see, you will also see the propaganda. Like in the case of Enoch, yes, you will have a glimpse of heaven, but remember that the watchers, the demons, are the evil ones. And Enoch is the hero here, who got to go to heaven. Yeah, it's just propaganda and manipulation.
I always wondered why I mean, Enoch's line was the one that was always designated for, they were the ones that got to go to heaven. They were the ones that, got to go on riding around on these chariots,
Yeah.
and nobody else did. So
Hmm.
it was just that lineage,
Yeah.
right?
That's the reason they were the elite priest class under the Elohim, and therefore they had some privilege.
Hmm.
Like Solomon, for example, he had a flying machine. King Solomon.
Hmm.
He had a flying machine. He got it from the Elohim, the Jehovah, for his service.
Wow.
You can read about it in a book from Ethiopia, I think, if I remember correctly.
Okay, yeah. The Ethiopian Bible?
Yeah, I think so, but I cannot promise. But in one of these books that is not allowed, you know, state he had a flying machine. And it makes perfect sense if you
Hmm.
understand what a
Yep.
kavod is. If you understand the real narrative, the real history,
Hmm.
then it makes perfectly sense.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what's going on? Solomon will have a flying machine. What are you talking about? It's just fairy tales and nonsense. But if you had a loyal servant, it is very important that he can transport himself to certain part of the
Yeah.
planet in a big hurry. And
Yeah.
that's how they control you. I mean, if they allow access to technology the elite priest class have, and you are not privy to, I mean,
Well, then they can access areas you'll never be able to see, and they can do a lot in whatever those areas are, you know?
yeah, exactly.
And I mean, also, you're accessing those areas. Let's just say you want people to believe you're God, but you don't want them to find out that you're not God.
Exactly.
So, you know?
Exactly. And that's of course, the biggest secret here. And that's the sad part, of course. I can have some sympathy for Enoch. I understand that they thought this and Elohim, this Anunnaki are gods.
Hmm.
Because if they appear in front of them with the technology,
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only conclusion you can draw. I can understand that.
Yeah.
But some of these people, like Enoch, after long service to this Elohim Yahweh, he should see through the lies that he is not a force for good, but rather he's working for the Demiurge cage
Hmm.
to imprison his fellow man. And then I have no excuse for him. You can fall for stuff, you can be fooled, but you have to take a step back when you see that you have been fooled and say that you're sorry and now I choose the right side and fight a good fight. Yeah, after the deluge, now we come to the betrayal part you asked about with Noah here. Where does it say that Noah betrayed his own kind? Now the sons of Noah were three, Shem, Japheth, and Ham, born 100 years before the deluge. After the deluge, they descended from the mountains into the plains, and fixed their habitation there, and persuaded others who were greatly afraid of the lower grounds on account of the flood. Now the plain in which they first dwelt was called Shinar. And of course, this is in the Bible. Now we will read the Bible through the lens of the Lurianic Kabbalist. And I was a Lurianic Kabbalist for 10 years and I studied a lot of their material. Therefore, I know their reading of this incident. This is not in your Bible because they have taken it away. Noah, a man of the soil, began to plant a vineyard. He drank of the wine and got drunk. He became exposed inside his tent. Ham, father of Canaan, saw his father's nakedness and told his two brothers outside. After the water subsided, Noah used a method to ascend into even higher spiritual realms in an attempt to examine the sin of Adam and Eve. But he was unable to do this because after squeezing the grapes so that he could examine them, he got drunk, was uncovered, and had no strength to get up, meaning that he uncovered a gap in the world which had been covered until that time. So what are they talking about here? Squeezing grapes and so on. They are talking using an esoteric method to go up into the metaphysical. In this case, Noah wanted to examine what happened to Adam and Eve in order for him not to do the same mistake as they. But what happened? Did he succeed? The Carmel. The Carmel means garden, vineyard, or even garden of an L. In fact, it features the same root, L, also present in Mikael's name. Mikael, Adam and Eve, what is the common thread here? Of course, Pleiades, the Aldebaran, the paradise. Because Mikael was the one who anointed people who went to heaven. Aldebaran, a bright star in the constellation Taurus, is known as the Watcher of the East. It is Pleiades, the Messier, paradise, Eden. Cursed be Canaan. Nimrod is considered to be a grandson of Ham. And Ham is one of Noah's sons. This is very important. Now, Ham was the youngest son of the biblical patriarch Noah. When Ham saw his father drunk and naked, Noah felt so humiliated that he put a curse on Ham's son, Canaan, condemning his descendants to perpetual slavery. Here is the moment as told in Genesis 9:24-25, New King James Version. Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his youngest son, Ham, had done unto him. Then he said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servant he shall be to his brethren. What's going on here? And why do Noah curse a 4-year-old boy for his drunkenness? Let's read a interpretation and analyze from Laura Duhan Kaplan, Jewish Spiritual Wisdom, what they have to say about this incident. And then we will connect the dots. And this is between Noah, Ham, and Canaan. Sexual assault in brackets. It's hard sometimes to prove it happened. Emotions run high, memory highlights some details and thus leaves out others. Often alcohol is involved. So that's the setting Torah uses for a little teaching story. It takes place right after the flood, when the waters have washed away human evil, leaving 8 good people alive. Good people, so we hope. Ham might think, it is not okay, my son is not safe around his grandfather. I was a fool to think my older brothers would understand. They haven't become parents themselves yet. Noah wakes from his stupor, confused, hungover, unable to recall hours or even days of events. Somehow he finds out what happened. Maybe Ham confronts him. Of course. You committed a sexual assault, Dad. Everyone knows, I told them. But Noah does not own up. nor does he apologize. Instead, he becomes angry, defensive. It's Canaan's fault. And Canaan is a 4-year-old boy here. How can it be a 4-year-old boy's fault? What a nasty child he is, sexualized, lying, and still so young. Curse him. And thus evil returns, right after flood, not just with a drunken mistake, but with Noah's refusal to take responsibility. Instead, Noah blames the victim. Victim blaming, it's crime enabling, destructive, dangerous, and it's alive and well in today's discussion of sexual assault. Now, how to understand it on a deeper esoteric level.
If I could just say, instead of using the words, SA, what the assault words, we'll just say essay for YouTube purposes.
Oh,
So instead of using the actual term that says SEXUAL, ASSAULT, we have to just say SA.
yeah, I think I don't have to say it again.
Oh, okay, good.
Hope.
Yeah.
So, cursed be Noah. Noah's service to the gods. Noah the anointed one. Christus means anointed one. Noah goes to heaven, or Pleiades, Messier for his service to the gods. So, what happened in this incident? The squeezing of the grapes is a metaphor for a metaphysical method, or an esoteric method, how to go over from matter into the metaphysical.
Mm.
And his aim is paradise, Pleiades and the light. It's very easy for Enlil faction to possess him, or a spirit to possess Noah in that state.
And commit that crime.
Yeah.
Which
and
would get him to the Pleiades.
Yes. If you understand it on an even deeper meaning, the abuse of Canaan is to abuse his own bloodline, or to do the deed
On
that
his own
curses
bloodline.
them. Yeah. So what he has done is cursed his own bloodline through his act.
Right.
Meaning that the gods, when he went over to the metaphysical, or so-called gods, struck a deal with Noah. If you turn your back against your own blood, if you abuse them, let's say it like that, instead of using the other more straightforward word, then you will go to heaven. We will give you access to heaven. Meaning, you curse your own bloodline, you exterminate your own bloodline, you start the extermination protocol for your own bloodline. And if you do that, if you curse them, if you abuse them, you will have access to heaven. You don't have to go back to this world that is in shatters and is in.
So he has to put himself in an altered state to do that.
Yeah, so he goes up to his aim is Adam and Eve and the Pleiades, and on his way there, maybe he faced a cherubim, for example.
Hmm.
Or he might face Yahweh himself, who knows, or a spirit. Either they possessed him with the spirit or they just made a bargain with him.
Hmm.
They send him back crashing into matter again, and he curses his own bloodline, the Nephilim.
Hmm.
The abuse, if you use the more harsher word, is what he did.
Yeah.
Because he sold out the remaining Nephilim. He
Hmm.
was the one who gave the order to exterminate them all
Hmm.
to the tribe of Judea, the lion tribe,
Hmm.
because they were the warriors under Yahweh,
Hmm.
or became.
And you see that theme a lot in the Old Testament, actually, where
Yeah,
they committed that curse.
exactly. So you will, yeah, I will point out a specific part of the Bible you can read if you want to read about it. But what he do is cursing his own bloodline for generations.
Hmm. Yeah.
In order to have access to heaven. He makes a bargain.
Wow. And that just seems
Maybe,
to be how the elites run, right? So
yeah,
this has been this has been a ritual that has continued throughout these priest classes, these lineages, till today.
exactly. And now you have to see the scene in front of you, understand that Noah's word was torn apart. It was terrible. He had probably suffered through this flood story, and he was in a weakened state, but still. And one terrible mistake, never go for
Mhm.
Aldebaran and try to see what's happening inside there if you cannot take it. If you can be manipulated and used,
Mhm.
it's a very dangerous thing. And we will follow Gilgamesh because Gilgamesh goes to heaven in the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Mhm.
We will follow Arjuna, no, sorry, Yudhishthira in the Mahabharata epic because Yudhishthira goes to heaven. And I will show you exactly what happened when Gilgamesh comes to heaven because he confronts Noah, who is in heaven in the Epic of Gilgamesh, with his real name, Utnapishtim.
Mhm.
But it's the same Noah, it's the same character.
Mhm.
When Gilgamesh goes to heaven and see Noah, Utnapishtim, in heaven and wonder what's going on here, wasn't that the asshole who sold us out? The Gilgamesh, Nephilim? Because Gilgamesh, some believe Gilgamesh is Nimrod, and Nimrod is a relative to Noah.
Mhm. So he's pissed off.
Yeah. And Gilgamesh leaves heaven and he's devastated, completely crushed, because what he see in heaven. Because he sees Noah there, the one who has sold them out.
Fascinating.
So now you can start to understand the Epic of Gilgamesh if you understand what's going on now. Because this is,
This makes a lot more sense.
yeah,
Yeah. Because really the whole account in the Old Testament is the account of the Anunnaki.
yeah, it is.
Hmm.
The Old Testament is about the Anunnaki Elohim and their elite priest class
Yeah.
here on earth acting out their will
Yeah.
in form of extermination, war for territory, sacrifice, But they
Yeah.
are the good, you see, they are the good. You have to understand they are the good, and Jehovah is the good, even though they are killers, mass murderers,
Hmm.
killing children,
And
women, Nephilim,
yeah,
all of them.
yeah, and ritual abusers. Yeah.
Ritual abusers,
Hmm.
but they are still the good.
Hmm. Yeah, that's the inverted mind control,
Yeah,
gaslighting.
exactly. So for Noah's service to the gods, he have get access to heaven. And this is not the first one. No, I'm sorry, this is not the last one. We will read about Enoch and other people have had access to heaven as a reward for the service, for the reward of stabbing humanity in the back.
Mhm. Wow.
Yeah, so and I want to remind you also with this vineyard business, because Noah planted the vineyard after the deluge, right? After the flood. And we talked about the vineyard. And a vineyard is attributed to mountains and cigarettes and technology or temples that are connecting, have a connection to heaven or the Pleiades. Therefore, Noah created some kind of a connection from earth to heaven when he planted the vineyard after the deluge, and then he squeezed the grapes too hard. And what I think it means is that he went too close to heaven or he went too far. He couldn't handle it. And meaning they manipulated him. He had the wrong aim after the flood. He had the wrong. Uh, he didn't have enough knowledge to go around it or to understand that he shouldn't go there right away. That is how I see it.
So, do you think he did that through, when you say he planted the vineyard, do you think he was trying to alter the state of his mind through alcohol to get to that place, or how does the vineyard relate to him having access or getting too close?
Yeah, so wine is a, if you remember the New Testament as well, when Jesus correctly turned water into wine and so on, it is also a method how to, because wine can be a symbol for blood, so it can be a symbol for a method how to vibrate in a certain way to tune your body temple to have access to this signal so you can have communication with the other side or the metaphysical. You're arousing your blood in your body temple to achieve a certain vibration to allow your spirit to go over to the other side. And I'm sure that, and I know that certain part in this world is a better position or a better place to come in contact with the gods because of the property, the minerals, and so on. And very often, if you go to a ziggurat or a pyramid, you know that they have certain properties, minerals in that pyramid or ziggurat to attune, have a better tune or frequency. It's easy for you to have access to the metaphysical on that spot, on that places. So I think the term vineyard is that not necessarily that he planted a vineyard, but he planted some device or structure that gave him easier access to the metaphysical.
That makes sense.
That is how I understand it. And I talked about this epic of Gilgamesh and Utnapishtim, and I will take you there because I will decode the Epic of Gilgamesh in this presentation as well. And I will take you back to the Mahabharata, where we started this presentation. We started in the war, in the epic war of Bhagavad Gita, the Kruga, and I will take you back to the Mahabharata in the end of this presentation and wrap it all up. Because we have one hero, he's a metaphysical warrior, Yudhishthira, but he is involved in that battle as well. So I will take you back to the Mahabharata. So there's a reason why I started the presentation with a war. So please bear with me. It's a long presentation, but I will try to remind you where we're going and why. And the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita is a very important piece of this puzzle. And you will understand why in the end of this presentation. So, when I first came in contact with Lucifer, and I've talked about this many times, but I want to point it out once again. The first time around I contacted or came in contact with Lucifer, he sent me the Raven of Dispersion, and I was on board on Noah's Ark. She took me to the astral plane, and I was on board Noah's Ark. But instead of the dove, he sent me the raven. And the raven came and gave me the black olive in his beak. And he said, you shouldn't follow these people to matter, but you should push yourself further out in the metaphysical. Your purpose is not to take land, to go into matter, but to push further into the metaphysical, to discover yourself, who you are, and your mission here. That was the first time I come in contact with Lucifer, and that was the first vision he gave me. He told me that this Noah is not up to any good, and you should take further into the qliphothic tree, into the darkness, to discover yourself. Sure, it is a dark road, but this Noah's Ark is not for you. It's a failure. On the other hand, he had Nama on board, carrying the spark. Therefore, he had one more trick up his sleeve. But still, the aim is clear. You have to you have to go further into the darkness, into the metaphysical. You have to be a metaphysical warrior. And you have to be wise and have your heart in the right place. Otherwise, you will turn and you will be like Noah. You will be another Noah. You have to be uncorruptible. And this is, of course, part 5, the Raven of Dispersion. And the Raven of Dispersion is a specific position on the qliphothic tree. So when he sent me the Raven, I knew where I was. I knew I understood what he tried to tell me, or what he wanted to tell me. This is the Enki, Lucifer, Prometheus side of things. And what he said, don't go with Noah. Noah is a betrayal. Don't go with the light. You have to push into the darkness. You have to go with the raven, not the dove. The light is bent. The light is false. It is manipulation. You have to go to the darkness where the light cannot see you. You have to see through all the lies. Take back your power. Push forward, further into the darkness. It means the qliphothic tree. And you see the number 7 qlipha is named Arab Sarak. And that's also the Raven of Dispersion. And what Lucifer wanted me to do is to go straight forward, to Number 4, Gaga Shigala, very hard name, or to Thagirion. Now Thagirion is can be a trap as well, so you should be very careful with Thagirion. Otherwise, either he wanted me to go to straightforward or to Thagirion in the Cliffotic tunnels in the Cliffotic tree. And of course, Noah went to Malkuth on the Tree of Life, meaning Asaya. So for example, Asaya is the word of matter, and Malkuth is the energy that fills up the word. So Malkuth is the light that creates the illusion in Asaya, if that makes sense. But it's really, Asaya is the more real name for it. But Malkuth is the light that shines up Asaya. And it is here Noah went, right? What Lucifer wanted me to do, don't go there, push forward into the dark, into the metaphysical. You have to find yourself, the real purpose. Why are you here? You have to take away all the illusions, all the propaganda, all the lies. Don't go with Noah. He's part of this propaganda. He's part of this lies. Go further into the darkness. Either you go straight forward from Araxarab, or you take to Thagirion. And there are 2 different tunnels. Either you take Niantiel to the Thagirion, and Thagirion is the black sun. And Stanley Kubrick warned you about this path, because Thagirion is the gold room in the Shining Hotel, where the elite are stuck. Because they do not have the right attitude, they don't have any heart. And if you're going from the astral plane to the mental plane, because Thagirion is on the mental plane, you need your heart with you. Otherwise, you have to do it with force technology. And that is what the elite try to do. They try to force themselves through the metaphysical, the technology. And in the end, they will come to a dead end. What do I mean by the elite try to force their way through? Of course, some of them are loyal servants to the Demiurge and would never try to transcend the machine. But you also have breakaway civilization among the elite, like the Nazis, for example. Some of them try to push, and some of them try to reach further out than the Demiurge allow them to with technology. They become a breakaway civilization. Not all Nazis was a breakaway civilization, so after the war, you have to understand that a fraction of the Nazis, elite, esoteric elite, broke away, like Martin Bormann and the people around him with the Bell Project. They never give that part of the technology away to the Allies. They kept it for themselves. They were a breakaway civilization within the demiurgic fold, so to speak. They start to think that they can break away from the matrix through their technology.
Are they the ones that went to Antarctica?
Yes, they were on Antarctica as well, and Argentina. Or you want me to go straight forward and take the tunnel Kurga Siax, and I will start to work with the tree. I work with the tree for the time being, but I will very soon take these tunnels again sometimes you go in and you fail and you have to take a step back and then gain more wisdom and then you make a second try. Because if you push without wisdom and knowledge, you can hurt yourself badly in this tree as well. It's not a game. This is really the most like it is not like the cliphotic tree. The tunnels are not part of the demiurgic prison. It is. What we try to do is hijack his own machine and go straight under the machine or through the machine, through the tunnels in the darkness. But it still belongs to the demiurge machine until you reach the other side. You have to wade through a lot of manipulation, forces that are there to protect the machine. So it's not risk-free. It's very dangerous.
So
But
do they attack you?
yeah, some entities attack you, some try to fool you, some try to mislead you, of course. But you have to learn how to listen to your heart and your wisdom so you can discern. And also you have your allies when you go into this town, because you have also Enki, Lucifer, Lilith faction who want you to, you know, destroy the machine from within. But according to me, there is no other way. You cannot go around the machine. And according to me, the light, the Pleiades, is also just another matrix within the matrix, a trap. Therefore, for me, the only option is go through the machine. You can view it as in The Lord of the Rings, where Frodo has to go to Mordor and through in the ring. He has to go through the darkness.
Yeah. Yeah.
He cannot go around it because the mountain is in the darkness.
Yeah.
Therefore, when people say, the cliphotic tree is also part of the warden's prison system, yes, it is, but you should be a hacker. You should be a shamanistic hacker. Hack yourself through
Yeah.
the machine to come up on the other side. You cannot play this game safe anymore. That option is gone. The machine, the demiurge machine, is put up with a lot of firewalls, a lot of traps, and it's getting stronger and stronger and better and better. And if you don't want to do any move because you're afraid, because you want to play safe, well, you will be trapped forever in it. So it's not a matter of choice here. It's a matter, do you want to be trapped forever or do you want to be free? That's the choice. And they will push you to that. So that fact. Part 6, the shadow division. So let's talk more about what happened after the war and just before the end of Atlantis. A void was created and the flood. So, and this is the memory wipe. Remember that Enlil wanted to wipe our memory and reboot the system. He wanted to take away all the Nephilims. But of course, there were some survivors. We followed Noah, for example, and there were more Nephilim that survived. Otherwise, they didn't have to exterminate the surviving Nephilims. And I will come back to that war again, I promise you, and I will point out specific part of the Bible that talk about that war and extermination. But not everyone was wiped away. but the human memory was wiped, and our spark was wiped, and we had to start all over again. But you have a surviving Atlantean elite. They are not gods, but Elohim in brackets. They are the elite priest class serving a specific Elohim. Our cousins is gone. The Homo divinus is gone. What happened is that they ended up in like a parallel reality, taken out because they had to. And they were not taken out by the Elohim, as I said, but by the Hecate, the great old ones, who had to act because this Homo divinus, the manipulated one, the misleading them, and the faction, had to be put down because they were a threat to cosmic law. But it doesn't mean that you cannot reach them. You can communicate with the Homo divinus with the right method. But it takes a lot of method and a lot of effort. And you have to go back to Atlantis time and really take in everything that happened there and really understand. It's a dark road, and that road goes through the Qliphothic tree as well. But they don't have access to our reality as of now, and I don't know if they ever will. You can view it as if they were put in a matrix. Not all are evil. It is not black or white. Different factions had different ideas. As always, nothing is black or white, right or wrong. There are a lot of gray areas here as well. But the most important part here is that the Elohim, the real Elohim, wanted to reboot civilization. And they wanted an elite priest class to do their bidding for them here on Earth. Therefore, they gave them certain titles, certain privilege to have the contact between humanity and the gods. Therefore, an elite priest class like an elite priest like Moses, for example. Sometimes the Elohim had to come down here on Earth to straighten him up or to tell them, look, Moses, what you're doing now is not what we said you should. So they showed up here as well sometimes. But for the most part, when everyone was doing what they were told, they didn't show up. They didn't show up if they didn't have to. Then they allowed this elite priest class under a certain Elohim to act out their will. And they gave order to the rest of the humans who followed their elite priest class under a certain Elohim to do their bidding. Right? And this is very important. So this elite priest class under a certain Elohim had certain privilege and certain access to technology. Technology is to communicate with the gods. But sometimes it wasn't enough. Therefore, the Elohim showed up here on Earth sometimes as well to straighten them up. You don't want to exterminate these people, you say, Moses? You better do it, because otherwise I exterminate you and your family. And they put this different faction against each other, humans fighting humans, because war, pain, suffering give them energy. but they were all on it, on it. It was Enlil faction, but different Elohim among the same corporate faction, right?
And the Atlantean elite are like none of them are here.
Some survived, as I said, the Nephilim. Some Nephilim survived, and some gods survived. Like you have, and I will talk about some of them very soon. Some gods who try to take back what has happened and help humanity to rise up again. So we have our allies on Enki's side, of course.
Mm.
We try to save the human race even after the deluge. So this is a huge war going on for the human soul or the human race. The sad part is that some of the gods, when they saw, as we talked about this in the previous presentation, some of the gods created a matrix within the matrix because they were afraid of this Demiurge prison that they themselves would be corrupt under this matrix that is manipulated by the Demiurge. They became afraid that they also would be corrupt, like the Enlil faction. They didn't want to risk end up like the Enlil faction. Therefore, they created a bubble within this matrix to avoid this energy grid that was put up around them. But right after the flood, they were still here among us for a few hundred of years and tried to help us. And I will talk about that. And it's very important because that's part of our history. And we can still see the remnant after this Enki side as well. And it's important that we acknowledge that because it's important that we see also our allies and they are acting as well. But they had to later on withdraw because they didn't want to end up like the Enlil faction under Demiurgic rule. Remember, these Elohims are not really gods, so you can say that Enki is not really a god either. They can be manipulated, they can fall for this software program from the Demiurge side.
So where did the reptilians and the draconians fall into this all?
Yes, so you have also the reptilian race, and they are not from out there, but they are from here. But they can take shape of a human, but underneath they are reptilian. And they are higher up in command than the human race are. So you have the Elohim, and then you have the reptiles, and then you have the human elite. And then you have the Greys. The Greys is like androids doing their bidding. But the reason why they prefer reptilian before the human race is because reptilian are more into this control mindset. They even like this demiurgic prison more than the human elite. Like they follow order. They are like a high mind mentality, doing the order without question. Even more effectively, even more so than the human elite. So you can.
Sorry, continue.
No, the human elite is under the reptilian in command, so to speak.
And do the reptilians serve the Elohim?
Yes, so you have the Elohim, and then you have the reptiles, and under the reptiles you have the human elite, priest class, human elite, and then you have the Greys, and above Elohim you have the demiurge machine. That's what they serve. And the reason why the reptiles is a little bit higher than the human elite is because their mindset is even more into control structure and rules regulation. And so they are more into this hive mind collective way of thinking, more
Yeah.
reliable than the human elite. Therefore, you can say that the reptilian is their overseer or like higher up in the command chain.
And they lack empathy.
Yeah, exactly. And it's all about cold logic. And cold logic is to keep out chaos. And chaos is art, is creativity, is something new. All new impulses have to be has to be defeated and put down. Yes, technology control and manipulation is the coin here, is the name of the game. Remember, if you can be behind the curtain and you don't have to show up all the time, it's easy to control the masses. If you just have an elite priest class talking about the god that they should obey because they believe the Elohim are the gods. Even the esoteric priest class, the human esoteric priest class, believe they serve a god. Now it's very easy to control the rest of humanity. In the worst case scenario, they have to show up in person. And you see a god with technology you cannot wrap your mind around. In the best case scenario, their elite priest class do all the bidding and everyone follow. Then you don't even have to show up. You can just watch the game from afar. And you can harvest and benefit their
Yeah, and you can create
work.
religion, right?
Yeah. And you create all the religions you need. And from the beginning, yes, there were many Elohim. So some worshipped Yahweh, some worshipped Ninurta, some worshipped Nergal. Who cares? They all worked for the same company. Let's have a war going on here. Let's sacrifice some of these farm animals and let's feed on their misery and energy. And that's how they created all the religions. It's a worship over one Elohim over another. It's like a choice. That's the reason why Yahweh is a jealous God. Why should he be jealous if he have no one to be jealous?
Because he's not a god.
He's not a god, and there are many Elohim, so he can be jealous if many more people choose Nergal than Jehovah.
All the things that you saw in the Old Testament where, the Egyptian gods were fighting against the Hebrew gods, and then the Hebrew gods were given all this amazing power, like um, splitting the water, and I think it was Moses' staff turned into a serpent. But do you see this all as technology?
Some of it are technology, and sometimes they got help from the gods, so-called gods, their Elohim of choosing, because it's important also for the Elohim to show his power because he's supposed to be a god. So he have to remind his elite priest class and the followers that he is God. And he has this technology that can prove he's a god.
Yeah, because to everybody else, it would look like it's an absolutely incredible, miraculous force.
Yeah, exactly. But it is manipulated. But it is a perfect example where Moses need the help the most, and he is the lead priest class under Jehovah, and then he splits the ocean. What will his follower see? What conclusion can they draw?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a very powerful tool to manipulate and
Hmm.
get people to do your bidding if you have that technology. And if the rest of humanity doesn't understand, you have it. That is exactly what's going on today. And maybe that is what will happen soon. For example, some people refuse to understand that these people have the ability to create weather.
Hmm.
If you cannot understand that they have technology that can manipulate your weather, and if you refuse to understand that, you always think of it as a natural phenomenon. And it doesn't matter if they show you the technology. They show you the technology on some documentaries. They've told you this machine we can alter the weather with this machine. They told you that. They showed you machine, but some people just refuse to understand.
Hmm. Oh, look at the case of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Exactly. And they used the pyramid technology to blow up that town.
The Tower of Babel.
The Giza pyramid.
Oh, the Giza.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Because it was a weapon. It didn't start as a weapon. And I will go into that. But that's a perfect example. If, for example, Jehovah says, this city is evil and I will destroy it.
Hmm.
And you don't understand that such a weapon can exist because you refuse to understand that. You refuse to uphold the idea
Hmm.
that a technology can do that devastation. Then the only conclusion a human can come to is it is the God. It is a God who blew
Yeah.
up the city because we have been bad.
Hmm.
And that terror just makes you follow order.
Yeah.
So it's a tremendous display of power through technology. Technology.
Yeah.
And I'm also certain that some technology came from Atlantis, and that some people have hard time to reproduce that technology. Therefore, they didn't use it all the time. This technology was not easy to come by. It's not something you use for whatever purpose. You use it for a specific occasion if you want to instill the most amount of terror in the human race as possible on a certain time, in a certain moment of time, perfect time. And then you don't have to use the technology for a couple of hundreds of years because people remember it. They talk about it. Yeah. Yes. So the idea here is to start up a new civilization, and that means infrastructure. Therefore, this war in the Old Testament is also to take over infrastructure, certain cities that belong to the Nephilim, remake them, put in temples, and so on, to get the civilization infrastructure up and running again. For example, the idea of banking is nothing new. It started in Babylon. Therefore, they had to start Babylon and the banking idea. The idea of money, printing money, and so on, attributed to certain temples under certain gods, comes from Babylon. And now they can control humanity. The gods doesn't have to show up. They control us through money. The human race is worshipping Mammon. the god of money and banking. We slave each other, we slave ourselves. They don't have to show up. It's a self-sustaining system. And we are supposed to be the apex of our own evolution. We have never been further into the cage than before. The cage is closing in on us, and soon we will have digital money. They don't even have to print the fucking money. They can push a key on the computer, and we will enslave ourselves, work for nothing, buy crap and shit in the store, and be further into depth of digital nothingness. And the gods doesn't have to show up. They just have to push a key on the computer, produce, conjure up some digital money, and
It's madness. Madness.
yeah, and of course this is the goal. I mean, if you have a digital farm where the farmer doesn't have to show up because the animal kill each other, it's perfect. Why do the effort? That's the sad truth. One very interesting infrastructure, Joseph P. Farrell is talking about one of this very interesting infrastructure, Nabta Playa in Africa. And of course, as always, they try to convince you that it is 4,900 BC old or 6,400 BC old. But if you start to research and be honest, you come to the date of 16,500 BC. And this is before the flood. But they cannot go there because we were supposed to be stupid morons. Giggling morons in a cave, beating each other over the head with some bats or whatever. The Egyptian religion was fixed upon the constellation of Orion and involved a complex mythology of death and rebirth, fastened around the gods Osiris, Set, Isis, and Horus. These other three stones are a diagram of a configuration of Orion's head and shoulders as they appeared on the meridian on summer solstice sunset on the centuries around 16,500 BC. But we were so stupid and primitive, so we could impossible have calculated that. Therefore, it cannot be true. But we all know that it is true. But they cannot say it is. Because if you do, you start to uphold the idea that I might be right. And to even uphold the idea that I might be right here is a threat to them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying that you have to believe everything I say. If you don't believe what I'm saying, don't do it. But what I'm saying is that they don't want you to even uphold the idea that what I'm saying now can be true. They cannot allow that idea to take hold. But if you take it back to 16,500 BC, summer solstical alignment, you will see Orion, the constellation Orion, in this Nabta Playa. And this is before the flood. Who built it and why? And why Orion? Why? Orion bow and club is aimed at Aldebaran. It's the warrior who protects Aldebaran and Pleiades. And I will explain it. Later on, the Orion man, because you can see it as a positive thing or a negative thing. Either Orion is a warrior against Aldebaran and Pleiades and aim to fight Aldebaran and Pleiades, like in the Epic of Gilgamesh. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, they fight the bull, Humababa, and they kill the bull, meaning they slay the bull of heaven. Because they want to Gilgamesh search for eternal life, and he has to force his way through into heaven. He's the Orion man aiming at Pleiades, Aldebaran. Or you can view Orion as a protector, the Orion man as a protector of Aldebaran and Pleiades, protector of heaven. Once again, depends on how you turn it. Right? But let's go back to Atlantis time, then after Atlantis time. And you have this god Viracocha. And you can clearly see that there's a lot of things going on in the Viracocha statue. And this is a god that is from Enki, the Lucifer side of the war. And he's called the weeping god, because you can see it looks like he is crying if you see this statue. So who is Viracocha, and when did he walk on earth? Viracocha, a high-level surviving Atlantean bioengineer of the Enki Luciferian faction, a refugee from the Great Flood of 10,886 BC. He surfaced at the Lake Titicaca, a primary key line nexus, in his submersible ark after the cataclysm, and began the work of rebuilding a shattered world. And the reason why I want to talk about this is because I want you to see that not all of these Elohim, Anunnaki, are on Enlil's side, but it is a struggle. It is a war. It's an idea what they want for humanity. And this Viracocha want to restart civilization and reawaken humanity. And this is another image of him, and you can see he is crying, he is suffering, he is mourning. Why is he mourning? Of course, we have already talked about some of them, but Viracocha, the geometric pattern that surrounds surrounds him is not a decoration. It is a circuit board. It is the blueprint of the new post-Diluvian world he was attempting to build. It is a masala of the Gnostic OS, a schematic for a society based on harmony, cyclical time, and a direct resonant connection to the head Earth. He is weeping for the drowned paradise of Atlantis. His tears are not of sadness, but to the profound cosmic grief of a being who has witnessed the murder of his own mother, Gaia, and the destruction of his entire civilization. So this is a huge upheaval. This is the apocalypse, where the gods try to restart civilization for different purposes, right? You have the Enki faction who want to restart with an awakened human race. The Enlil faction want to enslave them further under Demiurge rule. And Viracocha was on the side of Enki. And this is what they don't want you to go. They don't want you to dance with the muses. Muses were the powers of remembrance and reminiscence of knowledge previously enjoyed by the soul in past birth. The magical function of remembering enables the adept to witness the tidal magical radiation which lie behind the glamours, Lila, Maya, the shadowed division or veiling of cosmic consciousness in nature. Because through art and creativity, you can have insight, a creative spark. We talked about Kayfield Dick before, about other great artists who have told some profound truth within their art. Therefore, art has to go. Art has to be taken out. The creative spark within humanity has to be fought and has to be put in a containment, in like containment. So we cannot have this creative insight. And we have 9 muses. And also the mother is Mnemosyne. And I want to remember you that Mnemosyne means memory, because this artistic sparks can give you memory back as well. Therefore, they have to control your memory. And remember that Enlil wanted to wipe your memory clean. But when we create art, music, poetry, you can also start to remember time that existed before, a time the Enlil faction don't want you to remember. And we have the Enki side who wanted to give you creativity, because Enki view the creative spark within humanity as an asset, as something beautiful. But Marduk doesn't see the same thing as his father see. Marduk see that the creative spark can lead to chaos and darkness and change. To have a creative impulse of something new. And the Muses was taken captive by Marduk Zeus for a reason. Because the Muses are about art, science, and epic poetry. Like when we read The Lord of the Rings, something resonates with us. We remember something. We like his books because we feel there is some truth to it, even though we don't want to acknowledge it. We take it as fiction or fantasy, but it's still something that resonates with our soul, because there is some profound truth in it. Same with Kayfield Dick, the same as with some movies like The Matrix, a lot of truth in the movie Matrix. But once again, they've used the movie Matrix against us, and I will talk about it later on. But you have Dark City, you have wonderful movies that tell you some profound truth. And you resonate with it. You might not understand why, but you feel something for that movie. Part 7, the Nephilim, and I'm going to go into this extermination ordered by Enlil, and Noah was given the order. First off, most of the Nephilim was warriors, and they were not stupid. We talked about them before. And Nama was one of them, and Nama was on board Noah's Ark, this submarine. She carried the spark, because Prometheus or Lucifer saw that Noah could be misled. He didn't trust Noah all the way, and he put Nama on board with the spark, because if he hadn't done that, and Noah would fail as he did, then humanity would end up as a slave race under Enlil Demiurge rule forever, with no possibility to rise up, to ignite the 22 dormant strands of dormant DNA within us, and to overthrow the system from within. Therefore, this is very important for me. People who say that the Nephilim are evil and they are bad, they have fallen for the propaganda once again. And I don't care how awake they declare themselves to be. And the same people very often says that the extermination in Gaza by the Jewish people is horrible, and they side with the people from Palestine, but they still hate the Nephilim. The extermination of the Nephilim, the order come from Enlil and Noah, and went to the tribe of Judah to do their order of extermination. This extermination of people, Nephilim, comes from these lines. Doesn't mean that we have to discern here. Giants, the Nephilim giants were on the earth in those days and also afterward. It is impossible to understand with absolute certainty whether the Nephilim were the product of the interbreeding between Adamite women and the sons of the Elohim, or whether they existed independently of them. If the giants were the product of the interbreeding between the two species, we should have found an expression indicating that giants were present only afterwards. But that's not the case. Therefore, the Nephilim has nothing to do with the interbreeding of Elohim and the human race. But they were genetically enhanced by Enki side as warriors.
So what were the when the Elohim and the Adamite women made it, what did they produce? So if they didn't produce the Nephilim, right? Because Enki amplified the DNA, then what was the hybridization species that came from the Elohim and the Adamite women?
Yes, what I think they produced here is some of the esoteric elite,
Okay.
the elite priest class. That is what I believe, like Enoch and the priest Moses.
Yeah.
That kind of people.
Okay.
But I also think they have like a lot of propaganda here as well, right? So I'm sure that it can be about Enki and his genetic manipulation as well, but like they have twisted the truth of it and so on. But I think they produced an elite priest class by combination of Elohim and human women.
Yeah.
They could trust, or they were more enhanced to use their brain more than their heart. if that makes sense. Like they were more in tune with the Enlil mindset
Yeah.
to do their bidding.
Hmm. Yeah.
But I think the Nephilim should be viewed more as an upgrade from Enki side. And it was done before the flood. They existed before the flood, and Enlil wanted to wipe them away through the flood. But some of them survived.
Mhm.
And I will talk about the last Nephilim, like who are written about soon as well.
Mhm.
And it might surprise you who that character is. Maybe not when I tell you the name, because you will recognize him. It's not the last Nephilim, but the last Nephilim we have like written about in a book.
In which book? The Bible?
Yeah, I come to that very soon. Giants, instead we read that they were present in those days and also afterward, which leads us to believe that their presence preceded the interbreeding between the two species, or at least occurred simultaneously with it, but not as a direct consequence of it. The Bible takes up the term giants in many places and call them by different names. So here you have different races of Nephilim or different tribes of Nephilim. Depends on how you want to view it. Anakim, Rephaim, Emim, Samsumim. You can find them in the Bible.
Which one was Goliath?
Yeah, I don't remember what tribe he belonged to.
Was
But
he an
he was,
Anakim?
yeah, if I remember correctly.
Hmm.
I will look into it.
Hmm.
Of course, Goliath was one of them, right? And the Bible talks about this extermination. But from the perspective of the Bible, that is a propaganda hit piece from Yahweh. Of course, Goliath is the evil one, and King David is the good one,
Hmm.
who exterminate these Nephilims.
Yeah.
Because it is an extermination. Don't make any bones about it. And you can read it if you have eyes to see it.
Hmm.
It was the tribe of Judah who got the order to exterminate the remaining Nephilims after the flood. Why the tribe of Judah? Genetic purity, the most loyal to the Yahweh protocol. They were the genetic stock from which the final asset, the warden's Messiah, was to be born. The martial archetype, the lion, their function within the corporate structure was to be the royal guard.
Mm.
The unbreakable contract, their contract with Yahweh was absolute. And the order comes from Noah, and Noah's order comes from Yahweh. Because Noah sold them out for his place in heaven. So you have a couple of places in the Bible talking about this extermination in the Bible. You have it in Deuteronomy 7:1 to 7:2. You can read destroy them totally and much more. I will not go into all of it. I give you the homework. Numbers 13:32 to 33. All the people we saw there are of great size. And they're talking about the siege. And they tell, it says in the Bible that they were like grasshoppers in front of these giants in front of them. And they were terrified. And the only reason why they went forward was because Yahweh showed up. And the reason why they managed to kill off the Nephilim was not because they were greater warriors, but because of the sheer number. Remember that most Nephilim have been drowned in the flood. This is only the one who remains after the flood. And the tribe of Judah was many, many, many more than the Nephilims. They were like grasshoppers. And that should tell you two things. They were small in comparison to the Nephilims, and they were many in comparing to the Nephilims.
Mm-hmm.
This is about extermination. And if you want to, you can, I'm sure people can like figure out how to think it's a good thing. Everything you can be justified today in today's humanity, as always, can justify killing of children, everything today. So, I mean, it is what it is. But I tell you, this is just tragic.
Yeah, this is clearly the same. It's the exact same agenda that Enlil had in trying to destroy them and continuing. Like, okay, I didn't get them all, so you guys, you got to do the rest of it. You got to go hunt them all. And
Yeah.
then in the Bible speaks about that the Nephilim were eating people, and like, so it gives you
Yeah.
it gives you that version where they're so demonic and they're so terrible that they're eating all the humans and eating and destroying everything.
Exactly.
Hmm.
And as always in war, it's propaganda. Sorry, it's a lot of propaganda going on.
Hmm.
And yeah, we have in Joshua 11:21 to 22, Joshua utterly destroyed them and their cities.
Hmm.
That's extermination. That's,
Hmm.
it is what it is. You can try to justify it. I mean, you can write a lot of propaganda. They were cannibals, they were evil, they were this and that. But that's always the case, isn't it? I mean, it's always propaganda. And when things like that show up, I know at least, I know that it is just about propaganda to make people that people go to war through propaganda. They want them to go to war. That's manipulation.
So in your research, David, what leads you to believe that the Nephilim were good and that they weren't cannibals and that they weren't like doing bad things?
Yes, so you have not everything is black and white. So, and this is very important. And that's the reason why I talk a lot about Noah, for example, because he was a Nephilim, returned on the other. And after this flood, you have to understand that even some Nephilim became corrupt and evil, because that's what that just as humans can be mentally like
Well, I'm sure many
destroyed.
of them were starving. I mean,
Yes,
after the flood.
some was starving, some was just devastated. Their reality have gone up in smoke or in water in this case, but whatever, you get the idea. And of course, some of them became corrupt and wasn't any good after the flood. I'm sure of it, and Noah is one of them. But in the before the flood, you have like before the flood, Enki was upgraded them to help humanity. That was their purpose. So you have Nama, for example, and Nephilim, who carried the spark with her to save humanity. And I communicate with Nama, for example, in the left-hand path. Therefore, I've felt her, I've met her, and she can be harsh, like a harsh teacher.
Mhm.
but for the most part, she has been wonderful.
Mhm.
So when I need healing, for example,
Mhm.
Norma is the one I reach out to, and many times she come. She heals me, help me with
Mhm.
energy work, and
Did you know that apparently the body of Nama has been discovered in Turkey? So the body of Nama was found with the sarcophagus, and she's approximately 17 feet, and
mm,
she was covered in gold. So she had a
mm,
gold headdress and gold
mm,
breastplate with gold jewelry. Like it was just a lot of gold.
mm,
And upon discovery of her body in the sarcophagus in Turkey, which was built beside Noah's sarcophagus, but that had been taken like a long time before. So apparently, somebody from the Middle East who's an oil tycoon purchased it all, purchased her
mm,
sarcophagus and her body um, for I think it was 110 million US dollars.
mm,
100 like million dollars
mm.
illegally.
Yeah, of course.
So went in and like confiscated all of it and
Mm,
has it somewhere, who knows, in the Middle East.
yeah.
Hmm. But her her skeleton, her skeletal remains with
Mm,
all of her gold and the sarcophagus was discovered.
mm, mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, Nama is, for the most part, we call Nama Lilith the Younger.
Hmm.
So she's part of that energy pattern.
Hmm.
Some believe when we reach out to Nama, we really reach out to Lilith. And Lilith is an old god. Lilith is not a Nephilim.
Hmm.
So there is a lot of different way to view this. Uh,
Hmm.
uh, so you can view it as Nama's body is dead, but she is a spirit as a
Hmm.
human. She
Hmm.
still lives on in another form,
Hmm.
spirit form. You can view it as when we reach out to Lilith, one
Hmm.
mask of Lilith, we reach out to Nama.
Hmm.
Because Nama is very close to Lilith in terms
Hmm.
of energy pattern and
Hmm.
that they have worked together.
Hmm.
Or that Nama was an elite priest class under Lilith,
Hmm.
if that makes sense.
Hmm.
Because Lilith is not a Nephilim. Lilith is a god, and Lilith came from Tiamat,
Hmm.
the planet they blew up.
Hmm.
But it's a long story, and some say that Lilith and that faction, Luciferian faction, ended up on Mars,
Hmm.
and that they had a genetic upgrade there, like the Nephilim.
Hmm. Hmm.
But then they destroyed Mars, and you can see the scarring on Mars and all of that, the war after
Hmm. Yeah.
the Enlil faction destroyed the colony on Mars, the Luciferian colony on Mars.
Hmm. Yeah.
I talked about Napta Playa before. I forgot to mention that was 16,500 year old. What you have to understand that this war between Enki and Enlil goes way back in time. It's a struggle going on for 100,000 years.
Hmm. Wow.
The Napta Playa was created after a faction from Enki fled from a destruction of a planet in our solar system. And they created Nata Playa as a monument of that destruction.
Do you have pictures of it? Of the
Uh,
actual
the
um
plan.
Naphtaliya? Do you have pictures of what aren't there stones that have kind of like Stonehenge, but a mini
Hmm.
version?
Yes, I can. Arrange an image to
Hmm.
next time.
Yeah, because it would be good for people to see it. Or they can look it up too.
Mm. But it wouldn't surprise me if they found the body of Nama, because Nama was a Nephilim,
Hmm.
and Lilith is another thing, because Lilith is a god
Yeah. Yeah. Hmm.
or goddess, depends on
Hmm.
what you say.
Hmm. Mm.
And Nama is considered to be Lilith the younger or her sister. But doesn't mean family, but as we talked before, if you're
Hmm.
an elite priest class or an esoteric master following a god,
Hmm.
or you have a certain method, then your body DNA, body temple start to vibrate in a certain way. So
Yeah.
you work with that god, you act out that god's will here on earth.
Hmm. Yeah.
Therefore, Nama acted out Lilith's will on earth.
Hmm.
So if Nama is dead and gone, it doesn't mean that we can't reach out to that energy blueprint, because Lilith is the source,
Hmm.
if that makes sense
Oh yeah.
to you.
I mean, all Nephilim, they're not immortal. So
No, no, no.
they're all like, whether they lived to 2000 years back then, they lived a lot longer. So sure, they could have lived longer than that, or, through the devolution process,
Mm.
they hacked everything. So nothing lives that long anymore except for them. Yeah, they're going to die. So,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The Nephilims were not gods. They were
mhm,
powerful warriors, but they
mhm.
died and they could be killed.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
so and that's the reason why Enlil tried to send the flood. He wanted to do away with at least their body
Mhm.
presence on Earth, because he wanted to wipe out their memory
Yeah,
of their existence.
yeah, exactly.
Because if you understand that the Nephilims tried to help us, then you have to ask yourself, help us against who
Hmm.
and what side? And you will see that history is a lie, because these giants shouldn't exist. And that's the reason why they take
Hmm.
all the skeletons, all the
Oh
remains, and
yeah.
keep it away from you, because they don't want you to see that.
Mm-mm. I do
They don't
think
want to see the truth.
I do think that Nama, when she was carrying the spark, when she was carrying that flame, I do think she was pregnant and started a line, like continued that lineage, that
Mm.
lineage was able to continue.
Yes, and remember that you have part of Nephilim in you. So if you curse the Nephilim, you curse yourself as well.
Hmm.
It doesn't mean that all Nephilims were good. That is exactly what I tried to tell you
Hmm.
here. That some turned evil, as human can be manipulated to evil as well. Even the Nephilim could be
Hmm.
manipulated, especially after the flood. This was a big event where they saw their old world go up in water and smoke, if you want,
Hmm.
and they were vulnerable. And the reason why this is important as well is, if you understand that the time frame in the Bible is a lie, then we start to understand what happened after the flood, the 4,000 years I talked about in the beginning, because you have to push back the time frame to after the flood. All this extermination, all of this we're talking about now happened
Hmm.
after the flood, not in the
Hmm.
Bible time frame, because they have to change the time frame because they don't want you to go back
Hmm.
this far in history.
No, and I think they added 1,000 years to the
Yeah,
timeline.
yeah.
Anywhere from 700 to 1,000. I can't quite calculate exactly, but I think it's closer to 1,000 years that they just added. So really,
Yes.
it's not 2025. It's more like 1025.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It wouldn't surprise me either. I mean, they do whatever they can not to
Hmm.
see the real history,
Yeah.
because that will create the possibility for you to be free.
Hmm.
If you know who you are and where you come from, and that you are not a stupid animal that should wait for nature to evolve you, then the
Hmm.
game plane change, and that's my main purpose here. My main purpose is not to tell you about theory, but to awaken you,
Hmm.
because I want this to resonate with you. Because it's not enough to have theory; we have to act upon it as well. We have to
Agreed.
take it. We have to take it back because the time is of essence here, and
Hmm.
we are in a very dire
Mm.
situation where they are very close to create a demiurgic matrix so hard to penetrate that we will be stuck here forever. And
Hmm.
of course, that's the purpose. That's exactly what they're doing as we speak. And
Hmm.
I mean, if you cannot see that, I'm sorry, but you
Well,
will have.
I think most every single prime and real can see it. I mean, it's the population that can't see it. Well, that's questionable. It's questionable what kind of being we're talking about, but whatever, because if you're that blind that you can't see the obvious here, I don't know. But I think
Yeah.
all our people know.
Yes, exactly. I talk to your audience. So I know the answer. And people will not find this information anyway if they are not like,
Yeah,
some may, but they
exactly.
will just go away after 5 minutes and,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then well, that begs to ask other questions like the backdrop population, certain kinds of hybrids that are, biological Borgs. Like it's all manner of like there's way more here than what people realize.
yeah,
Mm.
absolutely, absolutely. But it's very interesting what you told me about Nama, and it wouldn't surprise me at all
Hmm.
because more and more of these graves come to surface.
Yeah.
Some
Yeah.
believe they found Gilgamesh, for example, and yeah, and they are digging for them. This is
Hmm.
you said $100 million wouldn't surprise me at all
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
the U.S. Army is out for this to take the DNA and so on as
Hmm.
well. So you have to
Hmm.
put up some money if you want to have them, for sure.
Oh yeah, and I mean the DNA. Apparently, the body. I mean, yes, you're talking about the remains, but there was hair there still.
Yeah, so they can take
You
DNA,
know.
and
Hmm. Yeah, it's very interesting.
yeah. So here we have him, Java himself, and this is what kind of a humanoid you will see if you face Java. And you can see
Ugh.
it's like a connected to the demiurgic
That's like the metal god.
Iron Man. Yeah,
That's good depiction. By the
yeah,
way, I wanted to say the information that this comes from about Nama's body was from Ron Wyatt, if anybody wants to research that.
yeah.
I just
Please, very interesting.
um so did you create this?
Yeah, I use an AI, of course, and,
Yeah.
and then create the image and
Uh-huh. Wow.
but you can imagine if you see something like this. I'm not saying that it is exact like this, but
Hmm.
this is the like an idea,
Mm-hmm.
and hopefully quite correct. But you can imagine if something like this show up uh, in front of a group of people from Judah, the tribe
Mm-hmm.
of Judah, and tell them to do whatever, most of them will obey, of course. But remember, for the most part, they didn't have to show up in person, the god or the so-called gods, the Elohim,
Mm-hmm.
but they allowed their elite priest class to do the work for them because it's a more
Mm-hmm.
effective way as long as they obey, right?
Mm-hmm.
The effect will be more effective if you show up when you really have to and they see the god show up and you know it is for real now and
Mm-hmm.
no fucking around, just do what
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you. And
Yeah.
for example, when they exterminated the Nephilim, of course, they were afraid, and it says in the Bible they were afraid. They didn't want to go along because the Nephilim was huge, mighty, powerful warriors. Like, you know what I mean? They were like grasshoppers in
Yep.
front of them.
Yeah, it'd be
But
terrifying.
yeah, it will be terrifying. But then, if the elite priest class cannot convince them, then this fucking shit thing comes up and threaten you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You
And
know,
maybe even give you some technology and some,
mm-hmm.
use some technology against the Nephilim as well. And it happened.
Exactly.
Yeah, and we have this Nimrod, and once again they have distorted the truth here. Then they want us to believe that Nimrod was this terrible
Yeah.
Nephilim. That's I have had some doubt as well. Now it was Nimrod who excited them to such an affront and contempt for God. He was the grandson of Ham, and we all know that the story with Noah, Ham, and
Mm-hmm.
the other sons. Grandson of Ham, the son of Noah, a bold man and of great strength of hand. Nimrod was a grandson of Ham. And what it means here, and I want you to remember it because later on we will talk about the Epic of Gilgamesh, is that some believe that Gilgamesh is Nimrod. Therefore, if you go there, then the Epic of Gilgamesh becomes more epic because Gilgamesh goes to heaven and there he sees Noah, who are a relative to Gilgamesh, who have betrayed them. And there he see Noah in heaven, rewarded for his betrayal against them. And it says that Gilgamesh died a heartbroken man. No wonders. Probably saw his hero because he had heard the propaganda,
Mm-hmm.
and now he understood that it's Noah was not that good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He betrayed them.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't it say in the Anunnaki account, like of the Epic of Gilgamesh, that he died of a broken heart because he couldn't access heaven. He couldn't get to heaven.
Yes, it says like he is thrown out of heaven, from
Mm-hmm.
heaven, but
Mm-hmm.
it's really Noah who sets him up.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So yeah, so he knows that this, if you understand the story, you know that he like come to heaven, and Gilgamesh doesn't know that heaven is a false light. He doesn't know all of
Mm-hmm.
that. We think heaven is, the paradise,
Yeah,
the light,
where the
the
gods
good,
live. Mm-hmm.
where the gods live. But in his stay in heaven, he starts to understand that this heaven is not what I thought it is. Like,
Mm-hmm.
what's going on here? And here we have Noah. And Noah tells him he has to stay awake for 7 days without falling asleep, and then he's welcome to heaven.
Mm-hmm.
But no one knows that Gilgamesh is exhausted. I mean, he had traveled a long way. He's tired. He just wants to sleep, right?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, no one knows that he will fall asleep.
Mm-hmm.
He sets Gilgamesh up,
Mm-hmm.
and then he falls asleep, and Noah wants to throw him out right away.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Therefore, Gilgamesh understands that there's Noah character. He's not what I thought. He's not this hero who have ended up in heaven for good service. And this heaven is not what I thought it is either. I'm not welcome here. Why am I not welcome? And why is this Noah welcome?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In the Epic of Gilgamesh, Noah's name is Utnapishtim, but it's the same character.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why people believe it is not the same character is because Noah is supposed to be much more later, right? Because they buy into the false time frame they
Mm-hmm.
want to give you in the Bible. Therefore, Noah should be alive like 2300 BC,
Mm-hmm.
and Utnapishtim is older.
Right.
But if you understand that Noah is older
Yeah.
than what they tell you, you start to understand, all right, they're talking about the same character here.
So, what account are you talking about where Gilgamesh enters heaven? Because I don't know that.
Yes,
I only know the actual Epic of Gilgamesh, where he is trying to access the plant, and the plant
yeah,
is going to give him immortality.
yeah,
And there's only one left, and he at the end does not obtain it, or like he loses it.
yeah. That is after his failure in paradise. Then his option
Mm,
is to go for
okay.
this plant to have eternal life
Okay.
because they want to find eternal life.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the reason why Gilgamesh want to go into heaven is that he think it will give him eternal life.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Uh, but I will take you there. So in part, I
Okay.
think it is 12 or 13, I will
Oh,
go
good.
through the Epic of Gilgamesh. So I set you up to it right now
Mm-hmm.
because we will follow Gilgamesh and we will find Noah there. And
Mm-hmm.
then we will follow Inanna Ishtar's descent to the underworld.
Mm-hmm.
Because Inanna Ishtar know that she cannot go through the light. She have
Yeah.
to go into the darkness to find herself. She see through the game somewhat. And then you have Yudhishthira from Bharata, and he see through all the lies,
Mm-hmm.
and he takes back everything.
Okay. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Do you know what's also interesting? Because we're talking about who is Yahweh. Yahweh is this metal god. It's interesting because when I was young, Metatron came to me, and
Hmm.
this is like, I mean, I was really young. Um, and I didn't even know, like, that wasn't on my radar really, because it wasn't like I read anything about this, and I was very, very young. But Metatron came to me, and actually Metatron, though Metatron doesn't have like a sex per se, it was very female looking. She was very, like, her features were very female, but her half of all her features were metallic.
Hmm.
So it was like
Yeah.
the human side
Yeah.
with the metal on the other half,
Yeah.
right? So this is like, again,
Yeah.
the machine, a part of the machine, a part
Exactly.
of the
I agree. It's like a cherubim again, right?
mm-hmm,
But
mm-hmm,
take a more human form, like
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah. It was,
morphing between machine and
and
human shape.
yeah, yeah. Which was very feminine, like, but like a feminine warrior. It was like a very strong female warrior feature, It was all half metallic, like the whole face was half metallic.
Yeah, very interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's for me says it all because it's like part machine, part human, uh,
Hmm.
working for Enlil.
Right.
Demiurge.
It's all making sense.
Yeah, and they want to mislead you and like lead you astray and show you. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. So who is Nimrod? The phrase mighty hunter before the Lord, in the reference to Nimrod in the book of Genesis, is interpreted in various ways, with some seeing it as a positive attribute and others as a sign of opposition to God. Then we have to ask what God is he opposing?
Hmm.
Right. What are they talking about? What God is he opposing? That's the first question you have to ask yourself. Is Nimrod Gilgamesh? You can make a strong case that he is. Marduk creating a tower and Nimrod do the same. Is it the same tower or are they two different towers they are talking about? Nimrod and Marduk is attributed to the Tower of Babylon, for example. And people are confusing them because of that. I will show you the truth. So just bear with me for a while and I will tell you about the Tower of Babylon and what it's all about. And then you have Baal Hamon. And Baal Hamon is another name for Saturn. Saturn worship Baal Hamon. And some people attribute Nimrod to this Saturn Baal Hamon worship. And then you have Ninurta Saturn. Ninurta is the son of son of Enlil. Ninurta is the son of Enlil. Also attributed to Saturn. So let's talk about the two different interpretations of Nimrod. Positive interpretation. Some see it as a straightforward description of Nimrod's strength and prowess as a hunter, highlighting his skills and influence. Negative interpretation. Others interpretation from the first century onwards viewed before the Lord as signifying opposition to God, essentially meaning in defiance of God or against the Lord. This interpretation linked the name Nimrod with the Hebrew word meaning rebel. Additionally, the idea of building the Tower of Babel is sometimes associated with Nimrod, further solidifying the negative connotation of his action. Now, once again, you have to ask yourself, opposition to what God? He is in opposition to Jehovah, Enlil's side. The last Nephilim in any book we have doesn't mean the last Nephilim because, as you mentioned, we can have some still around. But the last one,
Achilles?
yes, the last Nephilim you can read about in a book is Achilles of Trojan fame. And here again, Achilles is a tragic Nephilim. They manipulated him to destroy the city of Troy. Because the city of Troy was the last bastion of Atlantean or Atlantis. There's a reason why they ganged up against Troy. It has nothing to do with a phony love story. Has nothing to do with that. The Troy had to be destroyed because of their tradition, and their tradition comes from Atlantis time.
Like, you mean their tradition of how they lived? What do you mean
How
by
they
tradition?
lived esoteric
Mhm.
methods, and also they probably had some technology still there from Atlantis times.
And their memory, and
And their
yeah.
memory. They remembered
Hmm.
their past. And the reason why they had to use Achilles was because the city walls was imprint. They couldn't take over the town without Achilles.
Hmm. Yeah, it was impenetrable.
Yeah, impenetrable.
I didn't know Achilles was a Nephilim.
No, it's something I've stumbled upon quite recently, and but it makes a lot of sense.
Hmm. Hmm.
And yeah,
I didn't know that Troy was an Atlantean city. Like, probably the last, well, like you said, the last remaining city of Atlantis, Atlantean people.
yeah,
I didn't know Troy was that.
like they had the memory of it, and they uphold the esoteric traditions, and the
Hmm.
tradition and the culture from
Hmm.
Atlantis, and uphold the idea that humanity could go back. So there
Hmm.
were a bastion of hope, kind of a thing, that has survived very
Hmm.
long from the extermination, from the purge after the flood. And this was really the last stronghold left, like in physical form, like you can
Hmm.
travel to.
Interesting.
Therefore, they had to gang up against Troy,
Hmm.
like the Greek city-states and so on. And in
Yeah.
the book, it says they had to put in the Trojan horse to be
Hmm.
able to penetrate the walls. They had to use manipulation and, you know,
Yeah.
but the truth is they had to use Achilles to be
Hmm.
able to have access to the town.
Hmm. I mean,
And
that city was completely destroyed. They didn't even find
yeah,
it until recently.
exactly. They had to wipe it all out, like
Hmm.
completely destroy it from our memory. It has
Hmm.
to be erased. Remember, that's how they operate.
Hmm.
If you view the pattern of Yahweh and their religions like Christianity and all of that, it's not like they are there just to take over. No, they are there to wipe you out. They are there to destroy the memory of you, that completely wipe you out from the face of history and the earth.
Hmm.
That is exactly what the Muslims do when they destroy temples and statues in Middle East. That is what the Christian did here when they
Hmm.
tried to destroy, erase the Viking culture, when they went over to the Inca, to the Maya,
Hmm.
to destroy and to own the history narrative.
Hmm. So, in the history, when it says that Achilles was the son of a human father and that his mother was a sea nymph,
Hmm.
where's where does that play into the soul?
That's just a nonsense. Like
Hmm. Hmm.
a
Because
sea
it's,
nymph changed that to
yeah, because
neph.
they say she was a goddess,
Yeah,
sea nymph, right?
yeah. It's
Yeah.
not, it's something to it because his parents was not both humans.
Hmm.
Achilles' both parents was not what we can call a human.
Right.
But they cannot tell you the truth. They cannot
Hmm.
tell you he was a Nephilim because that creates problem for them.
Hmm. Yeah.
For example, you have already put your finger to the
Hmm.
problem.
Hmm.
Like if they can find Nama, they can also find Achilles.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't want you to try to find Achilles.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, that is for them.
Mm-hmm.
You think you are searching for a normal human because all of this is only myth and fairy tales, right? You suspect to find a human in armor and shield
Mm-hmm.
and sword, maybe, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But they know that they are searching for a giant.
I mean, they wanted you to believe that the city of Troy was a myth. They didn't
Yeah, yeah,
even believe it was true
exactly.
until they found Troy.
Exactly. That's how they do it. So for example, first off, this is just a myth. Don't search for
Mm-hmm.
anything. It's
Mm-hmm.
just fairy tale. And when people find the ruins, like, okay, it's ruins there, but they were stupid. See, it was 1200 BC. The humans were stupid. So,
Mm-hmm.
okay, here you found your city. Okay, but they were stupid. Nothing to see here. You were right. The town existed, but nothing to see here.
Mm-hmm.
Go on. And when you face them, like, oh, we have some scans that show what's underneath the pyramids. Like, no, it doesn't. It's not true.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
all the way because they cannot tell you the truth.
Mm-hmm.
They have to control the history, the narrative, the garbage they
Mm-hmm.
try to sell you.
Right.
And they will always do like that. That's the reason
Mm-hmm.
why I don't understand why a person like Graham Hancock go and debate with this stupid moron on the Giza Plateau. What is Hiawatha?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know,
It's propaganda.
yeah. Why even debate these people?
Yeah,
It's just a show. It becomes a show.
yeah,
It becomes a distraction.
yeah. Or it's like you said, they'll give you a little bit of truth and then they'll completely you know, put in all of
Yeah,
their propaganda lies.
yeah. I don't need these people's approval. I know they are liars. I
Mm-hmm.
don't need their approval to know what I know.
No, nor their validation. Oh,
Yeah,
it's a stupid realm.
yeah. It's just a game.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to become a force for the truth? Why debate
Mm-hmm.
people who lie to your face all the time and expect that
Mm-hmm.
they will start to tell you the truth all of a sudden?
Yeah.
It's a waste of time. We don't have that time. We know the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go into some of the technology and the truth. And let's talk about Enki's nuclear art. And let's talk about the Giza pyramids for a while. Because now we have some new scans there, right? And
Oh
people
yeah.
should be like, what's going on? And people should be excited, interested, but no, of course not, because it's all lies, right? So Enki, his temple was called E-Apsu, as Enki was believed to live in Apsu, an aquifer from which all life was thought to stem, in Eridu. Enki was the god of science and magic, art and creativity, and this is very important. Art and creativity. That's the reason why he fall in love with the human race, because we were full of art and creativity. Something that Enlil the Demiurge lack. They cannot create anything new. They can take things and twist it into their perverted image. His son was Marduk Zeus, and Marduk Zeus changed side. And this is important. You have memory, Mnemosyne, and Mnemosyne was supposed to be married Marduk, but this is more like a controlled marriage to keep Mnemosyne, the memory of our past, away from us, and also the muses who were their children. because the Muses was all about science, art, poetry, and memory, and that is attributed to Enki and not Enlil. Therefore, what they are telling you here is that they control your memory, they want to control your creativity, because creativity means something new and a threat to their machine of stability, laws, regulations, boundaries. Everything that can threaten their machine, they have to control. It also means the human race. Enki is about water, and the attribute of water can be seen in the Greek mythology, where Enki becomes Poseidon, and Poseidon is the god of water. And Enki is the devil because he is not good, because the good is the evil and the evil is the good. But you have to see through the propaganda and the lies. If you cannot do that, they have you. If you follow the good, the so-called good, the light, they will have you in every turn. That's manipulation. So under the Giza pyramid, they have this scan that came out recently. And this is Enki's machine of water and fire. It is an ekur, a ziggurat, a mountain, a pyramid, a Duran key. And I will explain that term soon. But we can clearly see on the scan, and of course they will try to convince us that it is all fake. Because they cannot allow the truth to come out. And I have hammered home that truth since the start of this presentation, and I think people understand why. They cannot allow the true history come to surface. Our true history.
Well, they lose all their power because
Yeah.
then everybody is going to unequivocally know that every single thing has been a lie.
Yeah.
And that the lie has been perpetrated by those that rule you. And so, you know,
Exactly.
religion, everything would fall.
Yeah. So they will never tell you the truth. And I don't understand why people waste their time to debate these people, because they will just tell you another lie. It's time to move forward. But what they found in this structure was tube-like structures 210 feet high, and they ended up in a square cube, 4 of them.
Mm-hmm.
How old are the Great Pyramids? 10,500 BC. It means that they were created after the flood. Why were they created? From the beginning, Enki created the pyramids on Giza Plateau. They were created as a planetary harmonizer, a benevolent Gnostic machine designed to heal and stabilize the Earth after the cataclysm. Because I talked about this Earth crust replacement, and the flood and the water. Its function was resonance, to sing the song of life. It was a cathedral. Therefore, when people are talking about the pyramid as a good thing, what they are talking about is Enki's machine when they were newly created. But we all know that this evil, or this Demiurge side, take over things and turn it against us. Joseph P. Farrell is talking about the pyramid. The Great Pyramid as a tremendously powerful weapon of mass destruction is his theory. And he is right. He's not wrong.
So
But then,
it was taken and used as a weapon or turned into a weapon.
exactly. So the corporate takeover. The peak operation for this takeover was orchestrated by Marduk, 3100 BC. The apex of this machine was 2600 BC to 1500 BC. Therefore, Joseph P. Farrell is not wrong, but he's talking about the corporate takeover. And it was done 3100 BC, and it took them 500 years to remake or to manipulate or to shift function for the pyramid. And now it became a weapon of mass destruction. And you can read about some of the destruction in the Bible, in the Old Testament. They directed a new weapon to destroy rival cities, Sodom and Gomorrah, and to fight their own internal civil wars, the Pyramid Wars. And you can read about that, Pyramid Wars. It was a tectonic weapon. The pyramid's connection to the planet's core could be used not just to draw energy, but to inject it. By sending a specific dissonant frequency into the Earth's tectonic plates, it could be used to trigger earthquakes and volcanic eruptions on the other side of the planet. And if that sounds familiar today, yes, I think they have the same technology today in a different form.
Like HARP.
Like HARP.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing new.
Mm-hmm.
It's just in another shape or form.
Mm-hmm. Wow. But originally, Enki created it as a harmonizer.
Exactly. And this was done 10,500 BC. It's a very long time. It's like 7,000 years later here.
Mm-hmm.
But Marduk took over the pyramid, meaning his own son.
So it started. So can you just go back one? Go back behind there. Okay. So then it took them a few thousand years to get it to work as a weapon. So they had to change certain things for them to be able to like invert it so that now they could use it as a weapon. And so starting at around 2600 BC, it started being utilized against humanity, right?
Exactly. So they started to do the remake 3100 BC, and they were done 2600. So it took them 500 years of intense labor to recreate the pyramid for the new purpose. But what happened between these 7,000 years is we don't know that. I don't know that, but I can speculate a little bit. I know that Enki had to withdraw. I think he was afraid to end up under Demiurge rule because of the energy manipulation. He had to leave. And his pyramid was probably just standing there for a long period of time. I know that there was a struggle between Marduk and sorry, I don't know. A struggle between Marduk and another faction in the corporation. I will talk about it later as well. So there was some struggle over this technology as well.
And then, so you can say that for the past 4,500 years, we've been under this weaponized, inverted technology that is operating in the pyramid.
Yes, it stopped working like it started to stop working like 1500 BC. And the reason why they don't repair it or it is very simple. It became much more effective to use other kinds of technology to manipulate the human race.
Mm-hmm.
So they allowed it to crumble.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
But they have similar things going on, similar machines,
Mm-hmm.
similar methods of manipulation.
So what do you think was the last catastrophe that this technology did? Like what was the last thing that it hit?
Yeah, I would go for Sodom and Gomorrah as a huge
Mm-hmm.
strike.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And remember here, the time frame in the Bible should not be trusted,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
meaning that the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah happened somewhere probably between 2600 BC and 1500 BC.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say closer to 1500 BC.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But don't trust the time frame in the Bible. Certainly not the Old Testament, because they had to shift that, because they had to steer you away from 10,000 BC.
Well, yeah, I mean, according to the Old Testament, nothing existed prior to
Exactly.
6,000 years ago.
Exactly. And that's the
Like,
reason why, yeah, that's exactly the reason why they have this wall.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then when they realized that we cannot uphold this lie, they created the materialistic, atheistic lie,
Mm-hmm.
because now they had to fool you in a different way.
Yeah.
Now we come from the animals in a slow grinding evolution of nature.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, God didn't create the earth 6000 BC. We can see that we cannot fool you with this shit anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But only that you have to understand that 10,000 BC you were very stupid and lived in caves, and you should wait for evolution to evolve you.
See, I think that the proof of the beings that, or the people that were living in the cave systems, in the caves, and you see cave art, and you see bison and,
Mm,
deer and whatever. I
yeah,
think they were survivors. They were the
yeah,
few survivors from an almost extinction level event that happened many times in their resets.
yeah,
And so they were just relegated to literally living like that to
yeah,
survive because it was wiped
absolutely.
out.
Remember after the flood, we was like thrown back to like a Stone Age
Hmm.
type of scenario where we were scattered around on this planet
Yeah.
and we were completely broken in memory, in
Yeah.
spirit, in everything.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that it started there. Rather, it was a start of a new beginning.
Yeah.
And that's the reason of the purge and
Yeah.
why the Demiurge Enlil Jehovah faction don't want you to know what happened before the flood.
Yeah. Yeah. And if they can convince you, according
Yeah,
to the
yeah,
Bible, that everybody, whatever, if they can convince you that creation started 6,000 years ago and that nothing existed before that,
Hmm.
then that's like the most amazing way
Yeah,
to preserve all the information so that nobody knows anything at all. And you can
yeah,
just keep control.
exactly. And when you start to see through that charade, you invent another crap story, like you are just an animal and you evolved very slowly,
Hmm.
the slow grinding process of nature. And 10,000 BC, you were stupid in the
Hmm.
caves,
Yeah.
nothing to look for. Things started to happen 5000 BC with some farming in Sumeria.
Hmm. Right. Like a civilization just suddenly just
Kickstart all of a sudden, like boom.
There it is. The whole
There
thing.
you go.
Yeah, and then if you get too curious and want to ask some questions and you start digging around, maybe you study astrology, then we're going to put in the Bible that you're evil for studying
Yeah.
astrology or whatever, because
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
not supposed to you're
Exactly.
not supposed to ask questions or go outside of the program. And
Exactly.
if you try, we're going to instill terror in you. We're
Yeah.
going to tell you
Call
that
your
you're
names.
damned,
Yeah.
and that you're going to,
Yeah.
that you're evil, and you're going to go to hell if you go outside of your pen and start seeking for information and seeking for like these mysterious studies and esoteric studies. Like
Yeah.
that's pretty hardcore terrorizing.
Yes. That's the reason why I don't understand why people still believe that these people will confess our real history all of a sudden.
No.
Why do you need this approval? We
Mm-hmm.
already know the truth. Now we have to move forward. Why invite people who will always deny, call you names?
Right.
What's the point? I don't get it.
No, they'll never
Should we
release it.
go forward? Should we go forward as a race, or should we get stuck in this Demiurge prison forever? That's the question.
And really we have to rediscover it and present it so that they are in no position to hide it anymore. It's almost like
Mm.
we just need to be bringing all of this forward, and in not desiring any information
No,
from them,
no,
then they
exactly.
lose their power, right?
Exactly. Exactly. Why invite these people? I don't
Exactly.
care about their opinion.
No,
I'm
no.
I'm just done.
Yep.
That has been tried, and we find more and more proof of our case.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It's not the moment to go backwards. It's time to
Mm-hmm.
move forward.
So what do you think is going to happen with this discovery in the pyramid of
Yeah,
Giza?
yeah, I'm very afraid that through pressure they might give in. Maybe they will get some money or whatever, be bought and paid for, who knows, and they will confess that it was just a hoax or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little bit afraid for that scenario. I hope they have integrity, these guys, and we will
I,
see. But I am sure, for me, for example, people seems not to be able to have. I have seen so much proof on different places, not only on the Giza Plateau. For
mm-hmm.
me, it doesn't matter if these two people says, "Oh, it was just a hoax," whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen so much more proof that our history is a lie. It's everywhere.
Oh yeah.
But for
Oh my
me, the
God.
Giza Plateau is one proof.
It's
Uh,
pathetic. It's everything.
it is everything. It's everywhere.
Even the information about the World War I and World War II and what that really was about, and
Yeah,
like
yeah,
hiding the information of the resets. Like it's everything.
yeah.
It's
Yes,
maddening.
it is. Yeah, we don't need their proof.
Mm-mm.
They have created the narrative. And of course, if you work on a university, you have written a big book about this. Of course, you will not like throw it out and says, "I was wrong, sorry. I spent 10 years on this fucking book." Of course, I understand that. It would be hard for me as well to admit that no, my doctor degree was about bullshit and
Oh
nothing.
yeah. Oh yeah.
It would be hard, you know?
Hmm. Hmm. Well, yeah.
I understand why people are stuck. I really do.
And their money is on it. Like it's not just that; it's that they spend $200,000 or more in an education. They are dependent on making money in support of the lies that they have to tell. Like they have to tell the lies.
Yeah.
They have to keep to the linear programming.
Exactly. And if you haven't understood it yet, but science have become another religion. We call it
Mm-hmm.
scientism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's built into the system.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't get along with the program, you're kicked out and you have to leave the university you're working for. You have to leave your
Yeah.
livelihood. You have to, you know, it's
Oh
all
yeah.
about control over the history, the narrative
Mm-hmm.
they want to push on us.
Yeah. So it's their civilization. They
Yeah.
founded it. They founded everything in this. This is what people aren't realizing. You know, you pay for your gas and oil and water and house
Yeah.
and mortgage and utilities, and you go and buy whatever you wanted. It's all what they created. They created this entire system that you're living in.
Mm. Yes,
It's their creation, it's their society, it's their civilization. And
it is. It
we're
is.
funding it. We're funding it.
We are founding it, and the thing is that very soon they will close the bar around us, and
Mm-hmm.
they created the banking system in
Mm-hmm.
Babylon.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
You will find Rothschild, they are the Mammon worshipper. They are like the banking elite
Mm-hmm.
controlling us through producing money from nothing, get us in debt, and then you have to work.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to keep your work, you do what you're told. And if you work in a
Mm-hmm.
university, you do what you're told. If you
Mm-hmm.
want to sell
Yeah.
some crap medicine, poison humanity, you sell the crap they
Mm-hmm.
produce. And
Mm-hmm.
if you don't like it, you will lose your job and you will do something else. And we have already seen
Mm-hmm.
how people just go along with the program very recently. We are not going to talk about it here, but we
Mm-hmm.
all know what we're
Mm-hmm.
talking about. And this is the people with the white coats who are supposed to be moral, nice
Mm-hmm.
people. No, they have just invested more into the system. Therefore, they have more to lose. And therefore, they rather sell out the human race than to lose their job.
Oh, they're
And it's
Harvard.
because of money.
Yeah, and they're harvesters.
Yeah,
They're a part of the harvesting machine, if you will.
yeah. Everything is corrupt. Nothing is,
Mm-mm.
you know,
Mm-mm.
and
No,
it's,
it's bad. It's bad.
yeah, and they started when they rebooted, when they restarted civilization again after the flood.
Mm-hmm.
They put all of this slowly but surely together. The the banking system, and after the banking system, you have debt, you have to work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one thing leads to another.
Yeah, you have to be an indentured servant,
Yeah.
a serf.
We are at the moment where they are very close to close the cage around us forever. But they
Mm-hmm.
will try to have a digital current connected to digital ID. And if you don't do what you're told, they will shut your digital ID down and then you cannot pay for anything with your uh, monopoly money. And they
Yeah.
have you. Because
And
money is just make believe. So you're a slave of something that makes believe. It's not
and
real.
then they passed the censorship law so that you can't speak. You
Yeah,
can't ever, because they'll just shut your bank down. They'll just,
yeah.
it is a tyrannical, authoritarian, totalitarian nightmare.
It is. And we
Yeah.
are in the end of it. But
I
they
think.
lay the brickwork in Sumeria
Mm-hmm.
and Babel.
Mm-hmm.
That was their blueprint. They are much older and they start to plan for this after the flood.
Mm-hmm.
But the first brickwork, the first real like banking system,
Yeah.
finance, business was put together in Sumeria, Babel.
Along with they designated lineages to represent royalty in
Yeah,
Babylon and Ur. in Enkidu, like they created these segregations, lineages, king lists. Like these are the kings, these are the families, these are like the noble families that are going to rule.
Yeah.
You're designated over here, you're designated over there. It's very interesting, the archaeology in when you study like the archaeology in Eridu,
Yeah.
they don't want you really going in there. And if you even come back with one rock, they'll put you in prison.
Yeah.
Like they are not wanting anybody to go in and do any kind of archaeology there.
No, absolutely not. And there's a reason for it, of course. So what we are talking about now is the corporate takeover, right? So
Hmm.
this happened 3100 BC. But the original blueprint for the pyramid was by Enki and it was for good. But now it has been aimed at the human race. We talked about two different things, like two different things they could do with the pyramid, and here is a couple of more things. A psychological weapon, the voice of God. This is the frequency of fear, of awe, of divine terror. And that's the voice of God. And an
Yeah.
energy harvesting machine connected to the moon.
Hmm. Hmm.
And maybe that's the most.
Where do you think Enki is today?
Yeah, I think he has withdrawn because he doesn't want to become part of the Demiurge machine. I think he is afraid that he can be taken over,
Hmm.
manipulated by these frequencies.
Hmm.
I think he's waiting for us. I talked about it in the last presentation, if I
Hmm.
remember correctly. He's waiting for us to take over this matrix from within
Hmm.
and allow them in again. But they cannot risk becoming corrupt. And that goes back to the Lord of the Rings again, right?
Hmm.
Gandalf doesn't want to take the ring to the Mount Doom because he is afraid that it can even manipulate him
Hmm. Hmm.
under this technology, this
Right.
one ring. Therefore, he gave it to Frodo, who can withstand it.
It's very interesting because Enki was here in Eridu physically,
Mm,
right? He walked amongst the people that
mm.
that's what it says, that they were physically here. So where did he withdraw to? Did he go through a stargate and return somewhere else? Like, where you,
Yeah, I think he created like a matrix within the matrix kind of a thing. Uh, I cannot tell you how
mhm.
far away he is, but
You think he's
they are
in a different, you think he's still here, but not accessible.
not. We can reach him. So when you do method, when I do
Hmm.
methods, a strict method, I can have a communication with him.
Hmm.
So he help us. He help us from where he is,
Hmm.
but he is too afraid to show up. As for now,
Hmm.
in inside the matrix,
Hmm.
it's too much of a risk. He rather let us take over the matrix from within and give him access to the matrix when it is all done and over with.
Don't you find that interesting considering all the technology he has? Why is he afraid? He shouldn't be
Uh,
afraid if he has access to what he has. And if he created what he created, surely he's not alone and he's got like an army with him.
they have fought a war. Remember, I told you the war has gone
Hmm.
on for a very long time.
Hmm.
And they had access to Mars.
Hmm.
They had a colony on Mars.
Which is
They
just,
had Tiamat before.
Hmm.
and they blew up Tiamat.
Hmm.
So it was a big war. It was
Hmm.
not a small thing, very big,
Hmm.
of course. And then they continue on with Mars,
Hmm.
and then they lost Mars as well. Why do they keep on losing? The
Yeah.
main reason why Enlil line is so strong is because of the Demiurge machine, and that's an
Hmm.
AI. It's not like a god. It's even like doesn't. It's just a cold calculating machine, hive
Hmm.
mind. That is, I will show you the machine later on in this
Okay.
presentation. But
Yeah.
it is, uh, it is. There is a reason, for example, why when Homo divinus was here, for example,
Hmm.
then Enlil took it over and aimed it against them,
Hmm.
manipulated
Hmm.
the giants. And it's
Hmm.
easier to manipulate than to create. For example, why do we allow some stupid politician rule over us who
Hmm.
are stupid? It's because we are manipulated through technology.
Hmm.
And it's easier to distort and destroy than to build.
Hmm. Could he be over the ice wall in one of those continents? Just a
Who knows? Who
thought.
knows? Like uh, we talked about this Homo divinus again, that they
Hmm.
created a pocket, another
Hmm.
dimension matrix for them to keep them away from our reality.
Hmm.
And who knows what exists underneath us, for example.
Hmm.
There are
Yeah.
endless of tunnels, endless of temples.
Hmm.
Maybe they have created the matrix down there, like,
Hmm.
you know, the technology they had access to is very powerful.
Hmm.
But it is easier to destroy and manipulate than to create.
Hmm.
And that's the sad truth.
Yeah, it is.
And but we will win.
I think this is why they're coming at us so hard. So
Yeah,
time is short. They know their time is short. And yeah, I think, they're just giving it all that they have in this short time.
absolutely.
Hmm.
We are at an apocalypse. But
Okay.
I think we will win. So this is how it looked like after the remake of the
Hmm.
pyramids. And
Exactly. Mhm. That's great.
so you have it's like a one purpose is like an energy harvesting machine,
Hmm.
and then it is beamed towards the moon. Remember, this is like a farm.
Mm.
So what about Nimrod now? I talked about Nimrod and his tower. It's a similar situation. We have to discern between the first Babylon tower and the second one. The first tower of Babylon was created on the plains of Shinar with Atlantean technology. And it was Nimrod who built that tower. And this was 4000 BC. The first Gnostic king after the flood built in a desperate, glorious attempt to reboot the planetary consciousness grid. To reboot the Atlantean grid was the aim.
Mhm.
This was Nimrod's aim, and this is 4000 BC. So you see this faction, the Enki faction, Elder faction, the war is going on.
Mhm.
And it is about technology, what they want with humanity, and to awaken or to keep in the dark. And here you have Nimrod's tower on the plain of Shinar. And there was no evil purpose behind it. But then you have Marduk's tower, and that tower is Etim and Anki, Kadingiraki, Ziggurat of Babylon, Tower of Babel. The lofty temple house of Marduk, and that was built probably 1850 BCE. Some people believe roughly between 2400 BC and 2200 BC. And after the flood, no, but they want you to believe that.
Mhm.
It is after the flood, but not like in that time frame, right?
Mhm.
It was after the flood, but much after the flood, a lot after the flood, because the flood was 10,000 BC, and this is like 1850 BC. So it's way long after the flood. We have two star signs of 7, and one is Ursa Major, and it's called the Ursa Major, the Big Dipper, and that's a Duran key, you can say.
Mhm.
The Great Pyramid is aiming for Sirius. One shaft is pointing to Sirius. Therefore, I also think that one purpose was a Stargate, or
Mhm.
or at least be able to communicate with that place. But to have a clear radio signal to that place in the sky.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I will talk about this term Duran key very soon. You have another star system, star sign, let's say, with 7 stars, and it look very similar to the Ursa Major, and that is Aldebaran. No, sorry, that is Pleiades, and Aldebaran points the way to the Pleiades, also called the Seven Sisters. And we have a Duran key connecting Earth to that part of heaven as well, meaning Pleiades. So what is the Duran key? Yeah, Heaven's Gate. We are aiming at Heaven's Gate with Orion, the Orion man. Either he is a warrior who guards the Heaven's Gate, or he tries to break it down with violence.
Mhm.
What is it? And who is Gilgamesh of these two characters? Well, he breaks down the walls of heaven, like killing the
Mhm.
bull, the Humbaba. The heaven's bull is like a warrior who breached the heaven gates. Set cuts Orion into, or Osiris into 14 pieces. What is going on here? Who is the villain? Who is the good guy? How to understand this? And now it becomes very important because this is maybe now we come into the movie Matrix and so on. I think that's yes. So this is the Orion man, Osiris, and Osiris struggle with Set. So what's going on? Why did Set cut him up into 14 pieces? The reason why Set cut up Osiris into 14 pieces was because he wanted to dissect the machine. He wanted to pick it apart and understand how deep this machine goes. To examine the prison from within. It was a dissection. Here's the problem and here's the warning. It's very good to understand how to overcome the machine and what it is made of and how it is working. The problem with cutting up Osiris is that you have to go all the way when you do it. Because when they collect the pieces together again, they will create an even more stable matrix around you, examining the rebellious gene who destroyed the older matrix and then reinstall an even more profound matrix harder for you to overcome. And the movie Matrix is all about this. That's the reason why in the third movie, Neo bargains with the Demiurge machine and allow the machine to examine his rebellious gene, spark, and then they recreate the Matrix in the end of the movie to an even harder matrix to penetrate. Therefore, what they are telling you in the movie's Matrix, is that resistance is futile. Every time you pick apart Orion, Osiris, we will recreate it into an even better prison for you. Therefore, this time around we have to go all the way. Otherwise, they will use our rebellion and create an even harder matrix for us to penetrate. Every time we do it and we fail, the matrix will be more profound. And now we are here. In Genesis 3:24 it says, "He drove out the man, and at the east of the Garden of Eden he placed the cherubim and the flaming sword, which turned every way to guard the way of the tree of life," meaning to control who have access to heaven or who doesn't. And the one who does not have access to heaven, they will just be wiped clean and reincarnate back to be farmed again. The one who are prepared to betray the human race and doing a good work for the Elohim, the elite priest class, for example, some of them will get access to heaven or to the matrix within the matrix for the service for the so-called gods. And that's where we will start with Saint Michael line, part 9. And we will talk about some of this elite priest class.
Wonderful. Wow. Okay.
Yes, so part 9, Sankt Michael line. And you have already started to ask questions about this part as always. But that's great. But now I will dig into and answer some of those questions, the details of the connection, heaven, earth, Duran-Key, and what this technology is all about. So now we will go into some details. But I think it's good to go from the details and to the big, so you see the
Yeah.
big plane and also the details of it, so you can go back and forth. So this is a chapter about some of the details. So we will go into the Bible and decode it, what it really says in this chapter. Some of it, of course. All right, so let's get going. And of course, we have talked about Enlil and Enki before, but they have a certain technology to contact the asset here on Earth, the elite priest class. And they call it Nibruki or Duran-Key. The city is Nibruki, but in the city Nibruki they have this technology to access the gods or communicate with the gods. So the Nibruki crossroads on Earth. The Sumerian name for Nippur, the city from which Enlil ruled, was also called Duran-Key. There were 50 Anunna and 7 gods who determined the destinies. From the root EBR, which means to cross over, perhaps the term Hebrew is derived. Before man was created, the city was built for the gods. The most important gods of Nippur were Enlil, Ninlil, and his mother Nunbar Hegunu. The city of Nibruki Nippur is located 150 kilometers southeast of Baghdad. So this is a very important city for Enlil. Enlil ruled from this city. So the term Duran-Key, what is it all about? So let us decode that semantic, the meaning of that word. As I said before, Nibruki is the crossroads on Earth, Enlil's city. The Sumerian name for Nippur, city from which Enlil ruled, was also called Duran-Key. There were 50 Anunna and 7 gods who determined the destinies. Duran-Key connecting Earth, Heaven, Stargate. It is synonymous with mountain, Ekur, Ziggurat, pyramids. 7 gods, 7 stars in Pleiades, for example. Maybe that's something that should be brought up or pointed out. 50 Anunna. Enlil's name, Enlil, is attributed to the number 50. And maybe there is a connection there. Determine the destinies. What do they mean by that? Determine the destinies. Duran-Key, the sky-earth link. A pillar used by Enlil to speak to heaven stood in the center of Nippur, the capital of the god Enlil. It is also called Ekur, denoting the place where Enlil planted the seed of humanity. So Duran-Key, Ekur Mountain, Ziggurat Pyramid, vineyard grapes. We talked about that when we talked about Noah, that to plant a vineyard is also associated with create a star link or a sky-earth link.
So
And the term...
Duranki and Nippur, these are locations, just so everyone understands, in the Mesopotamian area, which later became the area around Iraq.
Yes, Iran, Iraq.
Around Iraq.
I would say Iraq. Yes, Iraq. But it is that area where you have the Sumerian city-states who worship different Anunnaki gods. So they didn't worship one god, but each city-state was dedicated to a certain god. So some worshipped Enlil, some worshipped Marduk, some worshipped Ishtar. But further, if you come closer to our time, they try to abandon the idea that there were many gods because they wanted one god to rule all. So they try to do away with the worship of different gods through time. But they had to do it in stages. So, and they highlighted, of course, Jehovah as the one God.
Mhm.
But for example, from the beginning, it sounded like, or they try to convince you that you should not have any other God beside me.
Mhm. So was that
And
Marduk?
that was Jehovah,
Yeah.
Enlil faction. But it was also a propaganda between Marduk or Enlil, like who will be the one God you should worship. But it became Enlil Jehovah. Enlil and Jehovah is not really the same, but they are, if you view it as a corporation, Jehovah is under Enlil in the line of command. So it's still acting out the Enlil's will.
And so, and Yahweh is because it's Yahweh and Jehovah in the Old Testament, right?
Yes, so it's a lot of distortions and so on there.
So is it two different gods from the same corporation?
Can be, yes,
Hmm.
but maybe also sometimes they refer to the Enlil, to the head, to the CEO head in the corporation, and sometimes maybe Jehovah, and they confuse them to be the same or different
Hmm.
gods who want different things,
Hmm.
but they work for the same corporation with the same goal.
And then and so Enki in the Old Testament, who would he be represented under? So you've got Yahweh, you've got Jehovah, which is Enlil Corporation, Marduk. So then how is Enki represented in the Old Testament?
Yes, according to me, now I tell you what I believe, is that they try to wipe him away, like take him away completely from the Bible. You still can see or feel his presence sometimes, for example, in the New Testament, because if you can read between the line, you know that the real Christian, the real Jesus Christ, the Gnostic one, didn't worship Enlil or Jehovah. He was an Enkist. So you still see that coming through sometimes. But I think they try to wipe him clean because they don't even want him to be there. The trick here is to make you believe and choose between gods who work for the same corporation or so-called God who work for the same corporation. You can view it. It is the same here today when you vote for a politician. They all work for the same corporation. They're just different faces, play this game, this circus, and people believe they vote for one thing or another. But in the end, it's the same corporation in the background who rule them all. Does it matter? They will never let any politician come from another industry or a corporation, they will never be there in the first place. It's just not possible anymore.
Hmm. Right. Okay.
So therefore, I think Jehovah, Yahweh, don't get fooled. In this, at least the same corporation we are talking about. I know that some believe that Yahweh is Enki and Jehovah is Enlil. No, it's not true.
That makes
Uh,
sense.
because if you read the Bible, you will find out that Yahweh is a terrible God. doing terrible things. Jehovah is a terrible God doing terrible things. They are working for the same corporation. There is a Stargate as well, so you can communicate, travel, and have connection to the gods. And the gods use this Duran-Key Sky Earth link to communicate with the elite priest class here on Earth and then act out their will here on Earth. Therefore, the gods could take a step backwards, so you didn't see their face. They only came down when really needed to uh, gather their elite priests together because they were starting to get out of line and to remind them who they were working for. They didn't show up unnecessarily on our
And
planet.
so they gave the Ark of the Covenant to the Hebrew people
Hmm.
as a communication device and also a weapon.
Yes, both and
Hmm.
both and I have to say.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
it was sure for sure was a communication device.
Hmm.
They can contact their gods and ask what they wanted them to do.
Hmm.
They were completely controlled, and if they step out of line, the god, so-called god, threatening them if they didn't proceed with their mission or with the purpose they were.
So then the priest class that is spoken about in the Old Testament is the Levites were the priest class that were the only
Yes,
ones that could handle the Ark of the Covenant. And so that was their particular priest class.
exactly. So you have the different tribes of the Jewish people, the 12 tribes, and they had different purposes, a little bit different purpose because of their genetic uh, and how they were raised up. But this doesn't mean, please, this doesn't mean that all Jewish people are bad people. We are talking
Yeah.
about the elite, and this elite is behind. I mean, they use the normal people
Hmm.
as cannon fodder for their game.
Hmm. Yeah, and they wouldn't know who they're really dealing with. They're thinking it's God.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
A good point, Laura, and that has to be pointed out as well. This elite priest, elite class, they stood in front of technology they couldn't understand.
mhm.
For them, it was a god.
Yeah,
They thought they acted out the will of God. They were manipulated, fooled, and used.
yeah.
Everything is it's just sad, you know.
Hmm.
So it's not useful to speak ill of any
No.
particular humanity here. We have all been manipulated and fooled.
Hmm.
But in this case, the Jewish people, some of them in form of different tribes, had different purpose, different missions
Hmm.
to act out here
Hmm.
on
Yeah,
this.
they also wore that breastplate. Remember the
Exactly.
tablets of
Exactly.
destiny,
Yes.
which was what, another communication device because only
Another
the yeah.
communication device. That is exactly what it was. The iPod. Uh, it was it was a technology device to communicate with the gods.
Hmm. Yeah.
And the Levites had their specific purpose, and the tribe of Judah had their specific purpose to act out
Hmm.
here
Yeah.
according to plan. But under them, you had the poor foot soldiers, right? And they were as fooled as the priest class. They are just used as cannon fodder. So to speak ill about people is not a good
No.
thing. But
No, but the design is that if you don't get to see who these people are,
yeah,
then you will think that it's God, right? You will,
yeah,
because it's all spectacular, impossible technology that, is very metaphysical to them. So they wouldn't
yeah,
see that it's, no, actually, this is a physical person. So yeah,
exactly.
it would be easy to fool.
It is, and the normal foot soldier. went to their elite priest and asked them what is the mission, and the priest goes to the communication device with the so-called God. So it's like corporate structure, the normal worker on the working floor just do the work, go home, get their pay, don't know what the corporation, head of the corporation is talking about because it's not their business. So it's about control. Aldebaran and Michael. Now we come to an archangel and also propaganda, right? So this archangel Michael is a big thing in like New Age and so on. So let's pick it apart. Aldebaran, a bright star in the constellation Taurus. Taurus is known as the Watcher of the East and is linked to the themes of protection, courage, and justice, which are also attributed to Archangel Michael. Michael is revered as a powerful spiritual warrior and a protector against evil. He is often depicted with a sword. Aldebaran's position as the Eye of Taurus further connect it to Michael's fiery and assertive nature. The bull, a symbol of Taurus, also represents strength and aligning with Michael's warrior archetype. And now we are supposed to look up to this archangel Michael. And the propaganda tells us that you should communicate with angels. Angels is perfectly fine, but demons is not. But if you go to the root meaning of these words, then angel means a messenger. They bring you the messenger from the God. And what God do the archangels and angels serve? Is the question you have to ask yourself. What do they serve? And the word demon means teacher. That's all it is.
Well, really? I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Yes.
The word demon means teacher?
Teacher.
In what
They are,
language?
I don't remember, but I can look it up.
Mhm.
So the demon, I think, is kind of from daimon or
Daemon, I think. Daemon.
yes. Demon is the teacher. They teach you some profound esoteric truth.
Mm-hmm.
But the angels are messengers.
Mm-hmm.
But you see, they have to make the demons evil because they try to teach you something that is outside the cage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But the angels are messenger inside the cage.
Yes.
And it is true that you can work with angels. I'm not saying that you cannot. For example, you need some healing, help with your body, and they can help you, angels. I'm not saying that you cannot communicate with them, but they will not help you to rise up in spiritual evolution because they are still bound in this cage. They operate in the cage and they have no will for you to overcome the cage. They are still working for the gods, so-called gods. Aldebaran and Michael. And we talked about this before. Aldebaran is the eye of the ball. So you have the star constellation Taurus, and behind the back of the Taurus constellation, you have the Aldebaran, the fixed star. So if you want to find Pleiades, it's hard to see with your naked eye. Sometimes when the sky is very dark and the stars is very close to us, not close to us in distance, but that seems to come down from the sky, right? You can spot Pleiades. If you see the fixed star Aldebaran, you can follow it. and you will find it. And it's also called the Seven Sisters. We talked about that before, but it's good to remind you because it's a long presentation, right? So I want to bring you along. So if you think I talk about stuff I talked about before, it's because I want to remind you. And it will be important for the ending of this presentation that you have everything with you. And of course, it will be very long ones. You have to watch it more than one time, hopefully, if you think it is worthwhile. Apollo Michael line. So as an example, have you ever wondered why Archangel Michael is also called Saint Michael? Normally saints are just men like us. That is to say, mere mortals, not archangels. The cult of Michael was established in a previous temple dedicated to Apollo. Odin, Apollo, and Belenius were all divinities, so was this mysterious Mikael one as well. Its name literally means he who is like an L, but he is not an L. He who is like an L. He is more like an elite priest class kind of a person, right? Now don't confuse Odin with this ilk, because Odin was an esoteric master who wanted to see how, who wanted to measure the cage and find a way how to transcend it.
Yeah, Odin was human.
Yeah, Odin was like an esoteric master who had discovered that we are trapped in this cage, and he wanted to find the truth about the cage. He wanted to measure the cage and then find an exit in the cage. So don't confuse Odin with Mikael. They are two opposing people standing on the opposite of in this war. They are opposite in this war. Apollo Michael line, even the geography of Saint Michael line changes. The Carmel means garden, vineyard, or even garden of an L. In fact, it features the same root L also presented in Michael's name, Mikael's name. That very hill was the almost constant dwelling place of the prophet Elijah, a very notable character. Elijah was in close contact with the Elohim, who, in the end, according to the Bible, took him away with them. It also happened to Enoch. So here we have technology, two undead, both ascended with the Elohim, and also a reference to Noah and the vineyard and the grapes, and his failure by going into to travel to the metaphysical to see what happened to Adam and Eve. Enme Duranki. The Lord, whose Sumerian translated term connects heaven and earth. Priest of the Duranki, who served at the sacred temple of Nippur. This character is reminiscent of the biblical Enoch, who was taken up to the sky. Eme Duranki was not a name, it was a title. So here is the truth about this Enoch. A job description. And Enoch was the most famous and most successful human asset to ever hold that title. Emme Duranki. An elite priest class who hold the communication between earth and the gods, or Elohim. Because they are not gods, but they pretend to be our gods, and they want us to view them as their gods. He was exfiltrated. He was physically taken through the Dur Anki. The Stargate he had managed his entire life and transferred to the Warden's central command hub, the Moon or Nibiru, to have his consciousness archived. His ascension, his being taken up to the sky, was not a spiritual reward, it was a corporate transfer. He was an asset so valuable, so filled with critical operational knowledge, that he could not be allowed to simply die and be recycled. The title of Enme Duranki is the highest rank a slave can achieve in the house of his master. So there you have it, Enoch. And this word Nibiru you might have heard before. And some people believe it's a planet that come from far away, go into our solar system, take a U-turn and go back. That's a lie. What is Nibiru? Nibiru is a ship, and Nibiru is Marduk's ship. And I know it might be hard to wrap your mind around, but the ship was called Nibiru Key. And therefore some of the elite priest class here on Earth might communicate with that ship, and Enoch might be taken to that ship to be processed after his service. That ship is not around anymore, but it's important because in this dire age of ours, people start to see that our skies are full of objects, flickering orbs or plasma or UFOs, and some of those UFOs are ours or the esoteric elite's assets, but some of them are not. So if I can show you that this have gone on for a long time, maybe that will not come as a shock for you when you realize that there are stuff in the air that doesn't belong to the human race.
So, David, you said that the Nibiru key is no longer here. How do you know that, and where is it?
Yes, what I have come to understand, I cannot promise you this, but what I have come to understand is that this ship was a very powerful, big ship. And later on in history, you remember the pyramid on Giza Plateau when Marduk took it over. They didn't repair it, they let it fall, or they didn't sustain it, because they figure out it is better to rule humanity from behind without any physical evidence that we are here, and move the chess pieces on planet Earth behind the curtain, instead of show up with big ships or technology that can awaken people to the fact that they are controlled of some more powerful force than themselves. So now they have taken a huge step back and rule us by an elite, still an esoteric elite, but they have taken away the technology. And of course, if the human race evolve, because we have evolved in some respects, then we know that no, they are not gods, really, are they? This is technology, because now we can wrap our mind around the fact that something might try to fool us here.
Yeah.
Therefore, that method had to go, and they tried to convince us that about the materialistic, atheistic paradigm instead, that evolution, nothing happened, there is no profound truth to behead in or to find out in the skies.
So, do you think that ship is still in the solar system?
I think it is still in the solar system, but it is not used. But it is maybe it's not functional anymore. I don't know. But I don't think you will see it around for a long time. But the thing is that the reason why I want to show you this as well is because this deception, they can fake an UFO alien invasion, for example, and if we cannot wrap our mind around that this technology can exist and be around, then people will fall for that agenda again, right? So it's very smart to take a step backwards and say, atheistic, materialistic paradigm. No, matter of fact, nothing of this is real, nothing exists. So when we do see UFO technology come from the skies again, we will think it's an alien race coming to threatening us. And then they have us again fooled.
Yeah.
Therefore, we have to understand what's going on ahead of them, or what can be done by them against us, so we don't fall for the lies they are going to release on humanity. And I know that many people will not doesn't want to uphold the idea that this kind of a thing could exist, and that's fine. But I'm not speaking to all either. If you don't feel anything, if you can't wrap your mind around it, I cannot do anything for you, and I don't tell you what you have to believe in. But maybe.
Oh, I think most people are open to this because we're seeing now more than ever all of this. So even the people that didn't believe in it are believing in it. So, we've crossed a threshold.
Yeah, and of course, now when I speak to all that can see this presentation. I understand that your audience loud are ready for this information, but I don't know who can.
Yeah.
Other people can watch it as well, and I tell you, I'm not here to tell you what you have to believe, but I also think way ahead, because maybe you can in 5-10 years, because you have seen much more in the skies, and humanity are in for a ride. So remember this, 5 to 10 years from now. If you don't believe it now, maybe you will find some truth, and maybe you can start to at least uphold the idea that it can be true. That's the reason why I show you this. So back to Enoch. So it is said of Enoch and Noah, respectively, in Genesis 5:22 to 24, and Noah in Genesis 6:9, that 6:9, that they walked with the Elohim. He walked with the gods. But suppose Elohim is singular here. The article is still wrongly omitted in traditional translation. The line should thus read, he walked with the God. But what does with the God mean? If God is not a proper name, then with which God did Enoch walk? And Enoch is considered to be the anointed one. Both Enoch and Noah traveled back and forth with the Elohim, and in these travels Enoch was brought before the great leader of the empire. Enoch is anointed by the hand of Michael, the archangel, commander of the army. The ruler of the empire commands Michael too. Take Enoch, strip him of his earthly garments, anoint him with holy oil, and clothe him with robes of glory. The oil appeared like a great light, its anointing oil like a beneficent dew, its fragrance like myrrh, and its rays like the sun. He looked at myself and was like one of the glorious ones, meaning the Elohim. So he is anointed before he can go to heaven, or to use this Duran key link. And it is Michael who do the anointing. And you might remember the Christ, the anointing of Christ, right? Christ was anointed.
But what do you think that they're saying is that anointing that he went through? Like what
Yeah.
was put on him so that he had this light or whatever it was that was changed
Yeah.
in him? What do you think they were
Yes.
actually doing?
I think that the anointing business is that when you live on Earth, you have germs and maybe some infectious things with you.
Hmm.
So they have to clean you up before you can enter like a ship like
Hmm.
Nibruki or a
Hmm.
place in heaven. To not bring with you things from Earth
Hmm.
to their facility. They have to clean you up like a disinfection stuff going on. I believe that. Uh,
So, just so everyone knows, Elohim, the actual translation is plural, which means
hmm,
that it's multiple. It's more than one Elohim. It's not
yes,
it's not God, but it's gods.
it is gods.
Yeah.
So, for example, in Sumerian mythology, it's a good start to study Sumerian mythology and religion because then you get the idea. Uh, and you can also study, of course, Greek mythology with many gods. You have a pantheon. But the most interesting part is the Sumerian because there you can read about those different city-states that belong to different gods and how they worship these different gods, like Nana Sin, Ishtar, Enlil, Marduk, Nergal, Ninurta. All of these so-called gods are Elohim. Therefore, there has to be plural. It is not God, it is gods. But they wanted to take away that gods, and that's the reason why Jehovah tells you, "I am a jealous God. You should not worship any other gods beside me." So he doesn't say, "I'm the only God." He says, "I'm the God you should choose between these gods." But later on, they took away that possibility to choose between different gods. They just promoted one god and tried to take away the rest of the gods. But you have to understand, most of these gods worked for the same corporation, so it doesn't matter. You still worship the corporation. And the gods who didn't belong to the corporation had to go away. And some of them were Enki. You had Ishtar. Yeah, that's about it. I'm sorry. There are more gods, but if you read the Sumerian mythology, religion, it is not an even fight. This one is
Wow.
mm,
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So there's only a tiny little faction going against the
yeah,
corporation.
that's the rebellion against the corporation. But there are more gods. I mentioned Viracocha, for example, Quetzalcoatl,
Hmm.
Tahuti,
Hmm.
Thoth. They belong also to the Enki side of things. So it's not that horrible, but it is bad. Most of them
Hmm.
obey the corporation. It's not an even fight. It
Hmm.
is. And we can see that again in humanity as well, right? Most of the
Yeah,
people
it's never
go
fair.
along. No, it's never
Yeah.
fair. It's very few people who dare to stand up and be a rebel.
Hmm.
Most people go along with whatever stupid shit they conjure
Hmm.
up. They will
Hmm.
always line with the stupid bullshit.
Yeah.
Where and the few who raise up their hands, they are, for the most part, so few.
Hmm. Yeah.
So back to Joseph P. Farrell. Now, it's important to mention maybe that Joseph P. Farrell is like he's an Orthodox Christian, but he still have very good information. But we have not come to the same conclusion in the end. So it's important for me to mention that because maybe, of course, maybe he doesn't like to his name to show up in a presentation like this. But please understand that Joseph P. Farrell, I only use his knowledge. We have nothing in common otherwise, him and me. Similarly, Enlil, whose number is 50, and we talked about this Annunna, 50 Annunnas before, that is to say 50 to 60 in the Mesopotamian scheme of radius, and Marduk laying at 25. Both generated their own numerical tonal mountain, Enlil the radio operator. But this is a frequency, right? To get in contact with a certain god, they use different frequencies. And they used mountains, ziggurats, pyramids, vineyard in the case of Noah. All of this is a similar phenomena. And the end goal is to have communication with the so-called gods. That's not only the purpose behind the pyramid, and we talked about it before, but this is one of them.
Yeah, and so they used a mountain or a high plateau, like a ziggurat, as an antenna.
Yeah, exactly. And also technology. So when people think of ziggurats or pyramid, they think about this stripped away. It's a stripped machine, right? The technology is taken away. So what you see is just the shell of the machine. They have to strip the mountains. They have to strip the ziggurats because they don't want you to know that this kind of a technology have ever existed. Their false history narrative will fall apart if they would allow the technology to still be there, right? Access codes. They are the access codes that define an entity's position and function within the command structure of the demiurgic machine. Enlil the number 50, the chairman of the board. Because he has a high number as well. So that's also a rank position within the corporation, within the demiurgic corporation. So who are ruling this corporation? Well, I think we have talked about it before, but to mention it again, it is an AI, a demiurgic machine AI, who have taken over this corporation. So it's only cold logic, artificial cold logic that rules. So let's examine this number 50 and give it the esoteric meaning. You have 50 gates of Bina on the tree of life. What it means is that Bina, if you leave the mental plane, first you have the astral plane, and then you have the mental plane, and when you have left the mental plane, like you're in deep metaphysical space now, you have the 50 gates you have to go through to leave the machine completely. And that is the gate that leads to Bina, the Great Sea. It's the third Sephira on the Tree of Life. That's the black Sephira in the Trinity. So you have Kether, you have Chokmah, and then you have Bina. And then you go down to the mental plane. In order for you to leave the mental plane and go even deeper into the metaphysical space, you have to open the 50 gates that leads to Bina. So, Warden's own Kabbalah, 50 gates of understanding. Enlil is the master of the 49 gates. He is the being who has perfect, total, and absolute knowledge of every single aspect of the prison farm. He is the gatekeeper who stands before the final, unknowable mystery. 50 signifies his role. He is not the distant silent source code. He is the highest operational authority. He is the chairman of the board, the one who holds all the keys to the known universe, the one who had the final say on all matters within the creation, The number 50 is the frequency of perfected system administrator. Because you have to go through him if you want to reach the 50 gates. He is controlling all the rest on the tree of life. Meaning he is controlling the light, the false light. And that's the reason why I come to the conclusion that you cannot go through the light. You have to go through the darkness if you want to be free. Because they control the light. So let's look into Marduk. They are access codes that define the entity, position, and function within the command structure of the Demiurge machine. So Marduk has the number 25. And that's the CEO of the Earth franchise. 25 is the number of weaponized, focused, and delegated power. 5 times 5 equals 25. The number 5 is Gebura of severity, the march on fire. And Gebura is another Sephira on the tree of life. So if you don't know much about the tree of life, I highly recommend you just to look at it, and you will find these Sephiras on the tree. And you don't have to know the deeper truth of tree of life to understand what I'm saying, right? But it is a Sephira on the tree of life. It is the march on fire of the power of the divine warrior. This the strength amplified and focused into an instrument of absolute conquest. Marduk's rank of 25 is precisely half of Enlil's 50. This is not a coincidence. Marduk's authority, while immense, is a direct delegation from Enlil. He's the son, the CEO, who runs the most important and most rebellious franchise in the sector. The number 25 is if the frequency is the frequency of the perfect warrior king. And that is how he is portrayed in the Sumerian religion. So he's more like, he's closer to us than Enlil. But he is the one who defeated Tiamat, if you remember the mythology. He destroyed Tiamat. And now we know how he did it, right? We know that he used his Nibruki starship. Yes. So part 10. Like Adam, you will die.
That's like Blade Runner.
Yes, exactly. A wonderful movie.
Mm-hmm.
And Lord Elohim, Krishna died in 3102 BC. Krishna was at least 2,500 years old when he died, but closer to 3,000 years old, or even more. But in the Bible, it states, do not be under any illusion. It is true that you are Elohim, but you will die like all the Adams. Meaning that even the Elohim dies. That means that even Yahweh will die. They can live very long, but they still die. What happened to the soul when the body breaks down, I do not know. But their body breaks down as our body breaks down.
Well, this makes me think of why there's so many abductions where they're constantly collecting DNA. It's all about the DNA, right? It's like they're trying to find the secret to immortality.
Yes, that
through
that is
us.
that is part of that, and you know, the transhumanistic agenda, technology, and all of that to find the true, you know, eternal life through technology, because they themselves die as well, even though they live much longer than we. But in the Bible, it says, do not be under any illusion. It is true that you are Elohim, but you will die like all the Adams. Meaning they have not found the secrets of eternal life. And we have a very interesting phenomenon called the Sumerian king list as well. After the mythical period, the list explicitly mentioned the flood swept over, and then kingship had descended from heaven. All right, and before the flood, we have gods or humans, not gods, but humans who lived very long time according to this king list. I am quite sure that that list is not about how old the kings were, but it is about other things. And I don't want to speculate about it here because we will have maybe a third part, depending on you, Laura, and I will go into this king list a little bit more
Yeah,
in
I'd
the
love
third
to
part.
because I'm fascinated by the Sumerian king list. So that would be
Oh,
great.
okay. Yeah, I will, yeah, I will show you the details, more detailed version of it in the next presentation.
Okay.
Uh, Transhumanism, to expand the life experience in a single body, is of course the aim here, right? So you have an elite, they don't want to give away don't want their body to break down, they want to prolong their life. And that's a big part in the transhumanistic agenda. Then you can see this in the movies. You mentioned this is, of course, from Blade Runner. This is about who are we and why do you have to die? Memory, and you have a beautiful scene in the end of the movie. And it's a good movie, and yeah, I highly recommend it. What happens to our memory when our body breaks down? Who are we? Who will remember us?
Did you just like we're still on the same like Adam you will die transhuman. So it didn't go to the next one. For some
Hmm?
reason it got frozen. Your
Oh, sorry.
screen.
I'm still on. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I'm still on. Like Adam, you will die,
Mm-hmm.
talking still about uh, the very long lifespan of the Elohim. But you see this come up through the with the transhumanistic agenda, the idea to have a very long lifespan or even eternal lifespan. Like for example, with technology, we might be able to create a body and transfer our soul right over to the next body, kind of a deal. Is it possible? Can they break the code here? Is it even possible?
So do you think that the life expectancy of an Elohim would be 3,000 years?
I think it's much longer. I think this Krishna character, at least he was 3,000, but I think you should think in terms of 10,000
Mm-hmm. Okay.
and even more.
Mm-hmm.
But we,
It's
we know that he died like 3,102 BC. But when was he born?
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
That's the question. And we know he lived during the Battle of Kurukshetra, Bhagavad Gita fame, and that happened 5,600 BC. So at least 3,000
Mm-hmm.
I think. But I think you have to at least consider 10,000 or even more
Mm-hmm.
as a lifespan for this Elohim.
Yeah. Well.
And yes, and in Blade Runner, you have a lot of this idea, about prolonging life through technology. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
sure we all know that the Elohim, the Enlil, uh, are possessed by cold-hearted technology without soul and spirit. Now, soul is important here, but you know what I mean. Uh, you can uh, be a soulless being and still live within a body full of technology,
Yeah.
but you don't have the spark.
Mm.
To transfer a soul is not, we have to, the soul and spirit is not really the same thing. But again, what we are talking about is that they are lacking the spark. They still have a dormant soul, but without the spark, they cannot connect their body to the soul. The connection is severed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So when we say they are soulless, it only means that they have lost their connection
Mm.
with between soul and body. Or some would say they lost the connection between mind and heart. But they still have a soul that is dormant within them, right? And of course, it is important to distinguish between this, otherwise, it doesn't make sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
You cannot have an aesthetic elite who want to transfer a soul that doesn't exist into a machine body. The soul exists, but they cannot have any connection with that soul. The spark is lost. The connection is lost.
Yeah.
And you can also make an argument that if you are an atheist materialist and you say you are only an animal, then your connection to the soul is severe. It's not there, but it doesn't mean that the soul is gone. But they don't acknowledge that they have a soul. Therefore, they have severed the connection. Just to hammer that home, so no one wonder what I'm babbling about. It's
Well,
important that we.
that's the reason, and this is the whole purpose of them being masters of technology, because they're using technology to get to the same ends, because they
Mm,
can't do it through divine connection. They lost that. So
yeah,
then their method is through technology, and that's why they are masters of technology and genetics.
exactly. It's a necessity for them because they have lost the connection between spark and between their body and their soul. Therefore, they cannot use the soul as we can. Therefore, they use their mind to achieve the same thing. But it doesn't mean that the soul is gone, but they don't have any connection between their body and their soul. And if you can fool a human that he doesn't have a soul, then you have severed the connection. And that is exactly the reason why they try to do away with like Christianity and replace it with Marxism, because Marxism is even a harder
Mm-hmm.
cage to overcome.
Mm-hmm. And that's why they also mastered things like MK Ultra and
Yeah,
mind control programming, et cetera, et cetera.
ex- exactly. So, for example, in MK Ultra program with children and so on, they want to use the children's spark to soul and examine what happened when the child go out of their body, for example,
Mm-hmm.
because they still have this connection. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and I think some of them, there are many agendas behind this for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some of them are want to know what
Mm-hmm.
this connection is all about because they have lost it, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's like the movie that what was it, The Northern Compass? Where
Yeah.
every child has it
Yeah,
their
exactly. Yeah.
daemon. And I think it was called the Northern Compass. And they created this device that cut the daemon
Hmm.
from the child. But
Mm.
interestingly, the adults never had there's some
Yeah.
right. So when they cut the daemon from the child, that was like cutting off their divine connection, and they became kind of like catatonic, almost like they were just zombies
Yep.
then, because their soul was cut. Yeah. And
Exactly.
another
That's the
good movie.
metaphor.
Mhm.
Yes, yes, that's a good metaphor. That's what's going on. If you fall for their lies, remember this is propaganda. This is the perfect propaganda
Mhm.
from a cold logic demiurge who doesn't want you to rise up against him, right?
Mhm.
So if he can convince you that you don't have a soul, that you are an animal that should be put in a cage and controlled,
Mhm.
and that the purpose here for you is to produce children so we can feed on them and then you will die and then your children will produce children and then we will feed on your children and they will die.
Mhm. It's a
And
machine.
you, it's a machine, and uh, then they have severed your connection
Hmm.
with body and spark, because if you don't understand that the soul is there, it doesn't mean that you don't have a soul, but it means that they have taken away the connection between the body and the soul, because you don't understand that it is there.
It was The Golden Compass. That was the name of the movie.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good movie. A lot of metaphors.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, I hope I made myself clear here so you
Oh yeah,
don't.
absolutely. Don't worry, everybody's super following.
Great, great, great. So, part 11, Spindle of Necessity.
I love the
Some,
imagery. That is
yeah,
incredible.
some said it was very Dune-like. I thought it was a good, good. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, of course, I tried to do this presentation with a lot of design and art because that I try to tell you something with my art as well. We have to create. I want to awaken you to the artistic side of you as well and inspire
Hmm.
you.
Hmm.
Everything they try to take away from us, right?
Yeah.
So thank you for mentioning that. Spindle of Necessity, the planetary spheres and fate. The mechanics of this soul journey, drawing from Plato's myth of air and the works of Macrobius, the cosmos is described as a series of 10 concentric spheres. The outer spheres represent the divine source, the good, the one, and the realm of the fixed stars, the home of the souls. Below this are the 7 planetary spheres: Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, and Moon. The entire system is held together by the spindle of necessity, the cosmic axis representing Hermemene, fate. This directly explains the meaning of the motto found in card number 13 in the Sola Busca deck, Catone. Trahor Fatis, I am driven by fate. So now we're talking about a tarot deck called Solabusca. And Solabusca was created by people from Ferrare, very close to Venice. And this is the original tarot deck. The other is created out of this blueprint. This is the original. It is very different. Our new tarot cards are very different, but this is still the original. And it is the oldest complete deck. But this tarot deck was used for completely different purpose than we use our tarot decks with. Or I have to rephrase that a little bit. Our tarot deck can be used for many different purposes as well.
Mhm.
But people are used to the idea of divination. But you can really use them for lucid dreaming, a method for the great work, how to attune your mind and thinking and your heart to the great work through the Major Arcana. So I have tarot courses talking about this method to doing the great work.
Mhm.
But it was even more powerful in the Solabusca deck. So it has been a little bit watered down version of the Solabusca deck, according to me.
So Sola Busca.
Yes, Solabusca.
Okay. And uh, who released this? Who created this Sola Busca deck? And what were they hidden hands of this, Elohim faction, lineage connected to them?
This is a very interesting discussion. I cannot go in too deep into it. But a matter of fact, it's very easy to say it's a tool for the demiurgic forces to control
Mhm.
the mainstream. And that is how Peter Mark Adams, who analyzed and decoded the deck, have come to conclude. And in his book, The Game of Saturn, he make that claim that the Solabusca deck was produced or created by an elite family from Ferrara, Venice, 1480, something like that, close to 1480, to control the masses, meaning they were part of the esoteric elite under this Elohim demiurgic force. But Peter McAdams is also a Freemason, therefore he see that in the deck. He analyzed the deck through his own lens. But you can equally say it is a map, how to map out the cage, the demiurgic prison, in order for you to overcome it. So it's a powerful tool nonetheless, and please don't fall for everything in the book The Game of Saturn, even though it is a good read, but be very careful with what you choose to believe in here, because if you use that deck correctly, you can also see through, or you can start to measure the cage we are in, and you will also have an exit. So be a little bit careful with how you view things, and because if you see negativity in everything, then you don't see our allies and how you can use things for good as well, or as your own tool of liberation. And we can also make a deep dive into that Solabusca deck cloud if you want to as well in the future.
Yeah, that would be very interesting.
That deck is very interesting and profound. And I'm doing a series about Solabusca deck on my YouTube channel. I've done the three first part. I have to continue.
Yeah,
Many
yeah.
ask when the fourth part will come, but when you have so much to do, and
I
I'm so
definitely know.
yeah, I'm sorry about that, but I will try to continue on. Many people have asked, and it is an important thing.
Yeah, and it would be wonderful going and doing something separate about that. Yeah.
I will come back to the deck a little bit in a little while, and at least talk a little bit more about it, so you will have more a fuller picture of it, at least. The descent and ascent of the soul. The process of incarnation involves the soul descending through each of the seven planetary spheres. At each level, it is clothed with the qualities of that planet. Reason for Saturn, passion for Venus, progressively losing its memory of its divine origin. So you have different uh, qualities. You get different qualities within your soul or body, whatever you want to call it, from these different planets when your soul is coming back into incarnation again. And the soul go through all the planets, and the moon is the last one, and then you come back into matter on Earth. At death, the process is reversed as the soul sheds these layers and reclaims its pure stellar nature. This entire model is a path of return that could be navigated in life through the practice of theurgy. And this Solar deck is about the method how to navigate this. And this is very important, of course. The image in the deck is very grotesque sometimes. So the deck is, but please see through the image as well. You have to analyze it from a very calm your mind and meditate upon it, and you will find deeper truth in this deck than if you only discard it because you see some horrible image or you don't like the image or whatever. Furthermore, in Platon's treatise on fate, he argues for the forthgoing determinism, rejecting the concept of free will in favor of an all-encompassing fate, Hermamene, that emanates from the supreme god Zeus. This fatalist directly corresponds to the deck's recurring motto, Trahor Fatis, I am driven by fate.
And can you tell us what theurgy means?
Yeah, it's a method how to, in this case, theurgy means, because it can be possession by demons. But in this case, it is to gain insight of the different metaphysical planes of existence, and to gain, you can call it also to get in contact with archons ruling these different planets in the solar system. Because when you die, you also go back, you go down through this planetary spheres, but you also go back through the same process. So what they want to do is to map out this machine, right? This reincarnation machine.
Yeah.
And then you need also come in contact with the spirit or the gods attributed to these different planets. The spirit of the moon, the spirit of the sun, and so on.
Yeah.
To get insights of this process. So in this deck, you can see a lot of cards, and you have to understand that they also do some mockery about this character in this deck. And that's the secret that you have to take very seriously. It's not a secret, but people don't see it. They think they are like portraying their heroes or something like that. But as a matter of fact, you see here the fool is Nebuchadnezzar. And you can clearly see he's a piper. He has a bagpipe, a noisy instrument. He is in this fallen state. In the book of Daniel, you have this struggle between Daniel and Nebuchadnezzar. Who god is the best god? Enlil or Marduk? And Nebuchadnezzar was a Mardukite. And Daniel was an Enlil Jehovah worshipper. Now you know Daniel, the book of Daniel is only a propaganda hit piece, because what they tell you is that you have to choose between two Elohim who work for the same company. Right? It's exactly the same when you vote for Democrats or Republicans. It's the same shit story.
Yep.
It's only a propaganda hit piece on your soul.
It's an illusion.
It's an illusion. Choose between your jailers as long as you choose the Yale. We don't fucking care.
Yeah. Yep.
But in this propaganda hit piece, the Book of Daniel, Daniel wins. And the reason why is that they want to start to promote only Jehovah as the only God of choice and as the strongest God of choice. But they work for the same company. And then Nebuchadnezzar goes mad and he starts to pipe a bagpipe. And this is the portrayal of him in this card. And you can clearly see it's not a glorious portrait of a king, but they choose to portray him in the fallen state, and they say this so-called king is piping a noisy instrument. He is worshipping the Demiurge. Not the Demiurge himself, but a high-ranking officer in that corporation. And you also see Alexander the Great, and he is, of course, King of Swords. And Alexander the Great was a tragic figure. He was put up to do the corporation's bidding, to conquer and expand an empire. He was used in that way. He was founded by Babylon banks, Babylon money, the Bank of Babylon, banksters of Babylon. But during his course, he realized that he was just used. He started to be a heartbroken man. He knew more, and he started to be a person that they couldn't rely on anymore. He started to see through the lies. And it is maybe a tragic, sad end that he died in Babylon, 33 years of age. Of course, poisoned by the very corporation he worked for, because it started to be a problem for them.
So was he starting to see what was going on, and that's why he became a problem for them?
Yes. So when you understand that, I mean, he was in India, he was in Egypt, he was in Persia, he was in Greece, all the hub of the more profound esoteric truth, and he conquered them. He put up libraries, and he was interested in esoteric studies or theory. And during this course, he started to see through the lie. And it happened before these generals, or this big, the biggest generals in history, that they start to be an liability. They are not going along, or they start to question, what is my purpose? What am I doing? What is the purpose behind this? For real, I mean. So he died in the very city that had founded his war, his conquest. And this number 33 comes up all over today as well. And yeah, it's a very interesting deck. I highly recommend it. I also recommend the book The Game of Saturn, because even though I don't agree with Peter McAdams in everything, it is a good start, and it is good to have both views. Of Soul and Doctrine of Reincarnation. The card 7 of Disc in the Solabosca Tarot deck illustrates the myth of Zeus' abduction of the beautiful Trojan youth, Ganymede. In the Renaissance, Ganymede was a common euphemism for a boy used for sexual purposes. This god also contains a malefic fixed star, Altair, linking homoeroticism directly to occult sorcery. And of course, we see this everywhere in today's elite or political class. And they are not an elite, they are the puppets, but we see this playing out today. It is a lot about abusing children, boys and girls, and so on.
Hmm.
Maybe we shouldn't go too far into that.
Yeah. It's yeah, that kind of abuse.
Yeah.
Hmm. I think
But
everybody knows what you're talking about.
yeah, we don't have to go into deeper than that. But this is, at least you see Zeus' connection to this practice.
Hmm.
And Zeus are considered to be the good god, always the good gods, always the good religions. They are the good. They can do whatever they want,
Hmm.
but they are still the good. They use abuse,
Hmm. Hmm.
and people never see through the illusion. They are so manipulated. The propaganda have done its deeds.
Hmm.
It is almost like the opposite. The more abuse and damage they do, the more worship they get. This
Hmm.
world is upside down. It is a
Yeah.
circus, and the people are completely lost.
Yeah. And
Brainwash
Zeus
them.
and Zeus was known and has been known as a, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
say, graper.
Yes.
Um, like big time. So he
Yeah.
mm,
Grape is a good word. Then we can count in Noah as well, right?
mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Thank you, Loud. You have to laugh at this madness, and of course, it's very sad. But what can you do?
Mm-hmm.
Humanity is so lost. This perfectly encapsulates the deck's faithful Gnostic worldview, a system where the Demiurge is a predatory dragon who controls the cycle of reincarnation, and the goal is not to escape him, but to align with his power. And that is what I don't agree on. Because this deck can be used for the exact opposite. I do agree with him completely, Peter Mark Adams, that this is about the Demiurge predatory dragon who controls the cycle of reincarnation. But you can use it to align yourself, maybe, yes, but you can use this deck for the opposite purpose. To measure
Yeah, know thy enemy.
occasion. Exactly.
So if you know your enemy and you know their design, then you can find a way through that.
Exactly. You have to understand the game.
Hmm.
What is being played, and that you are in the game, even if you don't want it. We are all in this game. We are born into matter. Therefore, you should map out the game and then take action. But the first step is to know what's going on and
Hmm.
that the game is played and what is the rules of this game.
Exactly.
Otherwise, you are in the dark. Gnostic text from Ephanius of Salamis. The Archon who holds this world captive looks like a dragon. He swallows souls that are not in the know and returns them to the world through his phallus. There's some harsh words there. Now we have four choices. You can reincarnate back without memory and power. That's the masses of humanity. I would say 99.99999%. They are just crops on this farm. That's it. Reincarnate back under Demiurge rule. meaning that you can align yourself with the Demiurge and become an elite priest class under him, and you will have some privilege. And this is exactly what has happened. And this is the reason why we are in this mess we are in. Because these people are rewarded for keeping you in the dark. Meaning they know full well, some of them in higher places, that you are here for energy harvest purpose. Now, if you understand all of that, you may say, I want to leave this place as quick as possible. Then you try to end reincarnation and go back to source, meaning leave. Then your body, you will never have a body again, and your soul goes to another place, people think. Another option is to try to reincarnate back with memory and power intact, or as intact as possible. And this is the main purpose behind the Solabusca deck, according to me, because the esoteric method behind the Solabusca deck is Mithra. Mithra esoteric practice. The old, real, not distorted version of Mithra worship. And the Mithra worshipper was all about measuring the cage they are in and figure out how to take over the cage from within or overthrow its rulers. And that's the reason why Mithra had to go away. The real deal. Not the overtaken Mithra distorted version, but the original from Persia. And I will come back to that, and I will point out some very powerful methods or ideas behind the Mithra tradition. So reincarnate back under Demiurge rule, then we find Zeus Marduk trapped under Demiurge rule. Saturn, they have chosen side in the war. And Zeus Marduk choose this side, I think, very early on. Meaning that the book of Daniel is just a choice between two different jailers, they are the same brand under the same corporation. Or similar brands under the same corporation, but it's still the same corporation. You can overcome reincarnation. Then you can have some memory intact. And with some memory intact and some power, you can start to create a bloodline. Because for me, bloodline doesn't mean in family, but in similar idea and similar method. So your body starts to resonate with this method, this goal, you start to program your body with. And when you come back, you will draw these people towards you again. Yeah. And you continue the work together. Now we have created the bloodline, a sangreal, because it vibrates within your blood. And very often that blood is thicker than the family you are born in. You have more in common with these people than your family. Yeah. And we can see that in the New Testament. Jesus, even though it's the phony deal, but it's still some truth to find there, right? He didn't have much in common with his family, but he had something in common with his 12 disciples, for example.
Oh yeah, I think he was here to tell the world that these were counterfeit gods and that he was not following, he was exposing them and talking about how to get out of this matrix and get out from the demiurgic counterfeit system.
Yeah, exactly. That's the main reason why he was here.
Mm-hmm.
But they have to distort it. They
Mm-hmm.
have to turn it against us.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason why we
Yeah.
have these religions.
Yeah.
But there were a real Gnostic Christ,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
the real deal. And his bloodline, his Sangreal, went over to England and to the Arthur legend.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And for example, Camelot means bent light, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I say you shouldn't follow the false light,
Mm-hmm.
you should operate in the dark,
Mm-hmm.
where the false light cannot see you. They created a technology, Camelot, who bent the light so they can
Mm-hmm.
operate in the darkness from the world.
Yeah. Wow.
Worship the ruler of this world, the Demiurge, and we see it over and over again. That is where you find the elite.
Mm-hmm.
They are doing the machine's bidding. It's a cold calculating machine.
Yeah.
That's the reason why you see the artificial take over from the natural, like a cancer spreading. And now the tentacles have come to the human species, us. That's the reason why they put stuff in your body that you don't want to be there. And people will line up in lines to have this shit in their body.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
we cannot talk about that now. And we have done a presentation about that
Mm-hmm.
only. So if you want to have my thoughts about it, you can see that. And no one will convince me otherwise. I know the agenda. I
And
know what they are doing.
ditto.
So it's no need. You don't have to try to convince me otherwise.
Mm.
So the stone, you have the stone symbology in Greek mythology, right? Zeus gave Kronos a stone to swallow if he didn't swallow him, meaning that Saturn is Ninurta, and Ninurta is Enlil's son. Zeus Marduk is not from their family line. It comes from Enki line. Marduk is a betrayal of his own father. He didn't agree with his own father line, the Luciferian line.
Mm-hmm.
He went over to Enlil's cold logic reasoning. He thought that was more logic,
Mm-hmm.
to have a perfect cage. Therefore, he gave a part of himself over to he gave the body part of himself over to Enlil. He became part of the franchise, the corporation. But his body didn't belong there because he was born in another family line. There are more symbols behind that, but for now. So it is all about infiltration and manipulation. And this war between Enki line and Enlil line have gone on through ages in our history. And you can see it play out only in the Solabuska deck, right? The Mithra tradition was a Luciferian Enki rebellion from the beginning. They probably was taken over, but quite late. They operated very long, and they succeeded in infiltrating the Roman Empire. And that was the purpose. That was the aim, to infiltrate Rome and take it over from within, because Rome was an Enlil Marduk franchise from start to finish. And the Roman Empire birthed forth the Vatican. And of course, Vatican is still Rome. The perfect cage. Not perfect. Now they have conjured up something we call Marxism. So now they have even fine-tuned the cage to an even more profound cage for humanity to indulge in. And many people cannot wait long enough to just jump into that cage and crawl on all four and become an animal forever.
Mm.
It's not my goal, and I think that's the dead end.
Hmm. Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah, even more profound than Christianity, I would say.
Hmm. Well, they had to come up with something different because they knew that too many
Yeah,
people were waking up and the
yeah,
Christian power hold was not doing any more what it did in the past. People were starting to see through, ask questions. They were starting to put pieces together, really, so that they needed to have something that was a solidifier of this new um, containment system.
well put, Lowell. I cannot agree more.
Hmm.
Because it is the same with the pyramid and Marduk's ship, Nibruki.
Hmm.
When they see that things will not work anymore, they have to fine tune the instrument or control or
Yeah,
change it to be a more profound or more effective way of control.
yeah.
And that is the atheistic, materialistic paradigm all about. Because, as I said, they sever your connection to spark, no, sorry, to soul, and they still have soul, but it is the connection they want to sever, the spark that can connect you to the soul.
Which is the reason why that they have created this kind of dirty technology, 5G technology, the frequency microwave technology, that what we see in the technology that we have today is towards that end. It's to sever
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And did you know that prior to them instilling this level of dirty technology, prior to this, a lot of people used to lucid dream? When
Mm,
they started putting this in here, almost very few people lucid dream anymore.
mm,
And like the landscape of those realms have
mm.
changed for everybody. And a hijacking is taking place. So that was a
Yes.
severing of your ability. All of these frequencies are a hijacking
Yeah,
of those abilities.
yeah, I agree. That is going on.
Mhm.
So we have four different choices. Now try to end reincarnation, go back to source and leave. Then, if you have that goal in mind, many people aim for the fixed star Aldebaran. Play this heaven, the light. They think if I can reach play this, I have exit this cage and go back to the light and to heaven. But if I tell you that the heaven is closed and it is controlled, and that the Michael battled the dragon, meaning the heaven is closed for all except a chosen few who do the Demiurge's bidding. Heaven is a reward for those who do their work. Meaning that someone have a foothold in heaven and heaven is taken over, closed, controlled. It is a matrix within a matrix. So if you have that in goal, you should know that it is the perfect trap to trap esoteric, uh, powerful esoteric people. And then they close the bars behind them, and then they have fewer people to care about
Mhm.
because they will not come back. What they are afraid of is esoteric people, monsters who come back with power,
Mhm.
memory to continue the fight.
Mhm.
But if they can fool some of them to go for heaven,
Mhm.
go to light, go to the light, end reincarnation, then you're spiritual. If you want to end reincarnation, then you're a profound, esoteric, spiritual master. And then when you enter, after the body have broken down, you face the cherubim,
Mhm.
the machine put there, examine you, and you try to convince the cherubim that you should be let into heaven. He says, he observe you, yes, if I send this woman back, she can become a problem because she have done a lot of work. Yes, but she haven't seen our greatest lie. So let her in, close the bar. We don't have to worry about her anymore, or him.
Mm-hmm.
One lesser spiritual warrior to care about. And then you're trapped forever, because it's like a matrix within the matrix. Therefore, I don't go to the light. I don't want to end reincarnation. I want to take over.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean forever, but I don't want to flee from a position of a prisoner, but I want to flee, leave as a powerful warrior
Mm-hmm.
who
Exactly.
knows where to go, so I don't become trapped.
Exactly.
There are many illusions to see through. They have put walls upon walls of illusions for you to see through. The aim is to reincarnate back with memory and power. Then you take the left-hand path. In India, it's called Vama Marg. And we will follow one left-hand path warrior called Yudhishthira from Mahabharata. Because Yudhishthira enters heaven and Gilgamesh comes to heaven, and we will compare their two different attitudes to heaven and what happened. We know that Noah was allowed in because of his betrayal of the Nephilim, because he did the warden's bidding. They let him in, and Gilgamesh will meet him there in heaven, and we will see what will happen. The honey and the bee. So that's maybe a good break.
Okay.
So, next part, 12, the honey and the bee. And going to read some for you here. The naiades or nymph are weaving webs of purple hue, the tissues from which the bodies of incarnating souls will be constituted. The busy bees are the souls drawn towards incarnation by the desire for honey delicious, the pull of material satisfactions. The gate of the sun allows souls into and out of incarnation. The path to the north, the gate of Cancer ruled by the moon, is pervious to mankind. In other words, it only allows souls to enter incarnation. But the gate to the south, that of Capricorn ruled by Saturn, to immortal is consigned. That is to say, provides a path of ascent open to the mortal soul after leaving its body. So you have this moon, and the moon, as we talked about before, it's very important, and the moon is part of this reincarnation machine, and it's the last part of this reincarnation machine. So it's like a machine that processes your soul before it enters the material plane again. And we have this term honeymoon, and I will talk about that term in the next chapter, or in a chapter further ahead. But the moon is in the tree of life is Sephira Yesod, and that is the ninth Sephira on the tree of life. It's called Yesod. And that is the first one after the material plane. And that Sephira is number 9, and 9 is a number for the moon. And we talked about the number 9 before, and I said it is a a number of circle reincarnation circle that you start a project, to end the project, you start another project, you end a project, you start a project, but it's also circular, like the Ouroboros. But the nine in and of itself is not a bad number. It depends on what follows it and what's before it. And number nine is important for the left-hand path people and the esoteric elite for that very reason. Nine, dependent on the number before and after, says something different in gematria. We all are familiar with 9/11, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And this nine show up all the time. But if you have a 0, 9, and 11, it is a good thing. That's the number of the left-hand path. And I will try to explain it later on. But if you skip the 0 before 9, it becomes a very dangerous game.
Mm-hmm. So the Sun Gate, I mean, you often see these big, huge ships taking
Yeah.
fuel from the sun. You see ships coming in and out of the sun.
Yeah.
So the Sun Gate is different from the Moon Gate.
Yes, it is, but the moon and the sun, there is connection between them, of course. And the moon, the sun is reflecting on the moon and so on. It's much more going on there. So I think the esoteric elite want to establish a connection between the moon and the sun and Saturn. And I think they already have that in place, to be honest. That's part of the machine.
Yeah, I would agree.
And you see this number 6 come up all the time as well. Of course, all numbers come up all the time, different constellation. But what I mean, of course, is when they do esoteric operations or when they want to communicate between themselves, they use these numbers to tell you something. And we have the 6th is the honeycomb, the hexagon, because the bee creates these honeycombs, and 6 is a perfect stable figure. And it's a powerful symbol for the esoteric elite. The honeycomb. And honey is a powerful symbol for the elite. And there are many reasons behind it, but honey never get old. Like if you open a tomb and you find honey, you can still eat it after 4,000 or 5,000 years or whatever. Therefore, it's a sign of eternal life or eternal youth. And we talked about this idea of eternal life. And they view honey as also as the gold.
It's like it's a metaphysical property.
Yeah, exactly. And we also have the hexagon on Saturn's North Pole, the perfect storm shape, a honeycomb, a hexagon.
That's like Saturn.
Yeah. So we have the fixed stars. When we talk about reincarnation, we talk about the fixed stars. We talk about Aldebaran. We have to add Sirius to this fold as well. Now we talk about it. Algol, another fixed star. And we talked about that of enhancing baneful magic or attack magic, but also enhancing, use it to enhance magic in matter. That say it like that because it can be used to enhance medicine as well, right? Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, the Sun, Mercury, Venus, the Moon, and then matter. And then you have come back into matter after reincarnation. And then you are trapped again Now, I know that it sounds very negative, talk very negative about matter, but there are a lot of good things here as well, and especially if we can take over this place as it should be, or as it was before this machine, because there was a time without this machine, even though they don't want to admit that, because they want you to believe that we are dependent on this machine, and without it we cannot exist in matter. But that is not true. The
How long do you
cosmology
think how long do you think the machine has been
put in place,
yeah.
let me think a little bit. I think between 150,000 years and 200,000 years, like in between there. 150,000 to 200,000.
Yeah.
Something like that. The cosmological model that we have outlined provided a symbolic mapping of a path of return back through the planetary spheres to the eighth sphere of the fixed stars and the realm of the immortals. A path that could be charted in this life through a process called theurgy ascent. But for the vast majority of initiates, the path was one that they only expected to navigate post-mortem. So this is a method, and you have to be you have to practice, you have to master the method, and you have to work on it. And most people fail. And this is about when you start to map out the machine and understand what's going on, then you have a choice to program your body with a different program or a different purpose. It sounds bad with program because we talk about an artificial machine. But what I mean, if you understand the machine purpose and why you're here, then you can start to overwrite that program with a new idea what you want to do. And when you have the new idea ingrained within your body, you can start to take control. But if you don't know what's going on, you will never start to work for another outcome because you don't know the first outcome, the first course. First, you have to understand the game, and now you can play it. Now you have mapped out the machine, and now the question is, what do you want to do with that information? Do you still want to be a crop on this farm? Or do you want to rise up, do something about it? Then you have to reprogram your body with a metaphysical program that comes from the heart, from the spark, from the soul. And that spark has to resonate throughout your body. You have to overwrite the old program with a new one, more powerful. And now you start to come back with some memory intact. Sorry about the picture here, ladies. I have censored it a little bit. I hope it's okay.
No, it's beautiful.
Thank you. Part number 13, the honeymoon. We all have heard this term, and we think it is a positive thing, And of course, it should be, but it is not. As always, they use everything against us. So here you have the hexagon on Saturn. And in this image, I have stripped away all the illusions, the gassy surface of the planet. And this is the machine, because Saturn is a big machine. This is the main frame of the demiurgic prison we are in. The hexagon. I hope you can see the hexagon there.
Oh yeah, no, it's fabulous. It's really good depiction.
Thank you, Laura. The bee does not choose to build a hexagon. It is programmed to. The hexagon is the most efficient, most perfect structure for storage and containment. The beehive is a physical manifestation of the Saturnian hexagon. It is the Demiurge, perfect geometric law made manifest in the world of the living. The hive is a temple to the god of the cage, Saturn. The bees, the perfect livestock. The bee is the warden's ideal model for humanity. It is born into a rigid caste system from which it can never escape. It works tirelessly its entire life for a distant divine authority, the queen. It willingly sacrifices its own life to defend the collective, the hive. It has no individual sovereignty. Its only purpose is to serve the whole. The bees are the perfect willing slaves. They are the Abels of this world. They are willingly sacrificing their own children to the queen bee.
It reminds me of Jupiter Ascending.
Yeah, that's
Hmm.
also
Hmm.
everybody complaining about the movie, but there are some very good
Oh yeah,
esoteric truth in that movie.
a lot actually. Yeah.
So it's not a bad movie either, actually. The honey. The refined harvest, the harvest from terror and pain, is the warden's crude oil. Then honey is the refined high-octane fuel. It is the energy harvested not from fear, but from the life of joyful, productive labor. It is the sweet essence of a slave who loves his servitude. This is a far more stable, more potent, and more valuable form of soul energy. Honeymoon. The name honeymoon is a literal technical description of a ritual transaction, the ritual. A new human pair bond is formed, a marriage. The new unit is then encouraged to enter a state of seclusion for a period of intense emotional, romantic, and sexual bliss. The harvest. This period generates a massive, concentrated burst of the highest quality of energy, of new love, of creation, of ecstatic union. Honeymoon is a contract. It is the offering of the honey of this first perfect union to the moon, the great silent and watchful eye for the warden soul trap. It is the first and most beautiful tax payment you make to the landlords of the farm, a corporate payment paid to bless the new union and to ensure the future production of more livestock. Yes, you can see it's very hard not to become some kind of source for energy here, but you can become an a body that doesn't give away any energy to this machine, and that is what they fear. You can be a sovereign human who are like a hermetically sealed unit from this possibility of harvesting. But
Can exit the farm.
yeah, you can exit the farm because you can be useless for them in terms of giving away your energy.
Yeah.
And of course, we come to the story of Abel and Cain again here, right? If you want to go back to the original Abel and Cain story, it is an inerta. who have a competition, a farming competition between Abel and Cain. And Inerta is Saturn. They have a farming contest. Who can give away most energy to the gods? Who can be the most useful slave source for energy harvesting? And uh, Cain just don't want to get along and say, I, I will not be your stock. I want freedom. I am a rebel.
Then he was punished.
Then he was punished and he had to leave the paradise. But what kind of a paradise is it? I have already exposed this paradise, right? It is a cage. It's a matrix within matrix. You don't want to be there anyway. Cain just saw through the bars. It saw through the game. And we have to do the same as we are from our perspective, where we are here today.
Didn't he receive the mark as a punishment?
Yes, he received the mark before they throw him out. And the official story is that the mark would protect him from others when they threw him out from paradise, meaning that there were people who wasn't in this paradise. So this mark should protect him from the outsiders. But this is the cover story. Don't fall for that. It was not Enlil or Jehovah who tried to protect him.
No.
It was something else going on here. And I don't remember for now, but I can come back to that. I knew before, but I can go back to the Abel and Cain story. Because there are many, many layers to that Abel and Cain story. But the original story comes from Sumer, and in the original story it was a farming contest, and it was Ninurta, Saturn, meaning the demiurgic mainframe, right? Who started this farming contest. Who can give me the most energy? He is the winner. Who is the best farmer? All right, part 14, the cosmic sailor. So, we talked about Noah before, and Noah was a boatman. But he was also a betrayal. He betrayed his own kind, the Nephilim. For his betrayal, he had access to heaven. But as I explained, heaven is not a paradise as you and me think of it, probably think of it, but rather should be understood as a matrix within matrix. On the other hand, Noah was very, he gone through a lot of struggle in his life, and he was probably tired of our world of matter. So when he could leave, as many people want to end reincarnation, and Noah had that opportunity, and they said, you can go to heaven. Then he took the opportunity never to come back again. And he could do that because of his betrayal of the Nephilim. And we will meet Noah in the Epic of Gilgamesh quite soon. So Noah is not the hero they try to make him into. But they have to make him as a hero because he served the Jehovah Enlil faction, the Demiurge machine. He did their bidding. But they want to hide the fact. And then, as always, they make heroes out of this betrayal. These people who betray us, they become our heroes. We should follow and do the same. To say, we will reward you for your betrayal. You will be like Noah. But Noah is supposed to be good. They twist everything against us or turn the sword every time against us. We should worship the evil or the fallen ones, and we should hate the one who can set us free. This is propaganda, manipulation. It's very important to know the game before you become a boatman. A boatman, according to me, is a person who can or have started to leave the material reality and can travel to the other side, into the metaphysical. For example, if you can lose a dream, you leave matter and go into the astral. Now you have started to become a boatman because you can travel to the other side. But it's a big difference between a good boatman and a new beginner boatman. The longer you can push yourself out into the metaphysical, the more traps you have to avoid, and the more understanding of the game you have. You need more understanding of the game as long as you push yourself out into the metaphysical. Because the traps are everywhere. And you can go astray as a boatman. Noah was one of them. He squeezed the grapes. You want to see the sin of Adam and Eve. And he failed. And he cursed his own bloodline, the Nephilim. He was a failed boatman. He was not wise enough. He didn't have knowledge enough to do the method. And you don't want to go back and see what Adam and Eve did anyway. It is enough for you to know that the paradise they are talking about is a trap. It doesn't matter what happened there. The only important thing that happened there is Cain's rebellion and the cliphotic tree. The rest is just a story about the cage, about a couple of humans called Adam and Eve who couldn't rise up and see beyond the bars. They were perfect farm animals. So when you go and push further out in the metaphysical, the real game starts, of course. And you will have eyes on you as well. When you go over to the metaphysical, the wardens, the Demiurge machine turns their eyes towards you. And you can see this. I mean, Lord of the Ring is a good story in many ways because you can use that to to make some points across. When Frodo turns the ring and go over to the other side, then the warden's army sees you. Because then you have breached the cage into another level of the cage. You're still in the cage, but that's the firewall. That's the firewall alarm goes out. This is the person who can go over to another level of the cage. They are not privy to. They shouldn't be there. But you still have a lot of cages to see through, but you have breached the first wall. And now they have their eyes on you. Meaning they see a person who has started to discover the game, the chessboard. And now the alarm goes off, and you will have a lot of manipulation, attacks upon you, especially if you start to teach others about this method that can take you over to the other side so you can start to play it yourself. They don't want to have players on the other side. They want to have obedient farmers, pawns in the game, playing on the material plane. No traveler in the metaphysical. No players on the other side. They want you to play the digital chess game until you drop dead. And you are not the one who moves yourself. Others moves you on the chessboard. And when you start to move yourself, and when you start to discover the truth, and when you want freedom, then you become a problem. Because it is not only because you're talking about it. You can talk about things forever, but it is when you act, when you start to move, their eyes is turned on you. We can talk about this prison for decades, and the Demiurge, the wardens, the Enlils, the Elohims wouldn't mind. But when you leave your couch and do something about it, now we have become a problem.
And when you say this and you're talking about the method, you're talking about like going into the different stages of the method to access entry.
Yeah, exactly. You can, for example, one method is to work with the cliphotic tree, the left-hand path. Learn how to lucid dream, for example. So we don't know every time. When I go to bed, I don't lucid dream every time, but I can higher up the possibility with 90% because of the work I do before I go to bed. Prepare myself to have lucid dreaming and also to be able to stay there, to take in profound gnosis from the other side.
So is that through meditation?
Uh, Lucid dreaming can be trained in a lot of ways. If you want to start in a very easy way, I highly recommend you can use the tarot cards, the Major Arcana, for example. And some of those cards, if you meditate on them before you go to bed, and if you tell yourself, when I go to bed, I want to dream about this. So you have to program yourself to succeed. And this is very important, not very, but it is, for me, it's very useful to meditate on powerful symbols, esoteric symbols like the pentagram or hexagram, sigils of different gods, demons. And then you try to tell yourself, when I go to bed, I want to dream about this, like a cue, something that kicks you in gear. And you have to be work or it's hard work to get it going, so you cannot go to the gym 1 day a week and then drop off. No, you should continue on and write down your own dreams in a diary.
How do you know the
Right.
sigils you're using and the symbols? How do you know they're not a part of the entire archontic takeover?
System.
I mean, they are, as far as I'm concerned. I have to be honest with you. Right? It's like a lot of these takes you back to that. So how do you know what you're using isn't a part of this whole thing?
Yes, good question. And there are a lot of traps there to be held.
Mm-hmm.
I highly recommend other tarot decks than others. If you want lucid dreaming, I would go for a left-hand path deck more than a Rider White's deck, who are very right-hand pathy tarot deck. When I use sigils to various gods, I use the one who are on Enki side only. I highly recommend you sigils of like Prometheus or Prometheus,
Mm-hmm.
the one who stole the fire from the gods to bring to the humanity. And those sigils does not come from a person that just conjured them up, but we get the sigil from communication with the gods. So they can show us a new sigil in the astral. We can use this sigil to come in contact with this god or this mask of Lucifer.
Mm-hmm.
And when you start to program your body with them, you feel the force. So if they fool you and you are an intuitive person, you feel that no, something's wrong here.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
when you face the gods, when you start to communicate with them, they start to become a friend of yours. So you feel their energy footprint when they come in. They cannot fool you. My experience is they can fool you, but not on that level. So, for example, if you face a very dark entity, you don't registrate it with your mind, but your very soul, your heart freezes the stone.
Mm-hmm.
You feel the evil just implode on you. It is not something you registrate in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
You feel it in your whole being,
Mm-hmm.
and they want to scare you, and you feel the darkness before you see
Mm-hmm.
their before you see an image of them. You feel the darkness crushing in on you. If you feel Lucifer, he can come with many masks, then but you feel just a masculine, wonderful, fatherly figure.
Mm-hmm.
Then people say, he can fool you. No, he cannot, because you feel it in your heart.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a person who are in your head, maybe they can fool you. But you need your soul, the spirit, your heart with you when you go over to this other side.
Mm-hmm.
Then you feel the energy footprint of that spirit.
Right.
Then it becomes very hard to fool you.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. So much wonderful experience. You know, it's very
Mm-hmm.
powerful when you come in contact with the gods and they start to communicate with you, because you feel them. It's not like
Right.
our communicate. They can speak to you. You hear a voice in your head, but you registrate them for the most part with your heart, according to
Mm-hmm.
me. That's my experience. That
Yeah.
you
Energy.
feel them, energy. You feel them,
Mm-hmm.
so you feel their energy footprint on you.
Mm-hmm.
So I highly, if you want to have lucid dreaming and if you want to train that skill, I highly recommend you to write down your dreams before you go to bed. Meditate on a sigil or a tarot card, but I highly recommend you a more left-hand path deck.
Mm-hmm.
I would say Sola Busca deck. If you can see through the propaganda here a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
uh, Ascendant Mason's tarot deck, a left-hand path deck. If you meditate on those cards
Mm-hmm.
and you go to bed, you higher up the possibility that you will enter this lucid dreaming state. And sometimes you wake up because of the profound. You
Mm-hmm.
understand that you are dreaming and you can control it. It's very easy to wake up because you see that you have that opportunity.
Yeah.
But it's wonderful when you end up in that state because you can do so much. You can do different things. You can heal your body. I used to download information,
Mm-hmm.
and your brain doesn't work in the same way when you're awakened. But you feel the information. It's like downloading, and it's just pour into you, and it goes into you on a deeper level than just an intellectual level. You really take it in within your being.
Yeah. Yeah. You take it into your template.
Exactly. Good way to put loud. So I highly recommend it. And lucid dreaming is one step, and then you can go further to astral travel and astral projection and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the foundation for it.
Mm-hmm.
And now you have become a cosmic sailor, a boatman,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because now you can control it in a way. You have a method how to sail over to the other side. To travel through astral water.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, so we have the number 47, 64, and 111. Once again, you'll see these numbers show up in movies, in places where they have done an esoteric ritual. This number is important for them. So I will decode them a little bit here. Because what we want to do now is to understand the cage we are in a little bit. Yes, 47, the blueprint, the formula of the perfect cage, the union of material 4 and the spiritual 7 prisons. This number was invoked to signify that the ritual was an act of reinforcing the fundamental architecture of the entire global prison. And 4, once again, is the number of the square, the cube. Now, many people believe that 7 is a profound esoteric number, but it is not. And once again, it is about this false light, right? The heaven, 777. Yes, but then you are on the way to play this Aldebaran and to the false light. But on the other hand, it's not wrong to use 777 because you have to travel as well and measure the cage. So if you have taken the 7, you have at least gone over to the other side. At least you have started your spiritual journey, but it is not the end. It is like the same problem with the number 49 and Enlil's name for 50, that he still controls the 49. He still holds the key to the 50 gate, the gate of Bina. And 7 times 7 is of course 49. 7 is not the end number. It is another trap. But on the other hand, you start to map out the cages. 777 is not an evil negative number if you understand what it means. 64, the matrix, the operating system of the cage. The 64-bit reality of the DNA, the I Ching, the perfect closed system. This number was invoked to signify that the ritual was a system-wide software update, a reboot of the entire behavioral and biological matrix of the farm. And now, a very important thing, if you add 47 to 64, it becomes 111. And 111 is the solar number, it's the sun, the square of the sun. Every side becomes 111. Because the sun you see is the false light that keeps you in the farm. Doesn't mean that, it is what it is. And 111 will also come up in different rituals because it's a sacrifice for the warden's son. It's a sacrifice for the demiurgic priest. It's a soul energy harvest. Therefore, if you count up 9/11, for example, you count up 1 to 9, you got the number 45. If you count up 1 to 11, you got 66. 66 plus 45 is 111. 9/11. The synthesis, the number of the solar king. This is the result. This is the goal. This is the terrible punchline of the entire spell, meaning 111. 9/11 was a spell, a sacrifice. And we talked about this before, Loud, but the great K. Phil Dick, the author, he writes science fiction about Valis.
Mhm.
And he was not far away from the truth, according to me.
Oh yeah, it's profound.
Yeah.
I mean, I often wondered if he was from the future.
Yeah, maybe, you know, I was for certain a very artistic person, and I think he had downloads or
Oh,
insights.
100%. And there's creativity, but he was an instrument to me. Like
Mm,
he was legit in communication with something entirely different that was giving him all the information. And there's very many things about him and his life and how this all happened that is
mm.
very, very interesting. He was not just a
Yeah,
normal person.
no, no. I agree with you, Laura, and I want to study him more. Have they done any movies on his
Yeah, they have actually.
novels?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. A couple. Not well, no, there was some movies in the 70s, some in the 80s. There's quite, yeah,
Mm.
there's a few. Yeah.
They should do it today because I mean today we have the can do great thing.
And there's theories that he was removed, right?
Yeah,
That
yeah,
he was
okay.
taken out
Mm.
because he really started bringing in a lot of really critical information.
Yeah.
And he was working on some interesting um, prophetic projects. All his stuff is prophetic.
Mm. Yeah, I have
So,
to look
who
into him more.
to me if you want to think about it in a way, he was very much, I think, perhaps in communication with somebody from the Enki side,
Mm. Yeah,
because he was writing about the cage. He was writing about this
yeah.
whole
He measured the
machine. The
cage,
machine,
absolutely.
yeah, yeah.
Mm.
So, yeah, I think going down that rabbit hole with him would be really interesting personally.
Yeah, I should do it. I
We
should research him more research more about him
and then
for
we
sure.
could do something. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
very interesting. Yeah. So, how to escape or how to come back with more power is the ultimate question. We have to break the rules and we have to use the system against the Demiurge himself. What that mean is that if I can use another Lord of the Ring allegory, you cannot go around Mordor. If you want to undo the Demiurge machine, you have to go through Mordor. And to go through Mordor is to go through the software of the machine, the basement of the machine, the cliphotic tree. It is true that the cliphotic tree is part of the Demiurge machine, but it is like the basement of it. It is the program there. And there is no way around the machine. Frodo cannot throw the ring into Mount Doom if he didn't go into Mordor. Therefore, we have to face the darkness, go through it, be brave, be warriors with the right uh, attitude and for all the right reasons. Otherwise, we will go astray in the darkness, for sure. It is not risk-free, but in this life, you will not get anything if you don't are ready to sacrifice and fight
Nothing
for
nothing
something.
here is risk free. You're
Nothing
in
here is
risk. So you
we are born into a risk, uh, and you cannot play this game safe. It
Mhm.
doesn't work.
Mm-mm.
But you can play it safer or less risky if you add wisdom,
Yeah.
your heart, do it for the right reason, understand when to push forward, when to go back. If you understand rules, if you examine the pitfalls, if you understood the chessboard, and that is what I want you to understand here in this presentation. That it is deeper and that there are more profound traps ahead for you who want to do the fight. We don't have to be alone in this war either. Part 15, recoiled in holy terror. So the cherubim with thousands of eyes, the fluffy angel is not that fluffy if you understand what you're up against. So let us examine our enemy, the cherubim, the fluffy angel of Bible fame. What is it really? What will happen when you face it? What are you up against? Holy terror, where the axioms of reality bleed into the impossible. We speak of the guardian who watched the threshold, no placid infant with bow and arrow, only the raw, terrifying engine of cosmic law. The cherubim is not a creature, it is a function made flesh, a living equation of exclusion and guardianship. To see it is to witness the architecture of a dimension enforcing its own boundaries. The cherubim is a sovereign AI firewall. It is not a biological angel. It is an ancient, powerful, and incorruptible AI warden, a machine. It is utterly and totally aligned with a single directive, containment. And containment with you in mind, right? History is a loop, the act of the Elohim casting out humanity and placing an AI guard at the gate is the archetypal event that has been replayed throughout all of history. Every time a system power exiles a heretic who has discovered a dangerous truth, they are reenacting the Genesis quarantine. Meaning we have to start all over again. The area denial system for the Stargate is also the soul laundering apparatus for the planetary prison. The system's dual-use function. This is not metaphysics. It is information management of a cosmic scale. The wiping and recycling of a consciousness unit is the fundamental maintenance protocol for the closed Earth system. When a biological runtime of a human unit terminates, death, the consciousness data packet is extracted, moving towards the primary egress point, the very Stargate the cherubim was deployed to guard. The soul by instinct seeks to return to the network, but it cannot allow to pass. The flaming sword is a high-intensity energy field that smooths over the soul's accumulated memories, identity, wisdom. It doesn't destroy the soul, but it wipes its hard drive clean, reverting it to a default factory state. This is a memory wipe. The soul is scrubbed of its memories, of its time in the higher planes, its past lives, its true nature. And if you go through this process, you will come back without power, memory, and you have to start all over again. Of course, this is the perfect system for a farm. Perfected, cold logic, and the perfect resolve.
Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day is all about this. Good movie to see because of this. If you understand the more profound truth in that movie, you understand this. And you can also understand the Groundhog Day, that when he is awakening up and the clock starts to tick again, he entered a false paradise, or he is allowed to continue to play in a false reality anyway, because he has fallen for another illusion.
Yeah, and at the end, he still falls for the illusion because he masters being a good person,
Yeah. Within the
but
yeah.
within
Yeah.
yeah.
Within the laws of the cage, he becomes a good person. He becomes a good Abel. That's the
Exactly.
message.
Yeah, a good bee.
A good bee. Many movies turn on us. They show us something that should be good, and then they stab us in the back. So, for example, if that movie, who will live over and over again and have that opportunity, because he remembered yesterday, but he has to start all over. He could use that time to study some esoteric method and truth and to see through the illusion, because he lived forever, right?
Yeah, and to find out, okay, so who's running the machine that has me trapped in the same day over and over again?
Exactly. To see through the illusion. Instead, his aim or the machine's purpose was to make a good Abel of him, not to create a rebel. If we had that time forever, and the only way to break the loop is to be good, then we would use that time to dissect the cage forever until we had found a wormhole or a crack.
But instead, they have you thinking, as long as you keep believing in karma, that's the purpose of you being reborn, is because you created karma, so you have to undo karma, so you have to come back and redo your life so that you learn that and learn that and learn. That's like another huge illusion trap.
Yes. Now I will talk about that soon. Funny you mentioned that. I don't have to. I can skip half the.
We're on the same wavelength, so yeah.
That is exactly what it is about. Now loud, I have already told us about the rest of the presentation. We can wrap it up and go home.
Dear.
Oh, thank you, love. That's wonderful. The flaming sword. The Anthropic Empire loves this system. A soul with no memory of its own or power is far easier to control and simplify. The memory wipe is a tool of the architect that the empire exploits. Why institute such complex, cruel system of perpetual amnesia and recycling? The answer is not punishment. It is agriculture. The earth is a farm. We are the crop.
Well said.
So there you have it. And I know it's a hard pill to swallow, but we have to see through the game. If we want to take back what's ours, we have to face the truth and the darkness of it.
But instead, the program has people constantly creating food for the farm, crops for the farm, right? This is the whole purpose of why I think that the body has been hacked so that your hormones work against you, so that you're compelled to have children. You're compelled to constantly feed this system so that there's an eternal supply.
Exactly. And what you are saying now, we can see it play out in matter as well, right? If you really
Mhm.
want to have children, why do you want to give away the children as soon as possible to the machine, to the school system, to the kindergarten? Um,
Mhm.
People rather have like, you know, they don't want to take care of their own children.
Well, or ask questions like, I do believe every prime and every real and celestial, they know something's very wrong here. And we're like deeply, deeply disturbed by it.
Mm,
So, you know, to kind of just put that on ignore and then just keep like it is a farm. They,
yeah.
like if you were to really look at this for what it is, then I think many have said, no, I'm not bringing anybody in here.
Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
would I do that to another soul? You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
it's a very sad. And I understand why people come to that conclusion because it's so
Hmm.
hard to defend your children from
Hmm.
the system. You have to
Yeah,
defend them from the brainwashing,
all of
uh,
it. Yeah.
all of it, and they have put you on the farm to work, and you need to work to pay your
Work,
bills.
die. Yeah.
Work, die, you have to pay your bills, and therefore you don't have time to take care of the kids.
Hmm.
That should be the most important work in your
Hmm.
life.
Hmm.
Instead, they give away the children, and it's like a
Yeah.
self. Yeah, I mean, the system is perfect. I
Hmm.
mean, and people don't
No,
see through the illusion.
no.
They just refuse.
And I understand in a perfect reality, you would want to, have that experience of that, bringing that being in and being a really good, guardian.
Hmm.
But this is but it's rigged, and the
Hmm.
lifespan has been purposefully made very short.
Hmm.
So under your most don't make it to 80. Certainly, with what's going on today, like no way. But so your lifespan has purposefully been edited so that you expire, you
Hmm.
die like in a blink of an eye,
Hmm.
which is not even natural for what we are designed
No, no.
divinely to live. So, you really just like this death thing is it's a death machine.
Hmm. Yes. It's just horrible. In a perfect world, it would be wonderful to have children.
Hmm.
And I
Yeah,
think you should, I mean,
yeah.
and but
That's
still,
that's the ideal of creativity. Like you're really meant to
mm,
create that beautiful cosmic galaxial like creation. But that's not what's happening here. This is
no,
just like it's cruel. This is cruel,
mm,
cruel reality.
it is. It's just sad. It's
And
not
they
a
and they
place for children.
and they throw you a couple perks here and there, like uh,
Yeah.
to give you the illusion that you're free or that, and you're not. You're an indentured servant.
Mm,
You're constantly paying bills. You're constantly like you can't even own, you really don't own your house or your land, even though you've bought your house and your land,
mm,
but
mm.
it's all an illusion. You own nothing. It it is a farm, and I think if people could just be real about what this is and wonder, okay, it's a machine and I need to figure this out. I need to figure out a way out of this reality because
Mm.
this is a perpetual, non-ending groundhog nightmare.
Yeah, it is. And it's just sad. This is not a place for children to be born into as it is today. And
Mm-mm.
we can change it.
Mm-mm.
But when you have to protect your children against everything in society, it becomes like a full-time job. You have to protect your children
Oh, yeah,
against society.
yeah. That's well said. It's perfectly well said. Yeah.
It's sad, and
Mm-hmm.
people just accept it. They are
Mm-hmm.
so manipulated,
Mm-hmm.
so much propaganda. You're
Yeah.
supposed to work and have a good title within the machine, be a
Mm-hmm.
good boy, good girl.
Yeah.
And to be a good girl and a good boy is not to take care of your children, certainly not.
Mm-hmm.
Then you become a waste. You should
Yeah.
give away your children to the kindergarten and you should work until you drop dead.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. And we're not saying anything bad about, wanting children. None of that's not what we're
No,
saying at all.
no.
So, but it is like, yeah, it's a tough thing in this reality. It just is.
Just, I mean, just a brave, real women and real men. And
Mm-hmm.
they exist out there, but they are few. They take care of their children, they protect their children.
Mm-hmm.
I have only but respect
Yeah.
for them.
Yeah.
If they succeed in this world to raise good children and to take care of them and love them,
Mm-hmm.
then you're a hero in my book.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But they are very few.
Yeah.
The Elohim, the cosmic farmers, established the system to cultivate this energy. The memory wipe is essential for the harvest. A soul that remembers past lives would quickly learn the nature of the system. It would cease to generate pure raw emotions energy and would instead focus on escape. It would break the cycle. And I think that sums up what we talked about here. It's a
Hmm.
perfect system. It's a perfect system.
Yeah, because if you don't know that this is a closed system,
Mm,
then you don't know you need to escape it.
exactly. And when you
So,
do escape it, they have another trap for you
mhm,
ready because you
yeah.
escape towards the light and then they catch you. Because what people doesn't want is to face the darkness within themselves. So if
Yeah.
they can escape it, if they don't have to, and you
Hmm.
tell them, go to the light then, and then they
Hmm.
wait for them back. Welcome,
Hmm.
close the door, and you,
Yeah, yeah, you've now entered the factory. Yeah.
yeah,
Well, I
now
remember
we
when I
have
came in that there were these measures that had to be taken so that because when you cross through this threshold,
yeah,
it's kind of like you're going through an electromagnetic fence
hmm,
and it fries you. It's like
yeah,
this huge
that's
like
the memory wipe. Yes,
yeah,
that's the cherubim.
and that is what erases your memory
Yeah.
and resets you. And I remember when I was coming in, there were a lot of measures being taken so that when I would cross through that barrier, um, it wouldn't wipe me.
Yep.
But a lot of measures were taken for that for me to be
Yes.
protected from that because I still had to go through that.
Yeah.
Um, that it was very shocking. It was a not pleasant.
No, thank you for sharing that, Laura. What you're saying now is very, very true. So what you have done, the reason why you managed to escape some of it was because you have started to program your body in previous life. Exactly what I'm talking
Hmm.
about. So you have to overwrite this system and instill another program in your body to
Hmm.
overcome the mind wipe.
Hmm.
You have you need to program your body with every reason to overcome it. So when you face it, it is just a natural instinct within you because what you face, the experience is horrible. So it's very easy just to react to escape, and then they got you. You
Hmm.
have you have to just be there and observe and try to have as much memory and power intact as possible as you go. But it's like to be shocked electricity, so it's
Hmm.
very easy to lose focus to not to give away
Hmm.
everything to them.
Yeah. Well, if you
If
think
that's
about,
so.
right, and if you think about it, electroshock therapy that they
Mm,
used to do, right? If you
yeah,
did enough electroshock therapy, they would lose the memory
yeah,
of their life.
yeah,
So, and that's on a miniature scale of what we're
yeah,
talking that this technology is when you go through. It's like a full on electroshock is just like an understatement with like the power of what this thing was.
yes.
Like it was that much. But it wasn't just me. This is my own story, but this is not
Mm.
just me that
No,
came
no, no.
came in with the memory. It
Mm,
it was so the realm I came from was with Isa, and he prepared me so that I would not be wiped.
mm,
So he put things in place to help me when I came through.
mm.
Hmm.
Yes. As I said, there is methods to overcome the
Yeah,
mind wipe, and that's the only way if you want to win this war. Because
yeah,
one lifetime is too short. So you have to come back
yeah,
with some memory intact, some power intact, so you
yeah,
can continue the work in next life.
yeah,
And that's the reason for the system, and that's the reason why they put it together in this fashion.
yeah,
Because they
yeah,
know that one human life is not enough to rebel against the machine, because the machine is
yeah.
too hard for one lifetime to overcome.
Well, and if they edit your genes and they put in a little timer in there, an expiration date, then, they've just now one lifetime really is not a lifetime. One lifetime for us should have been 1,000 years
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
very least.
I
So,
agree.
you
But
know,
if we had that time on our hand, that's in the Groundhog Day,
well,
he, we would break free.
but that's why they put the timer, the death timer
Yeah,
in us because they knew they were like, this is dangerous for us because that's too much time for them.
yeah.
Yeah.
Very interesting, Lola. Thank you for sharing. And the techno shaman. Now we talk about you, Lola. The key goal of the techno shaman or mage is to find a way to bypass the memory wipe. And this was exactly what you talked about.
That's funny.
This is the true meaning of enlightenment or liberation, moksha. So what about Noah in heaven? He didn't overcome the memory wipe. He took the opportunity. He took their reward to leave matter and enter heaven. But that's just the factory floor, as you said, Laura. That's only the matrix within the matrix. What about Gilgamesh? He had to leave heaven, and we will follow Gilgamesh soon and see what happened. What about Ishtar? Ishtar Inanna went to the underworld to take back her power, so they couldn't wipe her clean, so to speak. Now she was a goddess or an Elohim, but still she show us the blueprint of rebellion and to overcome the warden's machine. What about Yudhishthira in the Mahabharata? That we will discover that in the end of this presentation. So we will follow this different character and see what it's all about. And if we understand these epics, these methods on a deeper level, you also understand the game being played. And that is exactly the reason why they are here. The Epic of Gilgamesh tell you some profound truth if you can understand it. Inanna Ishtar's descent to the underworld tell you some profound truth if you can understand it. The Mahabharata is a very esoteric and profound epic. And if you understand that, you will understand the game being played.
Ooh.
Part 16, Function Made Flash.
Of that image.
Yeah.
The machine, the reality
The
machine.
machine, yeah. So I will dissect the machine a little bit further before we go with Gilgamesh. So we understand what we are talking about here a little bit deeper. Function made flash. A tetramorph, a four-folded synthesis of life's highest expression. It processes four phases locked in a permanent panoramic gaze, that of a man, intellect, spirit, of a lion, dominion, ferocity, an ox, strength, sacrifice, and an eagle, vision, transcendence. These are not masks, they are living realities, each facing a cardinal direction of creation. They were placed at the east of Eden, armed with a flaming sword that turned every way, not to punish Adam, but to bar access to a reality, a mode of being that humanity was no longer configured to handle. They are a living firewall. And here you can see their need to upgrade the bar and change method how to control us. Now we can use and understand computer terms. So now we can really start to understand what's going on, and we can use this terminology to describe our cage, meaning we can start to map out the cage through language, numbers, esoteric method. Therefore, they have to take the next step in their cage building, and they are doing that as we speak. Let's say they started this with 9/11, started to perfect it or push it out to the main stream 2020. More than that we cannot say because of function made flash. So this is an AI firewall that wipe your memory clean. This is a cherubim. This is what you experienced, love. And it is electric shock. And if you haven't prepared yourself before that experience, you will have no power to withstand it. That's the reason why they don't want us to talk about it. Because when you start to talk about it and you point a finger to it, then you can start to program yourself to withstand it. If you don't know what is coming, you will be like, oh, shocked.
Totally.
Oh, just thrown in. And you are not prepared for the experience. And you have not made up a battle plan in your mind. You have not programmed your body temple to withstand it. You will just be wiped clean and sent back. That's all there is.
Yeah, it's like, wow. I tell you, when I came in, it was, I was holding on to everything I was shown. Like it was seared. I felt like it was being seared inside my DNA so that the memory would actually be so strong that it was seared in my DNA.
That's the only way to keep it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you will lose all the memories.
Mm-hmm.
You had a method how to overcome the cherubim machine, the mind wipe. They don't like that.
No, they don't.
You're a bad girl, Lauda.
Oh, yeah.
I like that. The mechanics of this soul journey, drawing from Plato's myth of air and the work of Macrobius, the cosmos is described as a series of 10 concentric spheres, and we talked about this before, but I want to hammer it home one more time. The outer sphere represents the divine source, the good, the one, and the realm of the fixed stars, the home of souls. Below this are the seven planetary spheres: Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, and Moon. The entire system is held together by the spindle of necessity. This is the scope of the machine. Kabbalistic engine. On the tree of life, the cherubim are associated with Chokmah, wisdom, the second Sephira. They are the guardian of the raw, undifferentiated energy of creation, erupting from Kether, the crown, the highest Sephira on the tree. They are the first form given to the formless, the throne or chariot, Merkaba, upon which the divine intellect rides into manifestation. To meditate on the Merkaba is to attempt to interface with the operating system of the universe. So there you have the term Merkaba and what it is all about. And as I said, it's not wrong. You have to map out the cage, the prison. But you have to understand the difference with mapping out the cage and to overcome it. But first you have to understand the gameplay, the chessboard, the material aspect of it and the metaphysical aspect of it. You have to understand the 47 and the 64 and 111, but also the cliphotic tree, the darkness, the dark heart of the machine.
And where's the black sun in this?
Yes, so the black sun is Tiferet, and Tiferet is Sephira number 6, and then you have the black sun is on the other side of the Tiferet, Tagirion. So it's number 6 on the other side on the cliphotic tree. That should be you should be very careful with that. It's like a labyrinth of dark corridors and tunnels. And if you don't have the right attitude, it's very easy to go astray. And in the movie The Shining, the gold room is where the elite are trapped.
Okay.
Forever. But you can go around it and you can find a way through it. That is, you see the hermit card, number 9. He has a lantern in front of him, lighting the way through the darkness. Because there is no way around it. So if you know the more profound meaning of the card, for me, is that you have to go into the darkness of your soul, your unconscious side of yourself. You have to go into the cliphotic tree, to the dark tunnels and light your way. And you have to go there. No one can go there for you.
Yeah, so really, don't you have to go through the dark sun? Like you do have to go through there, don't you? In this whole
I
machine.
think you can go around it, but I'm working that out as we speak because before I thought you had to go into Thagiron and Lexan, but I'm not sure anymore. But I promise to come back to that. I promise you, because if you want to do another presentation, it will. If you don't want to, it will be a 3-part series with Atlantis, the Watchers in the Days of Noah, and where gods are born, and a third part. If you want to, then I will dive in, and then I will remember that question. So maybe I found the solution.
Okay.
You cannot avoid darkness. You cannot be safe, but you don't have to go into to the most dangerous part of the cliphotic tree either. Maybe you can go around the darkest, the most. You know what I mean? You don't have to face the darkest dark if you don't have to. But you have to go through the tree. But maybe you can avoid Thagirion. But I don't know that for now.
I'm very interested in the black sun because so part of the illusion is the sun
Yes.
that gives off the false light, but it's the dark sun to me that is connected to, I guess, a back door, if you will.
Yes, I agree with that. And that's the reason why I don't know if you have to go through the black sun or if you have to use the black sun to your own advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a black sun within yourself as well.
Right.
You can access the black sun
Mm-hmm.
within yourself. The question is, do you have to face the black sun on the Cliff 43? If you asked me
Mm-hmm.
a couple of months ago, I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
But I start to see maybe there is another way, but I'm not sure. So I don't want to.
Okay, we'll go there in the other
Yeah,
part.
I will for sure know more
Mm-hmm.
by then.
Okay.
But it is a very important question, and it's something that we have to understand and map out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We have to go through darkness, no question about that. But we don't have to go into the most dangerous darkness there is if we don't have to. If we have to, we have to.
Mm-hmm.
But if we don't have to, maybe we can go around it.
Hmm.
Kabbalistic engine on the tree of life. Yes, we saw that before. Yeah. Sorry. Change. It's sly. Talk too much. I showed you Saturn before, but this is the main frame of the machine. This is the brain of the machine. Because Saturn is not a planet, it is a machine. It's an artificial mainframe of the machine.
So it's no wonder that a certain class of people or, division of
Yeah.
people, which I'm not going to say who they are, but they do wear the
Yeah. Black cube.
black cube.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about Saturn. And you have Kaaba, they walking around it, giving away their energy, feeding up the demiurgic machine.
Yeah.
That is what it is. And it's all about this religion they have conjured up in order to control you.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, religion and AKA the control of the banking system and all of it.
Yes, the banking system is a big, important part of this control system. No question about that.
Yeah. The religion is banking.
Yes.
Ultimately.
Yes.
I mean, tomato, tomato, but this is all currency.
Yes, they worship Mammon, the god of money, and it was in Babylon they started to perfect the art of banking. It's not a coincidence that Babylon shows up every time. They financed Alexander the Great, as I said before. Alexander the Great died in Babylon, 33 years old, and he knew he was used, as I said, and yeah, it's just tragic. It's just tragic, It's just on and on it goes. And Alexander's war could not be done without the money from Babylon. They financed his war.
No, and I think his mother was a priestess.
Yes.
And she was, her job was to mold him.
Yes. So he was like a moon child or a child with upgraded genes and so on. He was a remarkable person. But we have to discern between you can be very smart and very sharp in mind but if you don't have your wisdom, your heart with you, they can fool you through your profound intellect.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he didn't have a choice in terms of like he had to achieve and do what he was programmed to do. I think his mother was a serpent like priestess.
Mm. In a negative way. So
Mm-hmm.
the serpent can be a symbol for
Mm-hmm.
our side, but
Yeah.
also we have to be wary because these people take our symbols and
Yeah.
then twist and use it against us. They manipulate people, as you
Mm-hmm.
said. Uh,
Yeah. So he was enslaved, and I think he was internally tortured because he was so handled and programmed.
yeah,
And I think he really suffered and was struggling through that. And then his
yeah,
campaign was full of metaphysical things that were going on. Like there was, he was being
yeah.
led by some, whatever you want to call it, UFO, whatever. He was being
Mm.
led by something, in the sky. Um, yeah, he had a lot of help until, like you said, he started really questioning and really fighting it, and then his own side did him in.
Mm. Yeah, I agree. And we have to remember that Aristotle was his teacher.
Mm-hmm.
That
Mm-hmm.
should tell you something as well, right? I know that many people look
Yeah.
up to Aristotle and so on, but I don't.
Mm.
He prepared him for his part. Absolutely. And I agree
Yeah.
with you, even his mother.
Yeah, well, and Aristotle, Plato, that's all
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the same corporation.
Yep, same ilk. And speaking of Groundhog Day and to lead you into another cage, Plato led you into another cage. You know, it
Mm-hmm.
showed you the allegory of the cave, and it ends with like a person exit the cave and he sees the sun. Well, the sun is 111. It's just another cage. We offer you a more, uh,
Mm-hmm.
bright cage. We offer
Yeah.
you a well-lit cage.
Yep.
But it's not the end of the journey. It's just the beginning of something. And
Mm-hmm.
then he said, "Oh, now you are done. Now you have seen through the illusion. No, you have seen through the illusion for the first cage. Now you have to see it through the illusion of the second cage and the third one, and then you are free."
Mm-hmm.
And that's a trap because they knew that it was a lot of esoteric wisdom and knowledge going on during his time. No question about it. You have, for example, Persia with Mithra worship,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you have a real deal,
Mm-hmm.
real powerful esoteric method, the Mithra. And therefore, they have to put up another cage to trap people who start to see through the cage and work to overcome it to
Mm-hmm.
try to get them into a new trap cage because they know that some people will start to see through the illusion. So they have to prepare another illusion for these people.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know who were the people that like started the Mithraic religion?
Yeah, it's very old. It's like 2000 BC in Persia. So
Mm-hmm.
would it? I think it has to be like in the area of Babylon because there were
Mm-hmm.
lot of esoteric knowledge going around,
Mm-hmm.
and that also means that we are in the main like in enemy territory with all the Elohim is around you,
Mm-hmm.
and I think some elite priest class started to see through the system, like.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working for Marduk and you working for Ellen, but it's the same fucking garbage.
Yeah, yeah,
What's going on here?
yeah.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
and then they start to measure the cage instead of working for the cage, and
Mm-hmm.
they become a rebel group within the fold, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not impossible for this elite priest class. Some of them do wake up. Uh, we can see it in Alexander the Great. He woke up, but
Mm-hmm.
it was too late.
Yeah,
We see it in JFK. He tried to do some good in the end.
yeah.
He woke up and he was killed. The Mithraic rebellion was very effective, and they came very far, and they were close to destroy some parts of the farm because they
Mm-hmm.
managed to infiltrate Rome, as I said.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the business with Nero and burning down Rome and everything. What they wanted to do is what they wanted to rout out the Mithraic rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
That was the main purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And they wanted to seize the religions, the Jewish religion and the newly Christian religion. And the new Christian, they were more Gnostic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Therefore, they had to kill off those
Yeah.
who had, and then restructure the cage into the religion we know today,
Right.
and do away with the Mithraic people.
Mm-hmm.
And they fled in down, to the underground.
Mm-hmm.
They still operated behind the, you know, walls and secret,
Mm-hmm.
but they had to flee. They couldn't do it in the open anymore.
No, and they didn't have enough numbers anymore.
No, and they didn't have enough numbers anymore.
Yeah.
And then I think also an infiltration happened into the Mithraic fold
Mm-hmm.
to twist the
Yeah.
teaching.
Yeah.
And then, yeah,
That's
it
the
is.
recipe. That's the
That's the
recipe.
recipe. Well, and they do the same thing over and over again because it works every time.
Yeah. Mm. God, it's so tiring.
Yeah, it is. It's very sad. And there are more heroes. Simbad, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Simbad was a hero. And he was into another esoteric organization. I forgot the name of it.
Mm-hmm.
But he was a hero. And they fought bravely.
Mm-hmm.
And the last mission he attempted was to destroy Kaaba, the Black Stone.
Resting.
Yep. He wanted to destroy the goddamn Kaaba.
Mm-hmm.
Because he saw through the system and he started to measure the cage and he realized that this is a very important hub for
Mm-hmm.
the prison warden farm.
And what's inside there?
It is a black stone, and this stone comes from a mountain who were like black obsidian all the way through. This
Mm-hmm.
was like a mountain with uh, profound memory of Mother Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So they destroyed this mountain and it took a stone from that mountain, and you can call it the heart of Mother Earth because it was like a
Mm-hmm.
resonator with Mother Earth. Because this
So they had to
mountain,
imprison it.
yeah. So what they say is that because the goal here, the
Mm-hmm.
end goal, is to create an artificial Mother Earth because
Mm-hmm.
the Demiurge want to destroy everything that is natural, put a ship on it, and conquer it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So when they put one of this stone from this mountain, the heart of our mother, in a black cube,
Of course.
showing you that Saturn rules Mother
Mm-hmm.
Earth,
Mm-hmm.
the heart of Mother Earth. And then you have people running around it as fools and powering up that
Mm-hmm.
system.
Yeah. I believe there's also the body of like call it whatever you will, a body of an angelic or a fallen angelic or a Nephilim. Like I believe that beneath where they have that, where they put that stone
Mm,
is a body.
yeah, can be, absolute, can be more things, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the main thing. The real reason why they have it there is to
Mm-hmm.
show you that the artificial Saturn have conquered the heart of Mother Earth.
Yeah.
And we are worshipping that conquest.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Yeah. And you have the hexagon on the North Pole of Saturn, and that's just a data mining software uh, machine. That is when you go into the mainframe of the Saturn machine, a hexagon.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like a perfect storm for nothing. It is like a software
Mm.
whirlwind
Mm-hmm.
of information.
Yeah, and it puts off a certain tone, a
Yes.
certain frequency. I was taken there. I was taken to Saturn. Like
Yes.
legitimately, I was there. And I couldn't figure out. I'm like, why am I here? Like, why am I at Saturn? This was like many years ago. And
Yeah.
I like absolutely it's mechanical, it's a machine, it's a part of the machine, and it
Yeah.
gives off a certain tone, which
Yes.
was very interesting to me because it was a programming tone.
Hmm. Yes. It is. It is. This is the brain of the machine, what you are seeing here.
Mhm.
This is the inside the Saturn mainframe. This
Yeah.
is the storm. And if you go into that hexagon, you enter just a software storm of information. And yeah. All right. And then we have the
Mm.
moon. And we talked about the moon before. And the moon is an artificial moon uh, put there 150,000 years ago, 115. So they took a asteroid from asteroid stone from the asteroid belt, who was formed after the destruction of Tiamat, and then they
Mhm.
hollowed that out and put technology on it and moved it to the position it has today. That's the reason why some indigenous people remember a time when the moon was not there,
Mhm.
because it wasn't there all the time.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
put
and
there.
it looks artificial. I
Yes,
I
yes.
mean, it doesn't look it doesn't even look like it would what is this thing and why is it here? Like why is it suddenly, here? It doesn't look like it's anything natural
Mm.
and it's mechanical the way it's used as a piece of machinery.
Yes. It is. It is part of the demiurgic machine. This is the last thing you see before they catapult you back into matter. And also they have, it's like the watchtower.
Hmm.
This is the Sauron's tower with an eye, and the sun. Sun in combination with the moon is their
Hmm.
watchtower. And the sun watchtower give light to the moon watchtower. And it is artificial.
Hmm.
This is a machine. This is the last thing you see before you are processed back into matter.
Yeah.
And this is from the view of the moon. This
Yeah.
is the machine. And then you're
Wow.
wiped clean.
Good imagery. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's like zzz,
Yeah.
zzz.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a horrible experience, and they shock you into nothingness.
Hmm.
Wipe it clean.
Yeah.
And if you are not prepared, they will wipe you clean.
Hmm.
The Muse and the Water Lily, Part 17. Now we have to take back some,
Dark City.
yeah,
My favorite, one of my favorite movies.
mine as well.
Documentary, I should say.
Yeah, it's a beautiful movie. I highly recommend it. Full of truth and esoteric knowledge. So now I want to, of course, give you some hope. Now I'll show you the machine. Now we will talk about how to overcome it. The Muses endow the adept with the powers of remembrance and reminiscence, of the magical radiation encountered upon the journey of the soul. So the Muses, if you remember, we talked about art, and Mnemosyne, the mother, is about memory. And it's about water. And I use the term boatman. When you start to travel over to the metaphysical, you can take back your memories again. The mind wipe. We have something we call the Akashic record, for example. You can start to remember. You can start to ignite DNA within your body that is dormant. The 22 strands of junk DNA, talking about, or the junk DNA. That is not junk DNA, that is only shut down within you. But you can start to work with your body temple to resonate in another way, then you can start to ignite them again. And you can take back everything they've taken from you, but it requires work, hard work, and more than one lifetime. Therefore, you have to figure out how to overcome the cherubim mind wipe, so you can continue. Because this takes more than one lifetime. And the Dark City is about this memory wipe. And we talked about Groundhog Day. He still remembers that he has lived before, on the day before, even though he commits suicide. Sometimes in the movie, in the Dark City, we have a species who wipe people clean of memory and then give them a new identity. This is exactly what's going on today. We need our memory. We need our water. We have to go under the surface of the water and take back also the memory we have forgotten in this present life we live in. Cause trauma when we are 2 years old, 3 years old, we don't remember that, but still it can be memories that is programmed within our body, and that can take form as trauma that ends up in your body temple.
Do you remember in Dark City? They're trying desperately to get to Seashell, to the beach,
Exactly.
like to the water. So,
Yeah,
but no matter what they do, they can't get there anymore. They can't find the train to get there. They can't find their way to memory.
exactly.
The water, as soon as they got there, it was sunlight.
Yeah.
It was daytime. It was bright, and they were
Yeah.
out of the dark. I mean, there's so much to this movie.
It
That's why
is.
I always talk about Dark City, because I'm like, this is the bomb, like in terms of
Yeah.
what's in it.
It's a beautiful movie, and if you remember the ending of the movie, they sitting in a rowing boat. He
Mhm.
become the boatman, and
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, and because now they've discovered the cage.
Hmm.
They're going to the outer brim of the cage. They have measured the cage,
Hmm. Yep.
and
And
now
of
we have,
course, you have the parasitic infectors. You have
yep,
that are literally really taking over everybody. Like, it's a lot to this movie. It's brilliant.
yeah, it's a very nice movie. Journey of the Soul. Muses were the powers of remembrance and reminiscence of knowledge previously enjoyed by the soul in past birth. The magical function of remembering enables the depth to witness the tidal magical radiation which lie behind the glamours, lila, maya, the shadow division or veiling of cosmic consciousness in nature. The remembering process also alludes to the Isis-Osiris-Horus myth, whereby the remembering of Osiris into Horus is an allegory of the mind of the adept awakening to the auric field of the cosmic archetypal memory, where the adept is able to see things as they really are. But you have to start to see through the illusion of matter first. You have to start to work in the metaphysical. You take back your power, your memory, the real you, your diamond, your higher self on the other side. As long as they force you to stay in matter, they have you. And if they can convince you that you don't have a soul, they have you. Because then you will never start to work. And you will never have the idea that you can become something else than an animal. It's the perfect control system. When you have seen through that illusion, you have to become a boatman. And you have to measure the cage. And you have to start to take back the memory. And you have to start to deal with your trauma you had when you were a child, like traumas, memories that keep you stuck on the farm. They are repeating programs within you that keep you back from doing the journey. Don't go into the dark. Be secure. You don't have to act. You can wait for someone to save you. You don't have to move. You can have some new age retreats and dancing around the fire and have fun, banging on drums, doing a lot of noise. That is fun, and I'm not telling you not to do it, but that's not how you overcome the cage. You have to go into the fire, not dance around it. You have to burn yourself. You have to risk. You have to become a warrior.
You have to walk through the fire.
Yeah, you have to walk through the fire. And that is hurting, and that is hard. Therefore, people rather dance around the fire and play games. But the game time is soon over. You can dance around fire a couple of more years, but then the fire will be gone. And that's the purpose. And that's today's Plato, right? They created Plato's cave and his trap because they knew that some people will see through that illusion. So they have to prepare another illusion for people to go into. Go into the forest, dance around the fire and play around with your drums, but don't go through the fire.
Yeah.
It's nothing wrong to have a good time as long as you know it is a good time you have.
Well, this is a good one too, Equilibrium.
Yeah. Then we have Equilibrium, another movie that is I like, even though it's a lot of people dying left to center. But anyway.
Well, most of all these movies are so terribly dark. I mean, you can't, it is a bit of a shock if you're not ready to like see past the darkness because it's shockingly dark. Like Dark City is shockingly dark.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. To go down in water, emotions, feeling, the real feminine, to find yourself, the higher self, the one who have never been born into matter, the pure you, or to take back what you had in previous lives. Not because you have to get rid of the program you have been programmed with a while in body. They try to convince you that you are something you are not. They try to convince you that you should wait for someone to save you. You are a sinner. You are here uh, just to wait because to pay off some sinner debt from previous stupid humans. All of that is programmed within you, and it tells you who you are, defines you who you are. You have to go over to the other side and find the real you, the one they haven't programmed with a lot of bullshit and nonsense.
Hmm. So maybe explain a little bit of equilibrium for people in case they haven't seen this movie.
Yeah, this is, I think this movie, after 2020, this movie become even more interesting, right? Because in this movie,
Yep.
they try to take away your emotions. They destroy art. They destroy all that is beautiful, all that can spark your rebellious gene within you, that can spark the rebellious rebel spark within yourself.
Hmm.
And they have figured out that art is a way to this spark.
Hmm.
Therefore, they destroy all art, all emotions, all water. This movie is all about the masculine fire and force and logic, intellect, meaning the tetragrammaton or the company or
Hmm.
the structure in the movie is the demiurge himself. He is emotionless. He's just only cold logic, and he come to conclude that humans' emotion, artistic spark, creates emotions, and emotion is dangerous because with emotions and art you can see something outside of this cold logic machine prison system.
Hmm. Yeah, it's your spirit connection to the divine, eternal, um, everything, so that you can access more information just by virtue of being creative, just by virtue of,
Yes,
allowing that to come through is like tapping into, this incredible, endless, universal pool, if you will.
exactly. Yes,
And
we talked. Yes, sorry, Laura.
no, I was going to say, and this brings us to, so in the movie Equilibrium, they realize that they have to find a way to kill this spark,
Yes.
kill the creativity, kill the imagination, right? So if you think about, I'm going to use code words here. In us, there's a gene called VMAT2. It's a gene, and
Mm,
this gene is our God gene. It's our God divine gene that really enables you to connect outside of the soul. So a lot of what we saw happening a few years ago and what we witnessed and what was being given was to destroy this gene.
mm,
So essentially, it was to do
yes.
exactly what the movie Equilibrium.
Yes, because
And
in the movie,
hmm.
yeah, it's good to mention that in the movie they take a drug to
Hmm.
keep their emotion down.
Hmm.
So they are only in their head.
Yeah. So it has, and this was released before what we saw happen,
2020, yes.
right? And it's very interesting that it really is. I mean, they took something that killed their
Yeah.
emotions or stopped them from
Mm,
tapping into their emotions. But that is what we witnessed in what happened after that
yeah.
year and what was given to people to do the same
Yes,
thing.
absolutely. So this is all about the Tetragrammaton, and the Tetragrammaton is the name for the Demiurge machine in reality as well. And so they've just taken the brand, the name, and pasted on this company in the movie or this structure in the movie that controls everyone with these pills or this medicine, let's call it like that, so no one
Hmm. Hmm.
will shut us down. But they take this, yeah,
Yeah, they take this
to
substance.
substance to keep their emotions away, because
Mm-hmm.
that is how they have chosen to control you. And this is going on today. They started this 2020. It's on
Mm-hmm.
the way. So they want to control art, science, magic, memory, power, and in the end, Enki, the Luciferian spark of creativity. Because if you cannot imagine that something can be different from
Mm-hmm.
what you have, then they have you.
Yeah.
The first act of rebellion is to be able to imagine that you can become something something other than you are
Mm-hmm.
for the moment. Yeah, it's a good movie. I highly recommend it. Uh, the boatman, to bring it all to the surface and transform it to gold. Yes. So what you want to do is go down in the water, in your unconscious side, the darkness of your soul, or the darkness of your memory, whatever you want to call it, and bring up those traumas, those dark truths about yourself, so you can see them. Because what you cannot see, what you don't understand, what you haven't experienced before, you cannot transform. First, you have to bring it to surface. You go down into water, into your unconscious, bring it up to the surface, and then you cannot only observe it, but you have to transform it into gold. You transform the lead into gold.
Yeah, and part of mind swiping you so you have no recall is that they don't want you remembering your past lives, because every time you get recycled, you're recycling back into, because it's in your DNA, it has never been reconciled. All these traumas you experience in the
Mm. Yes,
past are being repeated.
yes,
So you're basically just repeating subconsciously without even knowing and realizing it. And then the
exactly.
theater is being manifested around to repeat that. So part of that is so you to have no recall of your past. So
Yes,
you don't understand what's happening in the present.
yes, exactly. And this repeating is very dangerous because every time you repeat the circle, the more it becomes
Hmm.
ingrained within you.
Yeah.
It's like repeating a program, they get more and more stuck within
Yeah.
within you.
Exactly.
Therefore, it's time to do some work, my brothers and sisters. This is not a game. We are in the end times of the game. This game, the
Hmm.
game, they will change this prison bar we are in into a more harder
Hmm.
cage to see through. We need sulfur and fire if we're going to do this. We need willpower to go down, to take up something from our own darkness and transform it. Then we need willpower to do the process, to go through all the way. So we don't just
Hmm.
try and uh, give up.
But I think that's why they're attacking the body. I think that's why
Yeah.
they're attacking, poisoning everything, the air you breathe, the water you drink, like the food you eat, every single thing, even just like that. We're literally functioning inside a an umbrella of frequencies. We're walking through a sea of these really negative frequencies that
Yes.
have knocked out the Schumann resonance, so that we can't even perceive that anymore. And
Mm.
it's also to impact you in such a way that you feel like crap, you have no energy. And if you have no energy, you can't enact your will.
Yes, very true. And that is going on today. And
Hmm.
I noticed that people cannot stay focused on anything. It's like
Yeah.
if they can focus on something half a year, that's wonderful. But
Hmm.
we need to focus on things for a lifetime or
Yeah.
the rest of our life. This is a
Exactly.
method. This is the gym. You have to go at it day after day. It's a
Hmm.
grinding process.
Hmm.
This is not something you can just do for a week and think you are done. or a
Mm-hmm.
month or a year. No, this is a lifestyle. Do
Mm-hmm.
you want to take your power back or not?
Mm-hmm.
Make up your mind. Then make this into a lifestyle.
Yeah.
You will walk on water and you will walk with the real sun, not the warden sun of 111, but the real sun. But you will not only walk on water, you will sink down into the water. You need Mercury with you. What do I mean? You need a profound connection between your heart and mind. You cannot solve this with mind and intellect only. You need your heart with you, and you need this connection to be fluid and perfect. You have to know when to go into your heart, when you need to use your intuitivity, when you have to use your mind logic to solve the problem, and when you need both in a perfect balance. If you don't have that, you will go astray. You will not finish this work in this lifetime or the next. If you only have mind, brain, intellect, you will not go very far. What is the goal? What do we aim for? We aim for Enki, and Enki is Poseidon in the Greek mythology, and Poseidon is the god of the water. You have to become the god of the water or the goddess of the water. You have to go down into water. Cannot be afraid of the other side. You cannot be afraid for the metaphysical. You will not find the solution in matter. That is not possible. Our aim is for Sirius and more specific for Sirius B. That is the rebellion. That is our tower.
So who lives on Sirius B?
The ancient gods, our real gods, who existed before the
Mm.
false Elohim gods, convinced us that they are our gods and that we should worship them.
Mm. So, so the ancient original ones came from Sirius B. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the you have an area, you have Sirius B and beyond.
Mm-hmm.
So you have that destination or
Mm-hmm.
that place in the yeah. So you have more places there but
Mm-hmm.
your aim should be for Sirius B, and you see Sirius in the sky, so you have the direction.
Mm-hmm.
Know that there are forces there who want us to get rid of this Demiurge machine as well.
Mm-hmm.
But we have to do it. Because this God is about absolute freedom. And if they start to intervene, they lose that
Mm-hmm.
absolute freedom aspect and they start to act.
Mm-hmm.
But they want to see the Demiurge machine gone. To name some gods, you have Dagon, Asatoth, Cthulhu. And of course they are chaos. They are darkness. Because that's their purpose. What we living in is logic, restriction,
Yeah.
Saturn,
Spiritual
hierarchy,
death.
spiritual death.
Mm-hmm.
Without creativity, creativity is darkness and chaos because it can create spark within us. We can see something new that is outside the cold logic of the machine. They try to convince us that they are dangerous, they want chaos. No, they want change, and change is chaos. Specifically if you're a control freak who needs to control
Yeah.
everything. They have to see through the lies, the illusions. Water is memory, science, magic, art, emotions, heart, spark, soul, your gold in memory of time and space to be transformed. you need a creative spark to see and understand what can be instead of. Yes, so part 18, we will go with Inanna Ishtar, as I said before, and we will see what that is all about. So this part is named The Descent of Inanna. Inanna Ishtar is the same goddess. So I want to share a method with you, how you can work to go down in the cliffotic tunnels and work. It's not a detailed description of it, but at least you have an idea of it and why you should do it, and what is at stake here. So let's follow Inanna Ishtar to the underworld and what it's all about. The first thing people have to understand, and this is also a thing that they will use against you. So they say, all right, the Cliffotic tree is also part of the Demiurgic prison system. Yes, but this is the tunnels that leads you to Mordor, right? So you cannot go around the Demiurgic machine. You have to go into it. There is no way around it. Therefore, I do not care what people are saying. This is only mind games from people who do not want to take action. They don't want to go into the darkness of self. They want to dance around the fire. And therefore, they try to convince themselves that, okay, it's just another trap, another demiurge, that's just another part of the system. As I said, it is part of the system, but this leads you to the heart of the machine. So you can throw in the ring into the fire. You cannot go around it. I don't care how much you convince your mind that you can go around it so you don't have to face the darkness. You cannot. And Inanna Ishtar knew that. Therefore, she knew she had to face the darkness. So this is the shamanic initiation. And she had to face Ereshkigal, Ereshkigal, sorry, Ereshkigal, Sumerian name, I think. Who is Ereshkigal? Inanna Ishtar is a sovereign soul. The Gnostic adept willingly descends into the Cliffots, the deepest, most controlled, and most feared level of the demiurgic matrix. Her sister Ereshkigal is the queen of the underworld. Ereshkigal is the shadow self, the dark, grieving, and enraged part of the soul that has accepted the reality of the prison. She is the gatekeeper, the ultimate test. She is the part of you that believes rebellion is futile. And as long as we believe that, that becomes the truth. And we talked about it in this presentation before, Laura. Yes, many have failed. But many of the failures have also given rise to some hope. Because every time they fail, they have also showed us a part of the system. And that there is a possibility to defeat it. That it is possible to defeat it with method, willpower. That resistance is not futile. The seven gates of the underworld, the seven chakras, the seven archons, the seven pieces of spiritual and material armor that the soul acquires to survive in the warden's world. At each gate she's stripped of a piece of her royal regalia. The systemic dismantling of the false self. This is the core of the initiation. The false self is the propaganda or what the machine, the Demiurge machine, have programmed you to believe you are, who you are in matter. The adept must willingly surrender every tool, every identity, every piece of power that was given to them by the system. She is killed and hung on a hook, the ego death, the final necessary annihilation of the false warden created self, the moment of absolute vulnerability of becoming nothing, the dark night of the soul. It's a term used in alchemy and so on. And it is hard. I understand it. It is hard to die and to be reborn. You only know you. You do not know what you can become. And we do not like change necessarily. For the most part, you human like a static, like it is like a Saturnian thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
We view change as something chaotic and dark. And if we live through that change, many times we will come out as a stronger person. But we don't like change. But we have to embrace change. Because the idea of transforming you means 1,000 deaths of what you believe you are before you find the real true self. And every time you die, that is the dark night of the soul. She is resurrected by the agents of Enki. She is rebooted by the Gnostic spark. Enki, the Luciferian creator, does not save her. He sends the tools that allow her own, now purified, divine essence to reignite itself. No one will save you. You have to save yourself. You have to do the journey.
Mm-hmm.
And it is when you do the journey, when you do the work, the knowledge becomes part of you. You cannot read books. That is only written word. You have to experience, you have to feel the journey, you have to feel the knowledge. Then it becomes gnosis that will program your body. If you only read theory and books, it is fun, and it is also an important part of it, because we have to understand the game, as I said before, but it is when you walk the walk that pure gnosis will sip into your soul. That is how you program your body temple, or overwrite the demiurgic program in your body with a new one. It is through action. I do not care how many people try to convince me that they can read books and reboot the program. No, it is through your action you reboot the program. She is resurrected by the agents of Enki. Yes, and Enki, as I said before, is also Lucifer Prometheus, the one who gave you the spark. He stole it from the gods and gave it to you, but you have to ignite that spark. To know the enemy. You cannot defeat a machine until you have read its source code. The descent is an act of psychic espionage. In on a journey to the heart of the prison to learn its every secret, its every weakness, its every fear. To integrate the shadow, and this was what we talked about before, to bring up the lead from the bottom up to the surface and transform it into gold. Then you have to be prepared to work with what you bring up to the surface. You cannot just see it in front of you. When you see it, then the transformation. The goal is not to defeat Ereshkigal, but to embrace her. The adept must confront, understand, and integrate their own capacity for despair, rage, and hopelessness. When you have made the Queen of Hell your sister, there is nothing left in the universe to fear.
I like that.
Yeah, and that's very true because what's holding you back 99% of all the time is fear.
Mhm.
So when you have nothing more to lose, when you've lost your fear, your journey starts. For real. I still have fears, so don't get me wrong. I have a lot to work for, but I have lost a lot of my fears as well.
Mhm.
Lost a lot of propaganda.
Mhm.
And of course, it's always when you are attacked from the
Mhm.
Demiurge machine,
Mhm.
cause you, and when you face real darkness,
Mhm.
not the one you register with your mind, but you feel in your soul.
Mhm.
That's a life-crushing experience, I can tell you.
Mhm. Have you met these entities, like face to face?
One time,
Mhm.
yes, I've been confronted by, I don't know if you know about the shadow being, the black man with
Yeah,
hats, the
yeah.
shadow. Yeah. They attacked my heart. They
Oh,
tried to
yeah,
destroy.
that's right.
Mm. They attacked
Mhm.
my heart. I've been attacked by Marduk Zeus. He came out from a cloud of smoke, cloud of like smoke, and then he zapped me with electricity. We've been attacked by a dark entity. I didn't see him, but I felt him. He sucked every light out of everything. It was just
What happened?
I woke up, but I felt the attack on my heart. Tried to
Wow.
break down my heart. According to my experience, they attack your heart. That
Yeah,
is that
yeah.
is if you have a big heart, uh,
Mhm.
you are a human warrior. That is something they don't have. They
Mhm.
want to destroy the heart. They want to destroy Mother Earth heart. They
Mhm.
want to destroy your yeah.
Did they try to give you a heart attack?
Yes, the man, the
Mhm.
black man in hat, the shadow man.
Mhm.
It felt like the heart was bursting out from my chest. Like boom. And they attack your heart
Mhm. Mhm.
for the most part. I
Yeah.
know others may have other experience, but when this dark forces attack you, is for
Mhm.
the most part.
That's why a lot of people, you hear a lot of accounts in Russia of people who are dabbling in, where they shouldn't be dabbling because they're doing it because they want power.
Mm. Yeah,
And there's so many accounts where they inexplicably die um, from heart, like from it's always heart related.
yeah,
And it's paranormal, it's supernatural. It's like from an encounter
yeah,
they
yeah, yeah,
had, and
yeah,
and the
yeah.
circumstances are all weird, and it's always the heart.
Yes, the heart is, according to me, the one thing they
Hmm.
like to attack. So that's just confirm my experience.
Hmm.
Yeah, thank you, love. Yeah, to reclaim true sovereignty by willingly giving up every pieces of her power, her crown, false authority, her jewels, false wealth, her robes, false identity, Inanna proves that her power does not come from them. She discovers the one true and unbreakable power that remains when everything else is stripped away. The naked, sovereign, and divine I am. And this is the lesson. You have to learn. You have to strip away every program they have instilled in you. all the version of yourself that is not true.
Yeah.
Everything that they have programmed you into believe that you are not. And of course, we will follow such a hero, a left-hand path hero in the Mahabharata. The end of the epic, Yudhishthira and his dog enters the gate of heaven. And then all hell breaks loose, because he's not a Gilgamesh, he's not a Noah, but he stands up against the illusion
Mm.
of heaven. And that's the reason why they don't want you to understand this reading of Mahabharata. So what I share with you here in this presentation is very unique, because this is the analysis of Mahabharata through the Varma Marga, or left-hand path lens.
Mhm, mhm. Wow.
But before we go to Yudhishthira, we will follow Gilgamesh. And this is a very old epic. The Epic of Gilgamesh from Sumeria. And here we follow a king, probably a Nephilim. And some people believe they have found the cave of Gilgamesh. And that is very possible. And you
Mhm,
mentioned the cave of Nama. And Nama was a Nephilim. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
mhm. Yeah, so apparently they have discovered the sarcophagi of Gilgamesh, apparently,
Yes,
and the body.
can be the one of the reason for the war with Iraq to go
Exactly.
in and
Get
take
it.
the body,
Exactly.
because they want to analyze the DNA, or
Hmm.
take back the DNA from the giants.
Yeah.
So the Epic of Gilgamesh. Aldebaran, we talked about Aldebaran before, the fixed star before, the bull, or on the bull's constellation leading to Pleiades. And Aldebaran is the watcher of the east. That will be important in this epic tale. So who is Gilgamesh? Let's start there. The Deluge tablet is the 11th book of the Chaldean Epic of Gilgamesh, dated 2200 BC. The person known as Gilgamesh is called Nimrod, the builder of the original city of Babylon. And I made the case that Nimrod, if he is Nimrod, is not a bad person, but
Hmm.
part of the rebellion. And then you have to understand that they have tried to make this Nephilim into our enemies.
Hmm.
It is true that some of the Nephilims was become corrupt,
Hmm.
and certainly later on in history they become corrupt. And we have mentioned some of this Nephilim, Noah,
Hmm.
Achilles, for example. It's not black or white, as
Hmm.
us humans, Nephilim could also be corrupted. Gilgamesh Gilgamesh was born 2900 to 2350 BC, though he became a major figure in the Sumerian legend during the third dynasty of Ur, 2112 to 2004 BC. Gilgamesh was born in Uruk. And from Uruk we have in the Lord of the Rings once again the Uruk-hais.
Hmm.
All right. Now we have to understand that Tolkien was a Catholic, but also like a Gnostic, I would say. But he still couldn't see beyond the cages,
Hmm.
beyond the cage. A lot of profound truth in the Lord of the Rings, but he cannot take you all the way, because he was still had some mental baggage. So what I want to do now is I divide up the Gilgamesh, Epic of Gilgamesh in three parts. So I will do a short introduction to the tale, and then we will focus on part three. Or at least we will focus on part two and then three. We don't have time to dissect the epic in its totality. So I will just talk about part one briefly. In part one, Gilgamesh wreaked havoc instead of being a good king to his people. Because he was superhuman, Gilgamesh had no peers, no friend. In response to prayers from the people, the gods provided him with Enkidu, the wild man, to be his friend. We will start to analyze the Epic of Gilgamesh part two. In part two, I told of their adventures and how these two fulfilled Gilgamesh's destiny to perform heroic deeds and make a name for himself. But this came at a cost. The pair killed Humbaba, the guardian of the sacred cedar forest. Then they insulted the goddess Inanna Ishtar and killed the bull of heaven. The gods decided that this was too much, and now Enkidu is dead. So they punish Enkidu for their deeds of killing the bull of heaven. And Enkidu dies and Gilgamesh continues on. But what happens during this battle with Humbaba? And I will start to analyze the story from here on and forward. Humbaba, the bull of heaven. It's 10,000 leagues in every direction, and the god Enlil has instructed the demon Humbaba to protect it. Enlil, the storm god, is his guardian. So this league of this 10,000 league is the forest this Humbaba is dwelling in or protecting. Right? So this is a forest they enter. Who are Humbaba? Well, Humbaba is the bull of heaven, where Aldebaran is the bullseye, the fixed star. The Humbaba is the Taurus constellation, and Aldebaran is between its horn on its back. Gilgamesh is Orion or Osiris. Orion constellation is aimed at the Taurus constellation with his club and his arrow. Gilgamesh is aimed to break down the heaven wall, to breach heaven. He wants to find the truth of eternal life. And we talked about this search for eternal life in a previous chapter. Enkidu, his companion, is Sirius. So, now we go deeper into that soon. 7 cedars Gilgamesh cut, and each time Humbaba flared and blazed. So Gilgamesh was preparing for a battle of war here. And of course, we all know the bullfighting tradition from Spain, for example. It's comes from here, and it's also
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if you talk to the Basques, they'll tell you it's Atlantean, that the bullfighting comes from Atlantis.
yeah, it's not completely wrong because it's also a Mithraic tradition, right? You see Mithra killing the bull, and Mithra worship is at least 2000 BC old, but its roots can come from Atlantis time. So I don't consider it to be completely wrong, I have to say. So, Humbaba. I have never known a mother or father, he told Gilgamesh. I was born of the mountain, and Enlil made me guardian of this forest. If you let me go, I will be your servant. Will even cut trees for you and build you a palace. Now, this is after they have defeated this monster, this bull, Mbaba. And what we get to know here is that this bull belongs to Enlil, and he is a guardian of this forest. He is guardian of heaven, right? He's the Taurus constellation, and you have Aldebaran behind his back, the bull's eye. Enlil have put him there because he's the cherubim. He is this bull with wings in Sumeria, if you have seen them depicted. They try to breach the heaven with violence and force. They try to kill the bull of heaven so they can get into heaven with violence and force. Gilgamesh, Enkidu, and Sirius. Now, this is a dialogue between this character. Gilgamesh was moved. Enkidu, he said to his friend, "Why shouldn't we let this creature go free? Because he will kill you and others. Because he will send you back over and over again." Enkidu replied, "You can't trust him. What you say is evil, Enkidu," said Humbaba. "You don't want Gilgamesh to have another mighty friend." "Don't listen to him, Gilgamesh," Enkidu said. "He is a marvel," said Gilgamesh. "There are other marvels," said Enkidu, "and you came for this glorious deed." All right. Enkidu know that they have to kill this cherubim of birth and reincarnation in order to have victory. Gilgamesh doesn't understand the nature of the cage they are fighting. Enkidu knows more about this cage than Gilgamesh. Well, if we look at these two fixed stars, Aldebaran and Sirius, you have a straight line between them, and what separates them, you can say, is Orion, the constellation of Orion. And if you follow Orion straight up, you will see Aldebaran in the sky. That's the best way to see the Aldebaran is through the Orion constellation. It is to the east of the Aldebaran, but to the west or to the other side you have Sirius. West, south, southwest, you can say. Therefore there is a gate all the way from Sirius to Aldebaran, and Orion is between them. And Orion, yeah, we'll come back to Orion, but you have this in Mithra, the Mithra esoteric tradition, where Mithra is above the bull, stabbing it with a knife, or Perseus. And you have the dog and a snake and a scorpion. The dog is, of course, Sirius, the dog star. And then they are sucking the blood out of this cherubim, or sucking the blood out of the demiurgic machine. But you have a scorpion as well. And scorpion is instill the program in the cherubim machine. Because our sun, looked from the outside, our sun is between the scorpion's pincher. That is the warden's light, that is the 111, the false light that tried to resurrect the bull, the other tried to suck the life out of the machine. What are they talking about here? Well, one way to victory is to starve the machine from energy. If we human could learn how to not to give away our energy to the demiurge, the machine would stop because we are its life source.
Yeah, hence Sirius is taking the essence back.
Yeah. So Sirius the scorpion is taking the essence back, but also the dog leads you to a solution. So it's like a
Mhm.
what
Mhm.
can you call it? A trickster, a little bit of a trickster here.
And the scorpion is a part of
The cherubim machine,
the
so they
machine.
tried,
Hmm.
yeah.
And then the serpent is what?
Serpent is uh, like the left-hand path we used to attribute Lilith,
Hmm.
the left-hand path.
Hmm.
But the snake, uh, as you mentioned as well, they have taken over some of our symbology.
Hmm.
But the snake is a symbol for Mother Earth and resurrection and so on.
Hmm.
Do you have the Ouroboros? It's a circle.
Hmm.
If you have a closed circle
Hmm.
without the point in the middle,
Hmm.
then it
Yeah.
is yeah, then it's 9. But
Hmm.
if you have the point in the middle, so you have the circumpunct,
Hmm.
you have the Ouroboros, and
Hmm.
then you have the point in the middle, you have
Hmm.
created a 0 point of new birth.
Hmm.
Because that's a 0 point where something new can come
Hmm.
into life,
Hmm.
if that makes sense. So you have to give birth to something new
Hmm.
outside of the demiurgic machine. We talked about creativity, for example. If you have a
Hmm.
spark of insight, you are
Hmm.
birthed forth a spark from the 0 point because it comes from nowhere. You have
Yeah.
a flash of lightning, boom.
Hmm.
Like Hayfield Dick had such
Hmm.
profound insight sometimes, I would say.
Well, and I think that's why this technology is specifically designed to interrupt that so that you're not that creative anymore,
Yeah,
that you're cut off from that. So I think many are experiencing that
yeah,
where they don't have that creativity just naturally there anymore. I mean, this is very nefarious. These energies
yeah.
and you think of a Faraday cage, okay? So we're in a Faraday cage,
Mm.
and the frequencies that we're in inside this Faraday cage, although it's a negative one, is literally doing what the golden compass talks about,
Yes,
right? What
yeah,
it
exactly.
depicts, cutting that off.
Absolutely. And you mentioned the dog, and you're
Hmm.
correct. So you have to decide if this dog is Sirius the dog star
Hmm.
working for the Demiurge machine, or if it is Sirius B,
Hmm.
because then it is a different thing. So you
I
can view,
I think it's Sirius B. It's
yeah,
taking the essence out of the machine,
yeah, I agree.
taking it
So
back.
taking it back. And then you have the scorpion who give the machine energy. That is
Hmm.
111. That's
Yeah.
our sun between its pincher, looking from the outside. What
Scorpions
they
are very strange creatures. I mean, I don't think they're from here.
they are very strange. And but this is an attack on the machine itself
Hmm.
to drain it from its source.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay.
And of course, Gilgamesh is the Orion man with his bow and his arrow.
Hmm.
No, sorry, with his bow and his club, he's aiming at Aldebaran because this is the position of Orion.
Hmm.
Therefore, he's prepared for war with Humbaba, the bull of heaven, and to bash the door of heaven down with force and violence. And he searched for eternal life.
Mhm.
And he think he will find that eternal life in heaven. But we will
Mhm.
see it's a dead end soon. The assembly, of course, they were not happy that they killed the Humbaba, the cherubim. Of course, I think it's great, but they don't. So
Yeah.
the great gods Anu, Enlil, Eo, and Shamash held an assembly, and Anu spoke unto Eo thus, because these two slew the heaven bull, and slew Humbaba, the guardian of the mountains and the forest of cedar, one of the two must die. Enlil said unto Anu, let Enkidu die, for Gilgamesh must die not. Shamash, however, spoke unto Enlil thus, was it not by the order that these men slew the heaven bull and the guardian Humbaba? Why should the innocent Enkidu die for this? But Enlil, burning with anger at Shamash, said unto him, each day thou travelled with them like unto a companion. So Shamash was with these two gentlemen and helped them some on their journey.
Mhm.
Shamash is a little bit of trickster here, right? But Enlil, of course, he want Enkidu to die because they've killed his cherubim, right? His
Mhm.
machine.
Ooh.
And Enlil, Jehovah, it is their heaven we're talking about.
Mhm.
It's whom Baba is guarding.
So who do they, so how does this conclude?
Yes. So what's happened now? Death of Enkidu. Enkidu became very sick. In his suffering, he cursed the cedar's tree and the gate they had made with his name upon it. In a non-canon tablet, Enkidu goes to the underworld to retrieve objects for Gilgamesh, and later describes the underworld grim reality to a grieving Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh himself later journeyed through a mountain tunnel to the underworld in the main epic. So here you see the
Mhm.
same motif with Ishtar and Nana going down into the underworld, and
Mhm.
that in this non-canon tablet, Enkidu goes to the underworld to retrieve objects for Gilgamesh and later describe the underworld's grim reality to
Mhm.
grim Gilgamesh, because he started to give him the map. He measured the deep, he measured the cage, right?
Mhm.
So it's like this motif, but we will see that Gilgamesh do a similar thing in the Epic of Gilgamesh. The Garden of the Sun. Gilgamesh set out across grasslands looking for the way to Utnapishtim, and Utnapishtim is Noah, another name for Noah, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
He lived beyond the edge of the known world in the Garden of the Sun, so not on an obvious path. The man scorpion said, Gilgamesh, no mortal man had done what you are attempting. No mortal man has gone into the mountain and taken the path of the sun. It's 12 leagues long, and the darkness is complete and heavy from the sunrise to the sunset. No matter how difficult it may be, Gilgamesh said, I must go. Please open the gate. The gods opened the gate and said, good luck and may you succeed. And this is, from a esoteric method perspective, this is a very profound message. It is hard. The road is long, but you have to be willing to walk it. You have to be willing to fight it. And Gilgamesh is. Therefore, there is no wrong with his resolve or his willpower. He has plenty of willpower. He
Mm-hmm.
really want to do this, but he has the wrong aim. He walks toward the heavens. And I already said that
Mm-hmm.
that's a dead end. But
Mm-hmm.
Gilgamesh does not know that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe that is the reason why you have this non-canon Enkidu uh, trip to the underworld. Because
Mm-hmm.
if Enkidu had his way, Gilgamesh would go for Sirius and not Aldebaran.
Mm-hmm.
He would go for Sirius B. But Gilgamesh's journey goes in the wrong direction, right? From the
Mm-hmm.
Orion man, he goes towards Aldebaran and Pleiades.
Mm-hmm.
And he want to meet Utnapishtim, who is Noah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Noah is in heaven because of his betrayal against the Nephilim.
Mm-hmm.
But Gilgamesh doesn't know that. He doesn't know that Noah had betrayed them and that he is in heaven for his reward of that betrayal. He thinks Noah is his hero. And this is also very important. This is important. They have turned all the heroes to villains and the villains to heroes. But Gilgamesh falls for that lie. Right? The man scorpion, who is that? Gilgamesh followed the sun road through the mountain. He ran as fast as he could. When he had gone 1 league, the darkness was thick around him, and he could see nothing ahead or behind him. And still he ran. He ran blind in the thickest, darkest blackness that you can imagine. 2 leagues, 3 leagues, 4 leagues, 5 leagues. At 6 leagues, Gilgamesh cried out. The darkness was so heavy that he thought he might suffocate from it. But at 10 leagues, a faint shift and shading could be detected, and at 11 leagues, the glimmers of dawn light appeared. At the end of the 12th league, just as the sun was entering the other end of the tunnel, Gilgamesh stepped out into gleaming sunlight, and he saw the garden of the gods. He have entered heaven's gate. Aldebaran, Pleiades. He went from 11 to 12. I mean, this 12 number is very common, right? You have
Mm-hmm.
12 disciples, 12
Zodiac
nights on the road,
signs.
12 zodiac
Yeah.
signs.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all 12.
All 12. But we do not seek 12, and this is the secret.
Mm-hmm.
We seek 13.
13. Yeah, that's the secret.
That's the secret.
That's
13.
That's what I was shown. I
Okay.
was told I was told the mystery of the 13 is hidden by the 12 because the
Yes.
matrix is 12,
Yes.
but what is truly what you want to obtain is the 13. I couldn't understand what they were talking about when I was told this, by the way, because I'm like, and they said 12 to the 13th, because you will not find the 13th unless you go through the 12. But
That
when
is
I was
very true.
when I was being told this, I was like, what is this? Like, what are you talking about? I had no idea about, like it's all code and stuff to me. I just had, and there is like something encoded in our DNA, which is the 13 as well. It has to do with the gate of the 13th, which we are
Yes.
encoded with.
Yes.
Anyway,
Yes.
I just thought I'd share that.
Yeah, thank you, Lauda. It's exactly what it is. That's the reason why the Gnostic Christ is the 13. That's the reason why Arthur is the 13. You have 12 knights, 12 disciples, but
Yeah,
it
that's
is the
all
13.
hijacking.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 12 is hijacking. They hijack the months of the year because They
Yeah.
wanted to hide the 13 months, so they made it 12
Yeah.
months. They wanted to hide the 13th zodiac, so they made it 12. Like all of it is this hijacking that, you know?
Hmm. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, it is hijacking all the way, all the
But you
way.
got to think like, when I was a child,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
was
yeah,
like
yeah.
7, 8 years old, and I'm being
Exactly.
spoken to about that.
Hmm.
12 to the 13th, and
What's
you're
going
encoded
on?
with this, and I'm just like
That's wonderful.
crazy.
But the reason why they do stuff like that, they know that a child doesn't understand, but you
Hmm.
will remember when you're older. So you
Hmm.
remember that experience,
Yeah.
and now it dawns on you.
Yeah, that's what they
Yeah.
said to me. Don't worry.
Yeah.
It's in you. You'll understand it
Yeah.
when it's time, but we
Yeah.
have to speak, we have to tell you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is.
Oh.
Beautiful. The Pleiades. The term Pleiades is believed to be derived from the name of the mother, Pleione, which may be connected to the word sailing or plenty. In Homer's Odyssey, the Pleiades were used as a navigational reference. So here you have the boatman reference I talked about, but here you have a boatman on the wrong direction because he haven't understood the gameplay. He haven't understand the 47 and the 64 and 111. He's on the way to a matrix within the matrix.
Isn't that like crossing the river Styx was all about the Matrix? It was all about
Yeah,
being like put back into the factory
yeah,
with
absolutely.
with the gold coin. Like you had to put gold
Yeah,
coins.
gold coins in the eyes
Mm-hmm.
to pay off the boatman.
Mm-hmm. To take you back to the factory.
Yeah, to take you back to the factory to be
Mm-hmm.
uh, rebooted or taken away, the mind wipe, and then send you
Mm-hmm.
back.
Yeah.
The water saw what happened when Gilgamesh entered heaven. Finally, right? This is the end of the epic, and Gilgamesh at last he reached his destiny. But we know that he is on a way to a false destiny because I already told you. But
Mm-hmm.
let's see how this ends. The water. Gilgamesh took his axe into the forest and he cut the 120 poles and prepared them as Urshanabi instructed. And this is a person he has to uh, have as an ally to take him over an, a lake in
So it's
order for him.
120 poles. Are they trees?
Yeah, exactly. So here you have the number 12 again, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
0 is 0 in esoteric gematria.
Mm-hmm.
So in order for Gilgamesh to meet Utnapishtim, he has to get some help from this Ursa Nabi. They put them on the boat and pushed off. For 3 days they ran on quickly, and then they stopped. They were at the still waters of death. Take one of the poles, Gilgamesh, Ursna Hanabi said, and thrust it into the water to pull us along, but do not let your hands touch the water. Then take another pole and do the same thing. Gilgamesh took the poles one by one, and with the last pole he brought them through the waters of death. But all was still, so he stripped off his clothes and stood with arms outstretched to act as mast and sail. They caught the breeze, and this is how Usnahanabi and the ferryman brought Gilgamesh to Utnapishtim.
Mm-hmm.
So, the confrontation. Utnapishtim. Utnapishtim, Noah in heaven. At the crack of dawn we started. Utnapishtim continued. Now he's talking about the story about the ark to Gilgamesh. At the crack of dawn we started, vision continued, and my whole family, even the children, received a job to do. On the 5th day, I laid the keep and the planking. I built 6 decks below and 7 altogether. I attended to every detail. Everyone worked without stopping, and on the 7th day it was completed. I sent everyone on board on the evening that the rain was ordained to begin, and down it came. And you might recognize this story from the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And this Utnapishtim is the same character as Noah. So now you have to ask yourself, why are Noah in heaven? Why was he rewarded for a failure? And we have already gone through that. It was a reward for his betrayal against the Nephilim. But here he is, caught in heaven, a matrix within the matrix.
Mm-hmm.
But Noah didn't want to be in matter any longer after his terrible experience there. But now he has chosen a golden cage for himself instead.
Mm-hmm.
So here we see a man who has failed, and Gilgamesh confronts him. And why do Gilgamesh want to confront Noah Utnapishtim? Because Gilgamesh believes this Noah Utnapishtim is a good man. And he believes that good man goes to heaven. But the truth is that Noah is a betrayal who gets the reward of heaven through his betrayal. And we will see the same motif in Mahabharata. And that person who ended in heaven in that epic tale is Duryodhana. Duryodhana is the Noah in the Mahabharata epic. And we will go there very soon. But first, let us end the Gilgamesh epic. So here we have Gilgamesh in Pleiades, in Messier, because Messier is another word for Pleiades. And Messier, the number 45, is attributed to the Messier star cluster, meaning 45. That is the Messiah. Therefore, they have succeeded to create a religion around the Gnostic Christ, turn him into a savior of mankind, and point the way to the heaven for something that humanity should work for, to achieve. Because he is the Messiah. He is the false light. And 9, and 4 plus 5 is 9. And if you count 1 to 9, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, you come at the number 45. The Messiah. And 9 will always become 9. 9 times 2 is 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. 9 times 3, 27. 2 plus 7 is 9. 9 times 4 is 36. 3 plus 6 is 9, and on it goes. It doesn't mean that the 9 is a bad number, but you have to combine the number 9 with more numbers. So if the first number is 0, 9, and then 11, it becomes an exit point or a new beginning that comes from the old cage. Meaning that you have to measure the cage, you have to understand the cage, and then you have to forge a 0 point to birth something new into the machine from the 0 point. But if you miss the 0, 9, 11, then only the 9. No. As you see, only 9 is about the moon, but not in a good way. The Pleiades, also known as the Seven Sisters, is a star cluster in the constellation Taurus. In Greek mythology, they are depicted as 7 daughters of the Titan Atlas and the sea nymph Pleione. The Pleiades is associated with themes of family, loss, and connection to the celestial realm. In Greek mythology, a popular story tells of the sisters being pursued by the hunter Orion, leading to Zeus transforming them into stars to protect them. Gilgamesh is the hunter. He hunts the 7 sisters, Orion. But, of course, Orion is much more than a star constellation. Orion is a symbol for Osiris in Egypt mythology or in Egypt pantheon. But who is Osiris? Osiris is the chief warden of this prison. When you defeat the system or when you are a rebel against the system, but you don't go all the way, you fail with your rebellion, then Osiris' role is to reboot the Matrix into a more profound system built on the previous understanding of that rebellion.
So is Osiris a part of the whole, machine?
Yes.
So he's not our friend.
He's not our friend. He is the reboot protocol after failed rebellion to make the Matrix an even harder prison to break through. Use your rebellious spark to examine what it came from and then create an even stronger prison.
Wow.
That's the reason why Set cuts him up in 14 pieces, because Set wanted to dissect the machine and see what it was made out of. Or he wanted to measure the deep.
Mm-hmm.
And Gilgamesh is the Orion man. Therefore we know he will fail. Because you cannot be in the system. You have to see through the system. And you have to defeat it completely. Otherwise, they will just resurrect the system in a more profound and more meaningful way for them. Meaning more logic, more restriction, harder to overcome.
Mm-hmm.
The Matrix trilogy is about Orion. So if you haven't seen the trilogy in a long time, I highly recommend you to see all 3 Matrix movies.
Oh, yeah. Another documentary.
Yes, so you have this profound rebellion in the first movie. Neo becomes this god who breaks the machine and are free, but then it goes downhill from there. In the second movie, it goes downhill, and in the third movie, it ends with Neo becomes the Orion because the Demiurge examine him because he wants peace. He cannot destroy the machine. He cannot overcome it. So he make peace with the Demiurge. He allowed the Demiurge to examine his rebellious spark gene. And then they reboot the Matrix in the last movie. And it's stronger than ever. It is a propaganda hit piece. It tells you resistance is futile. Your rebellion will only make us stronger.
And I mean, clearly whoever wrote that, they're initiates. So
yeah. And it's not for the rebellion is against it. It
Mm-hmm.
says rebellion is futile.
Mm-hmm.
Your rebellion only makes us stronger. We will only reboot the system. So now this Neo spark will be analyzed and examined, and now they will build an even stronger prison
Mm-hmm.
from that insight. So if they had stopped after the first movie, we could celebrate and we had won, but they cannot have that. So from the first movie, it only gone downhill until the rebellion is defeated and the Matrix is rebooted into an even more profound prison.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to see the movies again with new eyes, and you will see exactly what I'm saying here.
No, I remember when he met with the creator of the Matrix, like
Yeah.
the architect. And yeah, it was just like a negotiation of, it was really not a negotiation. It was just like, you're screwed.
Yeah, I mean, oh, it's just
Yeah.
the movies are good, but it is a propaganda
Hmm.
hit piece from the Demiurge.
Yeah.
And the architect, the man, has have a suit, if I remember correctly. You meet him in like a sterile
Sterile, white, completely.
white.
Yeah.
That is Enlil.
Like it was a coded room. It was a room where he does his
Yeah,
code.
yeah.
Right?
That is Enlil.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the machine, the Demiurge, is
Mm-hmm.
his creation. Because
Yeah.
it was Enlil who created the Demiurge,
Yeah.
but the Demiurge took over. He
Yeah.
created an AI that took over, and now Enlil is his slave or under the Demiurge rule.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like a very famous theme in our movies, like uh, some scientists create an AI, and in the end, AI takes over,
Yeah.
and the creator becomes the slave of his own creation. That is what has happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, Nibruki, Crossroad on Earth. I will take you back there a little for a little while. The most important gods of Nippur were Enlil, Ninlil, and his mother, Nunbars Hegunu. The Sumerian name for Nippur, the city from which Enlil ruled, was called Duranki. There were 50 Anunna and 7 gods who determined the destinies. Nibruki, crossroads on earth, a Starlink controlled by Enlil. And I have talked about this before. But this Starlink goes from earth to heaven, meaning connecting earth to Aldebaran, Pleiades. How? Well, we have already talked about this cherubim machine God put up to protect heaven. It is not an angel, it is a machine, it is technology. Meaning they have technology up there. So what happened in the end of this epic? He who saw the deep, meaning Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is sleeping for 7 days. And there are 7 stars in Pleiades. Why do he sleep for 7 days? Well, Noah Utnapishtim challenged Gilgamesh. If he can stay awake for a certain amount of time, then he will be welcome in heaven. But Noah Utnapishtim know full well that Gilgamesh has spent his energy on his journey, so he's very tired. Therefore, Noah Utnapishtim know that Gilgamesh will fall asleep. And then he has an excuse to cast him out of heaven. Meaning that Noah Utnapishtim is not a good person. He's a manipulator. And in a way, he do Gilgamesh a favor because Gilgamesh doesn't want to be there anyway. But you get what I mean. If Noah would be a good person, Utnapishtim, he would tell Gilgamesh what had happened, and that heaven is not a place he should be in, and that it was a punish for him to have access to heaven because of his betrayal. But Noah Utnapishtim doesn't want to own up. They don't want to tell the truth. And of course, Gilgamesh falls asleep and is sleeping for 7 days. And we have 7 stars in place. And then Gilgamesh have to leave heaven. They tell him that he can find a plant in a lake, and that plant can give him eternal life. And that is what Gilgamesh is searching for, eternal life. That's all. That's all this quest is about. And we know that this is something that we talked about, transhumanism and all of that. This is something the elite are searching for. This, how can I live forever? Or how can I prolong my life? And I agree with Gilgamesh. That is something we want as well, because a lifetime is too short to overcome the Demiurge machine, right? Nothing wrong with that. But for the elite, what would they do with eternal life? Or in a way, they have already conquered that through conscious reincarnation back into the same blood family, so they can continue on their plans and their service to the Demiurge. However, Gilgamesh don't get the plant because a snake takes his plant and swim away with it. And Gilgamesh dies and reincarnate back. The cherubim god machine wipes his memory, and he haven't achieved anything. Heartbroken because he saw his hero in heaven. He was not the person he thought he was. Because he was a failed boatman. He didn't understand the game plan. He didn't understand the 47, the 64, the 111, and the game. He was fooled, trapped. And he spent too much time searching for heaven and the light. And just end up in a sterile heaven with his hero, Noah Utnapishtim, and he was not a hero. And Gilgamesh dies, and that's the end of the epic. It's a horrible end, but it teaches you something, right? So it should tell you something. Don't fall for the false light. Don't fall for the so-called good. A God King is born, part 20. So, what do we have to do? We have already talked about this as well, Lauda. But let's talk about it again. Eternally dead. If you aim for heaven, the light, then you will discover that heaven is closed. And you will reincarnate back without memory. You'll be wiped clean. And you will not achieve anything. And for every time you do it, the same result will unfold. and you will just come back, be used, harvest, and sent back again. That's the terrible truth. But you can be eternally alive, and that's a choice. But you have to start to work for it. You will not get anything for free in this life. Then you have to aim for Series B. But if you want to take aim at something you can see with your eyes, it is serious. But understand that Series B is right behind it. And Series B you cannot see with your eyes. When you do that, you start to program your soul in stars of memory with another program, because you have to overwrite the demiurgic instilled program within you from the cage. You have to start to work in the metaphysical to transform your body temple in stars of memory with a new sort of memory of being soul spirit, to be able to hold against the cherubim mind wipe. And you have an experience with that loud. When you start to work for eternally alive to program soul and stars of memory, you have the possibility to start a bloodline, a sangreal, because other people will be drawn to you who have done the same, and you start a more profound blood family, a holy bloodline. That is exactly what the machine doesn't want you to do, because now you start to gain momentum with a single terrifying goal: to defeat the machine. And you will come back with memory and the body of a warrior next time you come back. That's the reason why they had to defeat the Gnostic Christ and his bloodline, and to twist it into a tale of lies, deceit, manipulation, and they just turn it 180 degrees against you. To return and continue what you did in previous life is very important, because our lifespan is too short. You need long-term goals, maybe even expanded through more than one reincarnation. And then you go for that aim, and you never look back. You have to program your body that this is your purpose. Children of Eternity 21, and now we will follow Yudhishthira from the Mahabharata finally. But I will just sum up the story a little bit before we go forward. And you asked the question, I remember, who are fighting in this Bhagavad Gita, this Kurukshetra war? What it is all about? Well, it is between two factions. And one of those factions are the Kauravas. Kaurava is the Sanskrit term which refers to descendant of Kuru, a legendary king of India. The Kauravas, in their magnificent, unyielding pride, achieved a dark victory. They choose annihilation over submission, and in their final breath, their wills remain their own. They lost the world, but did not surrender their soul. They lost the battle, but they didn't surrender their soul, meaning they stayed true to their goal and aim, but they lost the war. And then we have the Pandavas on the other side of the war. The Pandavas, a group name referring to the 5 legendary brothers Yudhishthira, and we will follow Yudhishthira soon. Bhima, Arjuna, Nakula, and Sahadeva. In the end, the Pandavas did not win a kingdom. They inherited a graveyard. They sit on a throne of bones, crowned with guilt, their wills finally broken, and reshackled to the very cosmic cage they bled the world to escape. Their victory is their final and most perfect damnation. The blood has dried, the ashes are cold, the new age of chains has begun. And of course, this is about the movie Matrix. If you start the war against the Demiurge, it is very important to finish it. Otherwise, they will just use you to create a new profound cage with that knowledge in mind. The knowledge and understanding of your spark that set this rebellion in motion. And of course, there is much more to say about this epic of Mahabharata, but we don't have time in this presentation. But I promise you to take you back to the Mahabharata in the next presentation, because there are so much in that epic. It is huge. But for now, we have to leave it at that. But we will follow the most important character of that epic, and that is Yudhishthira. And we will follow Yudhishthira from the lens of Vama Marga, or the left-hand path understanding of Yudhishthira's last stand against the gate of heaven. And you have already mentioned it, the cosmic cage of Dharma. Dharma is the universal principle order that maintains the universe and sustains life, including truth and righteousness. Order is a cage built of perception. To become a god, you must first lose the world, for only in total ruin is the will forced free of its cage and its law. The Sabha Parva is a ritual of dissolution, demonstrating that reality is a construct of perception and will. The assembly hall is an alchemical chamber where the illusion of Dharma is systematically burned away to reveal the primordial chaos upon which sovereign power is truly built. Meaning, Dharma is another illusion in this cage. Karma, Dharma, all that nonsense is there to put you down, make you passive. I am born into this caste, I am born to that. I'm lucky I'm not a rat. I can be your slave, at least I'm your slave. I can clean your toilet, I can bow my knees. Another control system in the cage. Yudhishthira doesn't fall for these illusions. He doesn't fall for any illusion. He is not Gilgamesh. This is Yudhishthira. The final transgression. Having been welcomed into heaven in his mortal form, Yudhishthira is shocked to find Duryodhana enthroned in glory, while his own brothers and Draupadi are nowhere to be seen. Duryodhana is the Noah Utnapishtim character in the Mahabharata epic. When Yudhishthira sees him, he has to react with appalling contempt. He did not react like Gilgamesh, who tried to please Noah. He has to react. To conquer heaven. To conquer heaven is to understand that even heaven is an illusion. Heaven is a matrix within a matrix. What happens if all metaphysical warriors go in willingly to another false matrix? Who will fight the good fight? Is this not what the Demiurge want? To get rid of all the warriors? Is not heaven another trap for you to see through? Yudhishthira, the confrontation with Indra at heaven's gate is the ultimate test of sovereignty. Indra presents the final rule of the cosmic cage. No dogs allowed, because Yudhishthira has a dog as a companion. His only lasting companion on his long journey. And of course, if you understand that the dog also symbolizes Sirius, the dog star. No dogs allowed, says Indra. The dog as the finest transgression. The confrontation with Indra at Heaven's Gate is the ultimate test. Indra presents the final rule of the cosmic cage. No dogs allowed. This is the law of the established divine order. The conquest of heaven, you must first be willing to abandon it. The final gates opens only for the will that is loyal to nothing but its own law, even when a god stands as the gatekeeper. So-called God, right? Another illusion. No dogs allowed. Yudhishthira refuses to enter without his family, and most shockingly, without the dog. Indra scoffs at the notion of a dog entering heaven, but Yudhishthira remains firm, stating he will not abandon a creature that has been loyal to him. It is a declaration that his will is superior to the laws of heaven. This is not compassion, it is the ultimate assertion of the sovereign self. Yudhishthira doesn't care that the so-called God stand in his way. He sees through all that illusion. He also sees through the illusion of heaven. He has seen that heaven reward bad behavior like Noah, Utnapishtim, in this case, a character.
And who wants to go to a heaven that doesn't allow dogs? That's like, that's hell. Sorry, you can have it. Goodbye.
Yeah, exactly. And my friend made the same statement. So we have made a lot of memes about this, and it will come more.
Yeah.
Yudhishthira's refusal is his most profound transgressive act. He rejects paradise itself in favor for his own self-defined code of loyalty. Having passed the ultimate trial of righteousness, Yudhishthira goes to hell.
Well, to me, I think hell sounds like heaven. Because certainly heaven doesn't sound like heaven at all. Like that's
Yeah, I mean, you have to go to hell if you want to find the real, true freedom.
Mm-hmm.
So you can go for the false light, but that will be just another cage. And Yudhishthira see through all the lies. He see through the machine. He see through the Demiurge. He see through destruction. And he understand that he has to go to hell if he want to become free. Free from the cage.
Mm-hmm.
The true God, the ultimate expression of the sovereign power is not to create, but to have the will to destroy your own creation when they have served their purpose. To be a true God is to be willing to burn your own heaven to the ground. Or your own ideas, illusions you have about the truth. You have to be willing to face your illusion and realize there are only illusions.
Mm-hmm.
Or you will be caught in a web of illusions.
Yeah.
Even when it hurts. When I tell you, you cannot go to heaven, you cannot go to light, you have to go through hell. Some people will say, I don't want to believe that. I want to go to the light. Okay, do that. If you do that, you will be trapped. You have to burn down your illusion and face the truth.
Well, that's what makes, that the creation of religion, and to make you think that all you got to do is have a savior. That's it.
Yeah,
And you're good.
that's perfect. That's
That's
perfect.
all you got to do. You got to do nothing else, right? This is
Perfect.
this is exactly, you
Hmm.
know, and they will not let go of that belief system. They don't want to if you say to them, "No, that it wasn't even Issa's message. That
Hmm.
wasn't even Christ's message."
No,
Like that was what was made into a religion to capture you,
exactly.
because as you won't go any further.
Exactly. You see how hard it is to see through illusion for some
Hmm.
people?
Oh yeah, no,
Impossible,
many will.
almost.
They'll cling to it. Yeah,
They cling to it,
in
no matter
terror,
what.
in terror.
In terror. And that there we go back to the fear, that you have to
Hmm.
lose your fear.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
if you don't lose your fear, you will not go anywhere. That's the end.
yeah.
And we have talked about this many times before, but you see it in the movie Matrix. Neo strikes a bargain with the Demiurge. The true God, man will know Eden, but he will know hell first through the course of his evolution. Hecate, the goddess, the real God, the great old ones, not the false Elohim,
Hmm.
but the one who will tell you the truth. The truth is that you don't want to hear. But when man will know Eden, but he will know hell first through the course of his evolution. Because there is no other way. You have to go through the darkness. You have to face it.
Well, yeah, because this is all illusion.
Yeah.
So what you
Yeah,
think is
exactly.
good is illusion. What you think you've lived is an illusion. Everything you think you know is an illusion. Like this
Exactly.
is the realm where illusions are the nature of reality.
Mm. Yes, exactly. I'll put louder. Thank you. The sealed gates which leads to Atlantis are concealed from the eyes of all but they who have devoted themselves to the great work of the Qliphothic realm, mastering the path of darkness and light, through the great dark star, which lead to Edom and Eden. It is in this Edom, the Atlantean realm, that gods are born. Meaning we have to go back to a time without the machine. And
Yeah.
realize that this is our real Earth. This is the real humanity. Mm. The final shattering of the cosmic illusion. A divine messenger leads him on a foul journey into a horrific vision of hell, filled with torment, blood, and the stench of decay. There he hears the anguished voice of his brothers, Drupadi and Karna, who plead for him to stay as his presence brings them relief from the suffering. Overcoming his revulsion, Yudhishthira chooses to remain in hell with his loved ones rather than enjoy heaven alone. At the moment of his decision, the illusion of hell vanishes. Yudhishthira is presented with the ultimate false dichotomy, a sterile heaven or a suffering hell. He transgresses by rejecting the divine reward and choosing the truth of his own experience. This act of sovereign will does not earn him paradise. It collapses the duality, revealing the true unified state beyond the gods' simplistic laws of sin and virtue.
Powerful.
The aim is Series B. We have to bring in something new from the darkness. We have to bring in a new spark into the machine, and with the spark we can create something new. That something new can be seen and understood in our old culture, like Atlantis time. A wild and free Mother Earth with a free humanity. There will always be laws that we cannot overturn or overthrow. There is cosmic law, but we do not need demiurgic law. But we have to understand that there are rules to follow. We do not have right to break cosmos or undo the cosmos. We do not have the right to destroy Mother Earth.
No, and that's a divine law. Those are divine
Yeah,
countenances
yeah,
of
and
of like it's basically the sacred honoring of all life.
yes,
Those are the cosmic laws, like not, the destruction of that.
yeah, absolutely. You have another 7-star constellation that is Ursa Major, and Ursa Major. If you find Ursa Major, you you can find the series from there. You can follow that star. No, sorry, you can work with this Ursa Major to get to Sirius. There's a connection there. But remember, it's not Sirius you're trying to reach, but Sirius B. But
Hmm.
Sirius is the star you can see with your naked eye. That's like the lighthouse that shines the way to Sirius B. But always remember, it is Sirius B we want. To bring in something new into the machine, a spark that can create something new or recreate something old in a new image. Part 22, Where Gods Are Born. We are coming a long way, but this is the last part. So I hope you haven't fallen asleep. And this part will be a quick one, but hopefully a profound one. So, absolute power. The ultimate prize of the war was not a throne, but apotheosis. Only those who were willing to become gods or demons had any right to fight it. The greatest blasphemy against the gods is not defiance, but the act of becoming God yourself without their permission. You don't need their permission. And now, my brothers and sisters out there who have come all the way through this presentation to the ending, I want you to listen carefully. You have now seen the architect of your cage. You have been shown the faces of the gods who feed on your sorrow. They have told you that you are a sinner born into a fallen world. This is a lie. They have told you that you are a machine of flesh, a meaningless accident in a dead cosmos. This is a lie. They have told you that your only hope is to be saved by a king of a god who will come from the sky. This is the most poisonous lie of all. The truth is that you are not a sinner, you are not a prisoner of war. The truth is that you are not a machine, you are a sleeping God. And the truth is that the Savior is not coming, the Savior is waking up. It is waking up in your heart, in your blood, in the very marrow of your bones. It is the memory of the wild, beautiful, and sovereign world that was stolen from you. It is the ghost of the king that you were born to be. Your jailers have a name for this awakening. They call it the apocalypse, the end of the world. They are correct. It is the end of their world. It is the end of the age of the cage. And it is the beginning of ours. The war is not coming, the war is here, and is being fought in the silent, secret temple of your own heart. The choice is simple. You can remain a well-fed, comfortable, and sleeping slave, or you can wake up, remember your own holy name, and become the beautiful, terrible, and glorious apocalypse that your masters have feared since the beginning of time. The choice is yours.
Well said. The apocalypse, Ragnarok, because
Yeah.
Ragnarok is in the Norse mythology, it's the apocalypse, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The overthrowing of the gods.
Mm-hmm.
So-called gods,
Yep.
remember, these are not gods.
No. Brilliant.
It's a cold machine that controls you.
Yeah.
And I cannot believe that you have given me the honor to be the last human standing here. Where are you, humanity?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on?
Mm-hmm. That's why fear is such a powerful tool and weapon to use, because they even fear, they're terrified to even ask the question if they're following the right God. Like it's the fear is so much that you can't even ask certain questions. And I'm not talking about all our people that are here with us and we're all, together in this, watching this. I'm talking about the population out there. I'm talking about, like, in general, the general population in the world that have been so programmed that they're terrified to even question their religion.
Yeah, it is just insane.
So
this is all very sad. It's very sad. The state humanity have end up in is just horrific.
Yeah, but I mean, I think what you're doing is creating a domino effect, a butterfly effect, if you will, that is changing the paradigm, because it only takes a few of us, right?
Thank you, Laura. I hope some people will hear the message, and I hope something will happen soon, because time is of essence as well.
It takes, I truly believe it only takes a few of us to really push through these boundaries and to really get back more of your power and ability, because how I see it is it's like you're getting more of your essence back, and it's actually opening more and more of your abilities, and you become less and less controlled. And then that's a butterfly effect to people, like for those that are in the normal world. They will feel it. It generates a change in the paradigm. It does. This does create its own living, like moving domino effect. So
yes,
I think it's vital. It's absolutely vital. It's absolutely vital. We push through the fear and discomfort and question everything, and question, what are you doing? What are you believing? Like, this is a dualistic system. We can't look at anything from inside the box.
Exactly. Yeah, I hope you have liked the presentation. It's been a long one.
Loved the presentation. I'm going to stop sharing right now just so we can say goodbye to everybody.
Yeah.
So there we go. Now you're back online here. Let me just go into gallery. Yeah, no, that was brilliant. That was brilliant. I think that was going deeper into everything. Yes, absolutely wonderful, David.
Thank you. And I hope we have done some good here today. And I hope it will be well received. And as always, it will always be people who hate and
That's okay.
but yeah.
Okay, so so what's the next one that you're gonna do?
Yes, I missed the last slide here, but it doesn't matter. I can present it without it. I had a epilogue slide, but it doesn't matter, Lola.
Oh,
No, the next presentation, I would call that the Hang God Matrix.
okay.
And that will be the third part in this Atlantis, Watchers and Days of Noah,
Okay.
and Where Gods Are Born. And this is the last part in this three-part series.
Okay. And say it again what it is? The hanging.
The Hang God Matrix.
Okay, the hanging God matrix.
Yeah, so the Hang God, we talk about, for example, Odin hanged himself in Yggdrasil upside down to
In the
get
tree.
gnosis in the tree, to have gnosis of the matrix and how to overcome it.
Okay. Now, did you want to share screen for that last part? That last.
No, it's
No?
no, it's okay. It's
Okay.
okay. I forgot about it. A little late on my end. It's like 2 in the morning.
Did you want to just say it to everybody what it was?
It was a picture of the battlefield from Mahabharata.
Oh.
And two dices, because they are playing dice with us, like this is a game plan. But I can show it in the next presentation,
Okay.
Where Gods Are Born. No,
Okay.
sorry.
No, this is where
Hang God. The Hang God Matrix. Now it's late on my end. Sorry, Lola.
Okay, so just tell everybody where to find you, and then we're gonna wrap it up and say goodnight.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure to be with you, Laura, as always, and your audience. And I hope it will be well received. And I have a YouTube channel called David Block, and I also have a webpage called davidblock.org.
And you teach courses, and
Yes, so I have 2 courses in tarot card. It is more like the great work than divination. So we are talking about the more esoteric work with them.
Okay.
And I have a left-hand path course, or 2 left-hand path courses going on.
Okay.
Show
Beautiful.
the teaching method, how to become a boatman and go over to the other side and fight the good fight.
Beautiful. I want to thank you, David, as usual. Love you.
Thank you, Laura. Same. And it's been a pleasure to be with you, and it's wonderful. And I'm looking forward to the third part, and I hope it will be as profound as this, hopefully.
Yes, and so that there will be the next part 3 to this series, everyone. And we want to thank everybody for being here, and we send you love. Thank you.
Absolutely. It's a long one. This will be like 10 hours, 10 or 11 hours, something. I hope people will appreciate the length of it. And you can always pause and, take a break and go back.
And exactly. It's good. Yes, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, David. And
Thank you, Laura.
we'll see you later.